The young man dragged himself up the stairs, completely unable to remember. His head throbbed painfully, making it almost impossible for him to think. His clothes were shredded, yet he could not find a single scratch. He felt absolutely terrible, just completely drained of all his energy. Reaching his apartment door, he spotted a forgotten cardboard box waiting for him. It was left over from his recent move, but some kind neighbors had decided to help Lu Chen out by keeping it safe right there. Lu Chen figured it only contained some pretty useless old photo albums. Still, he dragged the heavy box inside. Leaving it out felt wrong. Old photos always have a somehow magical way of bringing back memories. They bring nostalgia, so the young man started unpacking it immediately. Inside the box lay a first-place championship trophy from a video game. Beside the gaming trophy sat a faded photo. Lu Chen picked it up. Staring closely at the picture, his mind drifted back to the past. Everyone loves a good trip down memory lane, especially for major milestones. This very photo captured the absolute beginning of his legendary esports career. 5 years ago at the National Esports Championship in China, player Parkin stood on stage and openly declared his deep disappointment with day one. The massive arena was packed with passionate fans, but this foreign star felt completely disconnected, not even speaking a single word of the local language here. Naturally, the hostile crowd absolutely hated him back. They felt Parkin was known as incredible power, but was actually a total fraud. Annoyed by their terrible reaction, the arrogant player snapped back at the audience, calling them clueless fools who understood nothing about real competitive gaming. The tournament host was sweating bullets, caught in a highly awkward spot. He desperately had to keep the peace between the star and the audience. Grabbing the mic, the host nervously announced a special and unexpected open challenge. He invited absolutely anyone in the room to step up and face Parkin. Anyone brave enough to shut this cocky superstar up for good. In the crowd, Dutchison used a handy translation app on his phone. He realized that Parkin had just insulted every single local player. Now watch as the tension in the room hits absolute boiling point. Parkin scoffed, looking at them like trash. Dutchison nudged his friend. He begged him to go up there and smash that smug star's face. His friend only agreed on one condition: Dutchison had to buy him dinners. With the deal officially made, the young man stood up to accept. This was Lu Chen, a quiet and incredibly young college freshman back then. Nobody believed he stood a chance. Parkin just scoffed at him, mocking the kid for clearly overestimating his very basic skill level. Lu Chen just slipped his headphones on, wanting to wrap things up. He had dinner waiting, plus he actually studied at a famous academy that had produced some of the absolute biggest names in the industry. Recognizing his school, the crowd knew they were in for a match. Both players took their seats. The hype in the arena was electric. Parkin skipped standard tactics and made a completely unexpected opening move. He went straight for S-rank mechanics, a move everyone considered incredibly bold. Lu Chen had to select something from the library, and the young man had absolutely no intention of settling for C-rank gear. He refused to lose face. From the very first moments of the game, Parkin activated his signature pillar of fire. Lu Chen dodged the deadly blast effortlessly, completely unfazed by the threat. Before long, the Korean star Parkin was sweating bullets and looking visibly shaken. Lu Chen avoided the next incoming strike instantly and launched his own counterattack. With one clean, razor-sharp sword strike, he instantly shattered the opponent's C-rank core. The exact same sequence played out again. Parkin respawned with another C-rank machine. But he was instantly wiped out once more. It was another effortless one-shot kill. In the end, Parkin was blown to pieces, lighting up the screen like festive fireworks. Parkin was completely losing his mind. Absolutely nothing was going his way. Talk about an absolute, humiliating reality check for a player who used to be a star. After obliterating his opponent for the 5th straight time, Lu Chen stood up and announced. He had no more time to waste because he was hungry. The amazed host announced that Lu Chen fought like a seasoned veteran, despite never being seen in tournament play. That was when the young man admitted that today was his very first time playing. He turned 18 just 2 months ago and had only recently set foot in a computer club. In fact, until yesterday, he did not even know how to play this game. The entire crowd went absolutely wild, cheering and applauding for this absolute prodigy. Everyone gave him a massive thumbs up to show their absolute support. For a complete beginner, it was an unreal, absolutely mind-blowing performance. A new king of the battle arena had officially arrived, and they loved it. China finally had a bright future in esports, and Duchassen was incredibly proud. He quickly snapped a photo on his phone, knowing he was witnessing a piece of history. That single picture marked the historic beginning of an incredible, legendary esports career. As for Parkin, that crushing defeat forced him into retirement due to mental burnout. Following his victory, Liu Chen instantly rose to fame in the game Sorrow. Adopting the legendary nickname Dust, he began his spectacular ascent to the absolute top. He completely dominated the national arena, soon lifting his very first championship trophy. It was the very first major trophy he had ever claimed in the game of Sorrow. Now he was facing his first major head-to-head final for the championship title. The battle for the throne was in full swing between two legendary master players. Predicting the winner was impossible. No cheap tricks or gimmicks were allowed here. Just pure skill, steel clashing against steel in the ultimate display of combat. His opponent unleashed the devastating red dragon flame skill across the battlefield. The commentators and crowd went wild at the sight of that massive strike. Any ordinary player would have been instantly vaporized by a hit like that. But when two masters clash, the real excitement is just getting started. Liu Chen effortlessly parried the incoming blast and locked eyes with his rival. Liu Chen held his tournament-grade sword tightly, realizing it was finally his turn to strike. He was ready to unleash the devastating power of the legendary mountain sword dance technique. His execution of this incredibly complex move was absolutely flawless. The insane speed and power of his execution left the audience completely speechless. And those combos just kept climbing, sealing his legendary status with every single strike. The young challenger was desperate to crush his opponent's record and prove his absolute dominance. His legendary mountain sword dance dealt devastating, crushing damage. The combo counter kept rising as Liu Chen pushed his relentless assault. With limit-breaking power, he shattered his opponent's physical defense completely. Liuan stood helpless against this onslaught of 250 strikes. After that incredible rally, the undisputed victor was clear to everyone watching. The crowd witnessed a brand new champion rising to greatness right before their eyes. A historic record was set, yet everyone knew he was capable of even more. Cheers erupted as they crowned Liu Chen the undisputed best player in the game. Looking back, this was his only official arena match against Liuan. The event staff even engraved his massive combo count right onto the championship trophy. But deep down, the entire arena knew this was just the beginning for him. With these record-breaking triumphs, Liu Chen earned his place among legends. He entered the game's prestigious Hall of Fame as its absolute youngest member. His face plastered the front pages of every gaming news outlet daily, but glory fades. Time is a cruel thing, and those golden days slowly faded into distant memories. Liu Chen remembered exactly how happy those victories used to make him. But now, reflecting on those triumphs only brought a heavy, painful awkwardness. A sudden, devastating car accident had completely shattered his life into two halves. Though doctors claimed his physical body was healing up exceptionally well after the crash, his damaged nervous system was still left in a truly terrible state. He was cursed with a massive 3-second delay in his motor response. While barely noticeable in daily life, it completely ruined his professional gaming career. Without those lightning-fast reflexes, Liu Chen's legendary status began to plunge. He plummeted down the rankings, fading quickly from the prestigious Hall of Fame. And when he finally slipped off the charts entirely, his rivals celebrated his downfall. Liu Chen knew there was no point in blaming anyone, it was just bad luck. But accepting that cruel reality did absolutely nothing to ease his silent pain. To cope, he actively avoided any contact with his former gaming peers. He despised their hollow pity, though he secretly burned to reclaim his lost throne. Imagine going from absolute legend to the absolute bottom in just a single day. Now even bottom-tier rookies could easily crush him in a standard duel. Yet he harbored no hatred toward them, knowing they only judged current results. And right now, Liu Chen truly was the absolute weakest player around. He realized the only way to escape this endless humiliation was to quit forever. So he walked away, nobody tried to stop him. Later, he visited his old guild. The ancient sword guild's once magnificent castle headquarters now stood heavily battered and desolate. Stunned by the decay, he needed to find out what happened here. He wanted answers, deciding to demand the truth straight from the leader. The guild leader stepped out, looking weary but ready to explain the disaster. He revealed that a group of rebellious members had betrayed the guild. They looted the treasury, beat their comrades, and smashed everything in sight. Those traitors had done far more damage than any rival guild ever could. But the deputy leader assured him that the situation was finally under control. With a heavy heart, the young man submitted his official guild withdrawal. He felt deeply uncomfortable. Realizing he was holding them back, he hoped that if he left, their rivals would finally leave the Ancient Sword Dream Guild in peace. But the girl thought his self-doubt was absolute nonsense, placing her hand gently on his shoulder to reassure him. To show her support, after all, he was one of the elite founders of Ancient Sword Dream, alongside their top legends, the sun, the moon, and Dust himself. It was impossible to lose even a single one. Everyone knew their rivals were after both. Lu Chen and the Ancient Sword Dream Guild itself. Back then, they were incredibly famous. And the fastest way for others to claim the crown was by defeating the former king. Everyone wanted to step over their broken bones to climb straight to the top. The guild leader mentioned that just yesterday, someone had sent Lu Chen an official battle invitation on behalf of their rivals. He immediately assumed it came from Candle Dragon. But he planned to reject the match since he knew he simply could not win in his current physical state. But the deputy leader explained that although the challenge was officially posted, things had taken a very bizarre turn. There was no need to withdraw his acceptance because a senior manager of Candle Shadows had already pulled the challenge back and issued a public apology. The young man was stunned, unable to understand why they would ever apologize. His deputy explained that the letter was actually a calculated insult, disguised as a statement claiming that a player like Dust was simply not qualified to compete. They sneered that accepting such a match would only drag down the prestige and value of their top-tier Candle Shadows Guild. Furthermore, they claimed their sudden invite had brought unfair, negative attention to Ancient Sword Dream, which was why they were putting on this fake show of public regret. They offered a mockery of an apology, and the post went absolutely viral. It was shared everywhere, ensuring every single player in the community saw it. Everyone now knew the harsh truth. Lu Chen was completely washed up and broken. Hiding his bitter disappointment behind a calm face, the young man simply forced a smile. He quietly said he would get back to clearing the dungeons. But get this, that petty apology letter was a calculated, coordinated attack. Under this relentless pressure, the reputation of Ancient Sword Dream completely collapsed. Lu Chen's dream of becoming a top-tier professional player was totally shattered. In a final act of defiance, he and his boss burned down 7 Dragon Meadows. Before deleting their accounts and walking away forever, it was their final protest. But with the game gone, he found himself utterly lost with nothing left to do. To pass the time before bed, he booted up his old home computer. The screen took forever to load, matching the sluggish, heavy fog in his mind. Lu Chen felt just as worn out and slow as the outdated machine. Though frustration built up inside him, he quietly waited for the pages to open. When the gaming forum finally loaded, the main headline instantly caught his eye. Word had spread that Ancient Sword Dream had completely disbanded, sparking brutal backlash. Players from the Ancient Sword Dream Guild had completely left the game, and now they were facing thousands of toxic comments and hateful curses. Lu Chen felt utterly exhausted by the endless negativity. If the viewers had not hounded him, he never would have burned down 7 Dragon Meadows. But today, all of this just felt too heavy, and he had no answers left for himself. He wondered why he was browsing the gaming forum again. He really just needed to sleep. As he shut down the computer, his eyes caught a dusty box hiding under the table. For the life of him, he could not recall where it came from or what lay inside. Lu Chen racked his brain until it finally hit him. It was the Heavenly Order helmet. They sent it to him specifically because of his spot in the prestigious Hall of Fame. But honestly, those glory days felt like they belonged to a completely different lifetime. Endless pressure and brutal online harassment had weighed him down for so long. He had actually forgotten he was in the Hall of Fame, but now he could finally unbox it. After all, Heavenly Order was hyped as a masterpiece that would easily surpass Heartache. The developers promised a masterpiece unlike anything they had ever made. It packed an insane number of classes and entirely fresh mechanics. These modes promised pure excitement, fully powered by the advanced helmet. It boasted mind-blowing graphics and hyper-realistic special effects in every single detail. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was none other than his loud, loyal best friend. Dutchin was never afraid to call. Even late at night, he had to check in. Luchin was completely offline, ignoring all texts and leaving his friend in the dark. He was not picking up his phone, and Dutchin wanted some real answers. Luchin quietly had to say it. He was done, no more gaming. He had no plans to join the massive launch of Heavenly Order either. This was despite Dutchin believing they could easily reclaim their lost glory. But Dutchin refused to listen to that garbage. His friend never backed down before. Luchin tried to explain that with his faded skills, he was basically a loser. Dutchin shut him down instantly, threatening to come over and throw a brick at him. How could a legendary rookie who once crushed the Great Park hand just quit like that? He beat the youngest Hall of Fame star, and now he was just folding. Dutchin lost his temper completely, screaming brutally honest words right through the receiver. He yelled that when people mocked you, you do not run, you fight back. Your once proud guild had only 5 members left, and now they were all quitting. Were they weaklings? Luchin could only listen in silence. His friend was entirely right, but the crushing exhaustion was just too much. He was just so sick of the endless mockery. He quietly replied that his mind was blank. He could not process anything right now. Every single login brought a fresh wave of toxicity that finally drove his friends away. Dutchin was absolutely fuming on the other end. He literally wanted to strangle him. Luckily, they were only on the phone. Otherwise, hands definitely would have flown. Dutchin admitted he was utterly disappointed in him. He bluntly called him a coward who was just running away from a fight. Those words crushed Luchin like a ton of bricks. His chest felt incredibly heavy. Life was already suffocating, and now his closest ally was throwing salt in the wound. The one person who always backed him. Suddenly, memories of his first match flashed back. That legendary battle had launched his pro career, full of adrenaline and raw passion. He could still taste the sweet, intoxicating rush of standing on that championship stage. Back then, they hailed him as a king. Then came the public fall from grace. Relentless hate, his guild falling apart, and thousands of disappointed fans. Every single one of his teammates still held a deeply painful place in his heart. He was the one who had reached the absolute peak, so rotting in the gutter was out of the question. Dutchin was completely right about that. With determination, the young man put on his helmet. He was completely ready, and Heavenly Order would be his new stage. This was his chance at rebirth. Luchin activated the helmet right away. Instantly, he felt like he was floating through an endless sea of glowing digital data. The sheer realism of this advanced virtual reality technology absolutely blew his mind. It felt like stepping onto another planet. First stop, the Temple of Guidance. He materialized right in the middle of a massive hall as the loading process finished up. Total realism, the physical sensations here were unbelievably genuine. It felt as though his entire body had been transported to a whole new world. Even the stone pillars felt completely real. Suddenly, a voice welcomed him. The system welcomed him to the Temple of Guidance by his real name, Luchin. A guide appeared, looking just like Wendy from the Peter Pan story. She chimed in to explain that once his registration was officially confirmed, he would secure a spot in the prestigious Region Z Hall of Fame. With that came exclusive privileges, and she asked what name he wanted to use. Keeping his real identity in the game would be a terrible mistake. Luchin knew he needed a clean slate, starting with a brand new username. For his fresh start, he chose the name, Broken Spear Sinking in the Sand. I mean, it sounds a little dramatic, but at least nobody would connect him to his past. Nobody would ever compare him to the old Luchin. He burst out laughing at the thought. He vowed to hone his skills and reclaim his former glory, no matter what. His new name, Broken Spear Sinking in the Sand, actually felt incredibly poetic. The system spirit stared in confusion, unsure if he was happy or deeply upset. She quickly cleared her throat and asked him to select his starting class. 10 different classes popped up, showing a pretty standard lineup of roles. There were swordsmen, archers, mages, healers, and all the usual fantasy choices. Luchin weighed his options, trying to figure out which playstyle would suit him best. Should he go with a swift-mounted knight or a massive, heavy-hitting warrior? Perhaps a deadly archer to pick off targets from a safe distance. The sheer variety had him completely stumped, with every single option looking viable. Ultimately, the young man decided to return to his roots as a classic warrior. Suddenly, an in-game notification popped up with a very strange alert. The system was initiating a blood scan to analyze his physical traits. Talk about a creepy feature, a tiny needle slid out from the helmet. Before Luchin could even process what was happening, a sharp sting hit him. The device was drawing his blood, and soon, the rapid scan began. As the system analyzed him, it checked his core vitals and temperature. Strangely, every single reading came back at half of normal human values. Luchin stared at the results in absolute confusion. Suddenly, everything flashed blood red. Was this expensive helmet actually defective? Blinding pain tore through him as the red warnings flared like a nightmare. It felt as though his real body was being ripped apart, not just his avatar. When the agony finally faded, he anxiously waited to see his assigned class. With a dramatic flourish, the guide prepared to make the grand announcement. Unlocked a hidden class, ready to present it to the player, based on his real-world stats. He got the Death Knight class. This was known as the strongest warrior from Hell, a master of dark power and lord of all night spirits. Lucien stared at his character and thought it was absolutely incredible. The Death Knight class belonged to a special race and looked incredibly cool. Everything seemed perfect. The moment had finally arrived to step into this world, the game. Asked if Broken Spear sinking in sand wanted to start right away. The young man agreed immediately. First, he landed right in the starter village. Vrio, a rundown village for the corpses of chaos. Lucien looked around and could not understand why his starting point looked so dirty, pure trash, but soon, even worse disappointments hit the player. He could not grasp how he became this weird creature. It felt entirely wrong. Where was the epic Death Knight and that gorgeous artwork he saw during installation? Seriously, talk about a major scam. A system notice explained that this tiny skeleton was just his starting form, currently. He had zero flesh or blood, no muscles, just empty space under those ribs. The little skeleton peeked down at his underwear and realized that now he was just a guy with bare iron bones, nothing else. Right then, the first major boss appeared. It was the chief mage of this corpse village. He glared at the tiny skeleton, looking ready to blast him to pieces. In seconds, Nan declared that, as the chief mage of this newbie area, the newly awakened night spirit had to grab a sword and start his journey. He was duty-bound to fight for the reign of the night spirits. Using every ounce of his courage and strength, a system alert popped up to let him know he received some basic beginner gear. Once his first shock wore off, Lucien sat down to check out the item details. It turned out they gave him an old iron sword and a ripped cloak. Still, it was better than nothing. The guy equipped everything and finally looked like a true harbinger of doom. With this gear, his stats had to go up. Lucien opened his character panel. Almost every single attribute was at 0, a total beginner. His stats were practically non-existent, forcing him to start from the very bottom. The archmage asked if the tiny skeleton wanted to get strong. After all, the old mage had plenty of wild tricks to share and was willing to give this newbie a few helpful tips. Lucien figured advice was nice, but he felt pretty suspicious of this creepy mage. He did not know what kind of catch was waiting. The mage just told him to do a quest. Since a meatless skeleton had nothing else of value to trade anyway, Lucien chose the quest to hunt big-eared rabbits. He needed to slay 20 rabbits and gather 5 bundles of rough wool from their paws. He had to bring everything back to the chief mage to claim a solid reward. Slaying some bunnies sounded incredibly easy, even for a frail skeleton, or at least that is what Lucien hoped. He headed straight to the carrot meadows where those monsters usually hung out. They were busy munching on carrots and chewing grass. Lucien dashed right into the middle of them and landed a heavy critical strike. With his rusty sword, this was easy. Getting into the groove of battle, the skeleton kicked off a full-scale rabbit hunt. Suddenly, a new game alert flashed. It showed him where the creature would appear, how long it would take, and how to swing. Everything seemed pretty straightforward and simple, just like playing a regular simulator. But it turned out the rabbits were incredibly fast. On top of that, the creatures could strike back and even deal damage to his skeleton form. Just then, one of the massive rabbits smacked him right in the forehead with its hind paw. Lucien was knocked out cold. He figured he should have struck the rabbit 3 seconds earlier to bypass the delay, but for some reason it just did not work. At that exact moment, a brand new target appeared in the middle of the meadow, and the skeleton prepared to intercept it. However, this rabbit was far from stupid. It leaped high into the air and managed to push right off his heavy sword. Skeleton had not given up hope of completing this quest, but for now he was only swinging and missing, getting repeatedly kicked back by these highly enraged rabbits. Lucien glanced over his stats and realized he was about to get kicked out of the game, but then he finally pinpointed the real issue. The rabbits were not too fast, it was simply that his lag had decreased, meaning everything could finally run like absolute clockwork. But then, the world's #1 swordsman was sent straight back to the respawn point because he was defeated by basic rabbits. Lucien decided his friend Dutchin did not need to know about this, since the whole situation was incredibly awkward. Still, Lucien was amazed that his lag had dropped to just 1 second. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, experiencing a strange enveloping sensation as if he had forgotten something important. Lucien decided he would think about it later, but suddenly, a sports car surrounded by shattering glass fragments flashed deep into his memory. Then, a baseball bat covered in blood appeared before his eyes. He would have to think this through carefully later, and so the player opened his eyes at the spawn point once more. Standing right before him was the second Master Guanu. What did any of this mean for him? After all, the doctor had once told him that damaged nerves could actually regenerate. Perhaps that healing process was already taking place. Lucien figured he needed to find time to visit a hospital for a proper checkup, but for now, while he had the opportunity, he had to hunt down the remaining small rabbits. Lucien set out to hunt again. A tip suggested that striking the weak spot on their neck would inflict massive damage. A series of critical hits followed, and the rabbits fell one after another. Lucien felt that having almost zero lag was an amazing sensation. Playing was incredibly comfortable now, and Lucien really cheered up. He realized that down the line, this lag might disappear completely, meaning he could finally return to normal high-level gameplay. Just then, he sensed some movement and noise. He spun around, and honestly, things just got incredibly weird. Instead of a rabbit, a man was flying straight toward him. Lucien caught him with one hand holding the bruised player. He had no idea who could beat someone this brutally. The young guy was completely unconscious, hanging limply like a broken doll. Lucien looked around to see who had thrown the player at him. Finally, a massive figure stepped forward, holding a giant sword. It was hard to believe, but game rabbits come in all shapes and sizes. Now, the king of these long-eared pests looked absolutely demonic. This was the Lord of the Carrot Meadow, a heavily muscled and angry beast. The player scrambled to run away from this rabbit. Its paws hit way too hard, and then two other players bumped right into each other. Turns out rabbit hunting is the big trend this season. Lu Chen kicks the unlucky players out of his zone and tells them to respawn in peace while he secures their sweet revenge. Now Lu Chen focuses on the brutal boss fight waiting ahead, knowing his reaction speed has slowed down, despite his massive experience in previous titles. The young man feels a sudden rush of nerves and excitement. Lu Chen grips his blade with both hands, bracing for the worst. Right on cue, the Lord of the Carrot Meadow shows up. This incredibly buff monster is wearing brass knuckles on its paws, which might actually be better than facing a giant sword or a spear. Sure, he needs to keep his cool, but this rabbit looks like a straight-up demon. Lu Chen figures this fluffy beast relies on a super-fast close combat style, meaning his absolute best strategy right now is to stay calm and play defense. When the boss strikes, he just has to slip the blow and counter a weak spot. Easy to say, right, but in reality, one clean punch from this beast wipes out a huge chunk of his health. The game drops a hint. Thanks to being undead, this skeleton swordsman can instantly snap his shattered bones back together, but his health points will not recover. That is a cool passive skill, but right now he has to survive this seemingly invincible rabbit. First, Lu Chen needs to test his actual damage output. Unfortunately, the outcome is downright pathetic because his critical strike lands for a measly 8 points of damage. That is practically nothing. On top of that, this fluffy nightmare is not just a heavy hitter, he is also lightning fast with some seriously ridiculous defense. Lu Chen braces himself, desperately trying to figure out how to defeat this absolute unit. Lu Chen barely dodges the incoming strike and spots a perfect opening to slash the monster right in its soft neck. There is no armor under that fur, and for one brief moment, it feels like this strike might actually work. But the rabbit does not take a single scratch. Instead, it crashes straight into a tree, snapping the trunk in half with its head. Lu Chen realizes that if he takes a direct hit like that, his skeleton body will turn to dust. The player realizes that the usual weak spot of these massive rabbits is completely hidden. Under this kingly armor, the beast is insanely strong. Lu Chen glances at his dropping stats, knowing a single slip-up means instant death with his pitiful remaining health. Staring at the massive beast towering over him, our hero can tell this thing is extremely hostile, and right on cue, the rabbit goes completely berserk right before his eyes, as if to prove just how mad it really is. The Rabbit King stomps over to a massive tree and rips it straight out of the dirt by its roots. Lu Chen stands there in utter shock. This monster just yanked the giant willow out of the ground like a tiny twig. There is zero chance this ends well for anyone nearby. Suddenly, the Rabbit King hurls the entire tree straight at his target. Lu Chen braces himself and instantly unleashes his signature sword combo. It could not scratch the rabbit, but it easily shreds the incoming timber. But this boss is far from stupid. Right after throwing the tree, the Rabbit King charges right behind it, ready to unleash a devastating blow. Lu Chen dodged the giant fists, striking back. The damage was pretty minor, but at least he avoided the massive blows. Unfortunately, his missed attack only made things worse. The beast was completely enraged, turning into a muscular powerhouse with long, terrifying fangs. With eyes glowing with pure hatred, the beast charged straight at Lu Chen. He couldn't find a weak spot. A brief distraction caused him to miss his next strike. Luckily, his skeleton body recovered incredibly fast. But right then, a heavy blow slammed into his ribs, shattering his bones to pieces. That painful moment actually made Lu Chen realize how great it was to be a skeleton. He needed a solid plan and fast. Under this pressure, a tactical retreat felt necessary. Slipping inside a nearby tree, Hollow suddenly didn't feel so shameful anymore. But the Rabbit King had absolutely no intention of letting its prey escape that easily. The giant beast approached the Hollow, raising its heavy brass knuckles. The impact was immediate and massive, making the entire trunk creak under pressure. But then the predator got a nasty surprise when its arm got stuck. Thick vines inside the Hollow wrapped tightly around its limb, refusing to let go. Lu Chen peered out from behind the trunk, asking if the beast liked his little gift. Turns out he had carefully lured the giant rabbit into a dead, vine-filled tree. Once those aggressive plants snared an enemy, breaking free was nearly impossible. Sure enough, the boss was struggling hard, even using its other hand to pull. But those stubborn vines held a steel-like grip, completely locking the beast down. In fact, they seemed to be dragging the rabbit even deeper into the tree trunk. To free itself, the monster would have to shatter the entire tree to pieces. Normally, that would be a breeze for a boss, but not today. Lu Chen seized this perfect moment of absolute immobility to strike. He drove his sharp sword directly into the massive beast's glowing eye. That eye was the ultimate weak spot, triggering a massive, devastating critical hit. The Rabbit King absolutely lost it, entering a state of pure, blinding rage. Its attack power skyrocketed, but its speed and defense took a serious hit. That made perfect sense, considering the monster was now half-blind. With its vision impaired, the boss struggled to react or launch proper attacks. Meanwhile, Lu Chen landed brutal critical strikes, and honestly, the damage is beautiful. The moment had finally arrived for the ultimate, finishing blow. Lu Chen bid his foe farewell, cleanly decapitating the giant beast with one swing. A system notification popped up, congratulating him on slaying the giant Rabbit King. He successfully reached level 4 and secured a sweet reward for his victory. Lu Chen was incredibly pleased with how his very first boss fight turned out. But the grind never stops. Now, it was time to check the loot and stats. First up, he obtained a glowing gray-tiered rabbit breastplate. The armor boosted his health and physical defense significantly. He also got a large magic stone, which could be sold for gold. Without wasting any time, Lu Chen immediately equipped his shiny new rabbit breastplate. He finally stopped looking like the incredibly fragile, scrawny skeleton from the start. To make things even better, he received 10 free bonus stat points. These points could be spent to boost his health, mana, strength, or agility. Lu Chen carefully pondered how to allocate them to get the best build possible. Thanks to the breastplate automatically boosting his health pool, our player decided to dump his stat points straight into strength. Lu Chen realized sword wielding skeletons had an amazing growth rate for raw power, but then he suddenly remembered he had not gathered a single hair from those rabbit paws yet, meaning the quest was still unfinished. Once every single task was finally done, he returned to the Archmage to ask for feedback on his performance. The wizard praised the young skeleton, rewarding him with massive experience points, shiny copper coins, and reputation points. Luchin loved these rewards and wanted to take on even more work. His next mission was of medium difficulty, titled Kill the Green Mantis, sending him straight to the Forest of Morning Light to slay 100 mantises, collect their blades, and deliver them to the chief village boss. To prepare, the player asked if he could buy some healing potions for the long battle ahead. Luckily for him, the chief made doubled as a merchant. The old wizard mentioned that night spirits were incredibly rare and versatile creatures, before asking how the young skeleton planned to pay. Luchin then offered up the magic stone he had looted from the king of the big-eared rabbits. Its quality turned out to be surprisingly high. The merchant valued it at 1,500 copper coins, which was a massive haul, motivating our hero to hunt down even more quests. Luchin asked about those healing potions again, and the mage was more than happy to present several great choices that would satisfy him completely. Once the trade was finalized, the merchant smiled and said he hoped to see the skeleton again soon. However, Luchin was not entirely thrilled. After purchasing 20 bottles, he was really hoping for some sort of discount. With preparations finally finished, Luchin set off, heading directly toward the dangerous Forest of Morning Light. Arriving there, he noticed a warning sign posted on the border fence, stating that a mad dragon was nearby, making entry highly illegal. Luchin paused, thinking about the legendary dragon threat and the illegal border crossing ahead, but then decided he was just a simple monster now. Human rules did not apply to him. After walking a short distance into the dark forest, Luchin spotted 2 other players sprinting through the trees. He immediately followed, wanting to identify them. The duo was running for their lives through the dense woods, looking completely terrified and utterly out of breath. One panicked, screaming they were being chased, while his partner yelled to keep pushing and sprint even faster. Luchin watched the brothers with deep amusement, having absolutely no clue what they were doing or what terrifying beast they fled from. Suddenly, one brother spotted a skeleton ahead and panicked, thinking they were done for. A level 5 night spirit blocked the front, while a mad dragon hunted them from behind. Shaking with terror, one of the young men asked what they should do. Still glancing back in panic, they decided to attack the skeleton instead, assuming a level 5 monster would be an incredibly easy target for them. But right then, a flying arrow whistled out from the shadows, piercing the first brother's back. Blood splattered everywhere, and his partner was about to suffer the exact same fate, until a cold, skeletal hand snatched the deadly projectile right in front of his eye. The terrified player stood frozen. He thanks the skeleton for the save, but Lu Chen notes that their luck has completely run out today. Right then, sharp arrows with metal tips come flying straight toward them. The arrows are fast, but their trajectory is entirely predictable. Lu Chen knows that with his current reaction speed, not a single arrow can touch him. He dodges every single one with ease. The sniper archer, Mad Dragon, tries to shoot the skeleton but misses every single shot. The archer fires repeatedly, and his complete inability to land a hit makes him absolutely furious. He cannot believe some random bag of bones has decided to play the hero. Lu Chen does more than just dodge. He forcefully parries one of the ultimate attacks. Clan Blood Explosion. Staring in shock as the skeleton slices his projectile in half, the archer prepares another shot. Surely that was just a fluke. Mad Dragon draws his bow string back once more. But in a flash, Lu Chen slips past the player with terrifying quiet speed. Before the archer can blink, the skeleton is already behind him. He raises his blade to bid the player farewell. A single critical hit is all it takes. Lu Chen quietly notes that archers are still as fragile as ever. Before he can even catch his breath, a very strange noise catches his attention. No regular player could ever make a strange sound like that. It belongs to something else entirely. Those brothers in Mad Dragon were probably clearing the area to surround a boss. Lu Chen slips behind the trees to assess the situation. He stands right at the center of the action, slipping through the cracks. Deep inside the Forest of Morning Light, a player stands high up on a massive branch, quietly watching the battle unfold below. At the foot of the tree, a fierce fight is raging. A group of heavily armed, well-prepared warriors is taking on a monster Their deadly opponent is none other than the Green Mantis King. They have already managed to chip away half of the boss's health. The player on the branch promises to compensate the warriors for their deaths and lost levels. This knight is the head of the Mad Dragon Guild, and he means business. He promises a huge bounty for defeating the boss, plus extra bonuses for those who fight with real passion. Lu Chen quickly does the math on what it takes to slay this mantis. The guild leader must be ridiculously wealthy to throw so much money at a starter boss. Honestly, he is basically trying to buy this entire victory with pure cash. Suddenly, the giant mantis rears back, ready to strike with its razor-sharp claws. The warriors charge forward with a loud battle cry for the glory of the young dragon master. They charge ahead, but their loud battle cries mean absolutely nothing. The furious mantis instantly tears the frontline warriors to pieces with its massive scythes. Lu Chen watches in awe, realizing the monster deals absolutely terrifying damage. This boss is definitely on another level compared to the big-eared Rabbit King. It is highly doubtful the remaining guild members can even hold out until the end. Yet their stubborn master demands they keep fighting, shouting at them to maintain their positions. They must coordinate their positions, hold the line, and never stop. Listening to these commands, Lu Chen thinks this strategy is incredibly foolish. It is a brainless tactic that will only lead to massive casualties. It is all way too reckless. He does a quick recalculation of the ridiculous cost to compensate for all these deaths. By his calculations, the numbers were just insane, totally incomprehensible. Why anyone would drive their own men to such extremes, the strikes came relentlessly. One after another without stopping, it even looked like the Mantis King was finally starting to lose some health. In the end, these warriors would wear him down by exhausting all his strength, but at the same time the beast kept restoring its health and launching fresh attacks. The warriors were falling, but their commander ordered them to ignore the deaths and keep pushing forward. Another massive volley of arrows rained down on the beast, slowly but surely. The monster was about to go down. The Mad Dragon Guild leader was pretty satisfied. He praised the archers for doing a solid job, adding that once the boss was down to just 1 health point, all the fighters had to stop attacking so he could deliver the final blow himself. With this selfish strategy, no wonder the guy had already reached level 10. He pocketed half the experience points for the kill while throwing massive amounts of cash at his guild members as compensation, but suddenly things took a sharp turn. Massive mantis started sprouting extra limbs and growing even taller. Oh, here we go, the king of the green mantises just went berserk. He grew 7 sharp, blade-like legs, boosting his speed and attack power massively. Incredibly, the players of the Dragon Guild were actually thrilled by this. The greedy guys realized they could squeeze out way more compensation money now. They hyped each other up to chip away as much health as possible. With so many players throwing their lives away, the casualties did not even matter. Before long, the beast's health points were rapidly dropping close to 0. The leader yelled to keep going, urging them to use their lives to secure him the final blow. Pretty soon, the boss had only 3 health points remaining. This was the moment both Lu Chen and the leader decided to make their move. The Dragon Guild leader lunged forward with his spear. Grinning as he prepared to pierce the beast, he thought his timing was perfect. But right next to the crippled mantis, the leader spotted a strange skeleton. He demanded to know who it was. Honestly, this sudden intrusion completely annoyed him. He had spent way too much money to share the loot with anyone. Lu Chen calmly replied that he was just a passing traveler who had stopped by to seek some justice for all the players forcibly sent here. The leader scoffed, telling him to stop acting like some righteous hero. He knew the skeleton had been hiding, waiting to steal the boss kill. Lu Chen just shrugged, saying he was only there to clean up the environment. Of course, he left out the part about taking the boss reward for himself. Right then, the furious Mantis King struck, forcing Lu Chen to dodge a massive swinging claw. At the exact same time, the guild leader decided to eliminate this annoying intruder once and for all, without warning. The leader's sharp spear thrust straight toward Lu Chen's skull. Talk about dirty. But a cheap shot like that was never going to go unpunished. Lu Chen countered instantly, his blade slicing clean through the leader's body. He calmly looked down, advising the arrogant Dragon Guild leader to go practice his spear techniques a whole lot more next time. Forget money, Lu Chen used sheer skill. The Dragon Lord never expected this. He was furious. How could a lowly skeleton dare steal his hard-earned loot? Lu Chen knew this stunt put a massive target directly on his back. Rivals were coming. He had to act fast and slay the boss immediately. Turning to the weakened Mantis King, Lu Chen coldly told him his time was up. No mercy, the skeleton forced the giant green Mantis King out of rage mode. The monster fell instantly from its berserk state into a completely weakened phase. Taking down its remaining health points required absolutely no effort at all. His character, broken spear sinking in sand, finally landed the fatal, crushing blow. No reward, instead, a system warning flashed right in front of his eyes. Danger, his physical health was too low, forcing an automatic logout. His hard-earned experience and rare boss loot were safely saved in his account. Sitting back, Lu Chen rubbed his neck in complete and utter confusion. Why was he kicked offline immediately after winning such an epic battle? It made no sense. Suddenly, a heavy pounding shook his front door. Baffling, who could possibly be banging on his door at this hour? Opening it, Lu Chen found his best friend standing there looking extremely anxious. His friend, Du Chuan, had rushed over after getting 0 replies to texts. But seeing Lu Chen up close made Du Chuan freeze in terror. Something was horribly wrong. The sheer panic in his eyes was unmistakable. Du Chuan pointed a trembling finger, completely unable to form a coherent sentence. He just screamed, "Zombie, help me," he kept yelling in panic. Lu Chen tried to calm him down, laughing off the crazy zombie nonsense. Yet his own reflection showed dark, decaying spots covering his pale face. Shaking, Du Chuan held up his phone so Lu Chen could see himself. Look, once he saw his own face, the zombie panic made sense. Lu Chen stared back in absolute horror, his heart dropping instantly. Du Chuan stammered that those decaying spots only appeared on dead bodies. They were spreading way too fast. They needed to get to a hospital. Now, right this second, even in the dead of the night. Lu Chen tried to argue that this could not possibly be livor mortis. Suddenly, a sharp, stabbing headache hit his brain like a lightning bolt. Paralyzed, he could not move as violent convulsions gripped his entire body. The two boys rushed straight to the city hospital emergency room. There, the chief physician confirmed the horrifying spots were indeed livor mortis. The doctor was Du Chuan's father. He immediately ordered urgent blood tests. They had to run deeper examinations before drawing any final conclusions. The results were bizarre. It seemed completely impossible in the real world. Both boys waited in tense silence, desperate to hear what the test showed. The doctor sighed, trying to explain a phenomenon he had never seen before. This was entirely new ground. However, one terrifying detail was absolutely clear. Lu Chen's blood carried a virus defying all biological laws. Calling it a zombie virus sounded way too far-fetched, yet nothing else fit. Strangest of all, the virus did not actually destroy healthy cells. Instead, it repaired damaged ones, but his young body was being overwhelmed. Inside his body, the virus was slowing down his blood circulation, which triggered some incredibly bizarre symptoms. The blood was flowing so slowly that it pooled near the skin, instead of circulating normally through his veins like it should in healthy people. This pooling was exactly what caused the livor mortis, and, worst of all, the doctor discovered his circulation rate was still dropping. By the minute, the second his blood completely stops flowing, Lu Chen will die. Fortunately, the doctor noted that modern medical science has come quite far, and they could easily find a way to artificially pump his blood throughout his body. For now, he recommended a quick CT scan to check for any other internal damage from the virus. He then asked if the boy had noticed any bizarre feelings or strange events lately. Lu Chen instantly remembered the locked doors he had bypassed, but kept that to himself. He simply claimed that everything was totally normal, leaving the medical team completely baffled about where this mysterious virus had even originated from. Soon they all headed down to the scanner room, where the young man settled in for the test. Once they had some privacy, Xu Shang quietly asked his father if he thought Lu Chen was holding back some secrets, or knew what actually caused his condition. The doctor explained he just wanted to see if Lu Chen genuinely blocked out the trauma of what happened. It could easily be a mental defense mechanism kicking in. The kid was likely dealing with PTSD, making him forget entire blocks of his recent past. Frankly, looking at Lu Chen's current flow rate, he should have suffered a massive stroke or even dropped dead by now. Yet somehow, despite this incredibly grim situation, he was walking around and looking perfectly fine, Shushan felt sick to his stomach with worry. For his best friend, completely unable to process how this was even possible. Lu Chen slid into the machine and immediately began to doze off, wrapped in a cozy warmth that let him relax. As the scanning process started, the doctor decided to step out briefly, telling his son to keep a close watch on his friend, but the moment his father closed the door, Shushan let out a terrified scream. Dr. Du sprinted right back inside to see what went wrong. He threw the door open and scolded his son for shouting in a hospital at dead of night, but Shushan urgently waved him over to take a closer look at his patient. Lu Chen looked entirely different now. The ghastly livor mortis had completely vanished, leaving even the experienced doctor at a total loss. Lu Chen explained that the warm feeling from the scan had spread, and now any traces of fatigue or pain were totally gone. Completely speechless, the doctor grabbed the young man's face to inspect it under the light. It was absolutely unreal. His skin looked completely healthy and perfectly clear. Every single blemish had disappeared. Even the young man's pupils reacted perfectly. The doctor figured that the radiation must have triggered this recovery. Dr. Du was practically acting like a thrilled kid, jumping and dancing around the room, cheering that the cadaveric spots had fully cleared up without single trace. Once he caught his breath, the doctor excitedly declared that they had to rush to the lab to run a fresh blood panel right away. 3 grueling hours of tests had already passed. He was exhausted. The exams were still going, enough to drain even a perfectly healthy person. Lu Chen was squeezed dry like a lemon, completely wiped out by now. He felt as though the doctor wanted to dissect him, to run experiments on every piece. Shushan felt absolute sympathy for his friend, never expecting things to go this far. He never imagined his own father would drain this much blood. Brutal. The doctor confirmed that X-ray radiation was successfully slowing down the progression of the virus. But the lab technicians were still testing which exact wavelength would yield the best results. They needed to pinpoint the optimal setting to safely continue with his treatment. After giving Lu Chen a strange liquid to drink, they tucked him into rest. His friend was a total wreck, so Shushan took him straight home. Left alone, Lu Chen lay on the couch and carefully inspected his own body. Surprisingly, he found 0 side effects. Absolutely nothing seemed wrong with him. But wait, right about then, Shushan returned from the store with a strange look. He mentioned seeing an incredibly gorgeous girl in a sports car parked right outside. She was accompanied by a massive bodyguard, and she wore a bandana. Since Shushan loved photographing everything, he had actually managed to snap a quick picture. He showed Lu Chen the photo of the mysterious girl who arrived in that flashy car. She was certainly cute, but her massive bodyguard looked extremely alert, watching everything. It was clear he didn't trust a single soul, closely watching the entire neighborhood. Staring closely at the bodyguard, the young man studied his features with growing dread. He suddenly realized this man was the boss. Total shock. Chain snapped, a monster broke free. Lu Chen remembered it all. Lu Chen remembered that terrifying night, right before he contracted the strange, painful infection. It all traced back to his very first encounter with that in-game boss. In fact, it seemed Lu Chen had actually died right then. He recognized the girl too. She was Hai Yui, leader of the legendary Ancient Sword Guild. Before he could explain any of this to Shushan, a sudden knock interrupted them. A booming voice from the other side shouted that Hai Yui had arrived. For some reason, Shushan got a bad feeling. This spelled instant trouble. He turned to ask his friend what on earth he did last night. But Shushan decided not to overthink it, since the two of them knew each other. He figured they could just talk face to face, so he headed toward the door. Shushan almost reached the handle. Then Lu Chen let out a scream. He lunged forward to stop his friend, knowing opening that door was a terrible mistake. But Shushan had already grabbed the knob, thinking there was no need to panic. He grumbled to himself about someone pounding on the door so early in the morning. Too late, the door swung open and a figure shoved him aside. The girl told him to get lost and stay out of her way as she entered. Hai Yui stormed right in, loudly calling out Lu Chen's name while Shushan stood frozen. He was completely spellbound by her stunning looks, staring with his mouth wide open. She quickly scanned the place, claiming she heard Lu Chen's voice and demanding to see him. Shushan stammered that she must have the wrong apartment because Lu Chen wasn't there. Completely ignoring his excuses, Hai Yui pushed past him to search the rooms. Pushing past him, she searched room by room, determined. She had to find Lu Chen, period, slamming open another door. Aya stepped inside, screaming that she would find him right. Now Lu Chen was inside the closet, desperately avoiding a confrontation. He had told his friend to keep her out, but she stood right in front of the closet, declaring she knew exactly where Lu Chen was. Hiding, she could not understand why he was avoiding her, especially since she was genuinely worried. Slowly, she reached out and grabbed the closet door handle. Sharon suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs that Lu Chen was dead. Zaya froze in place, hot tears welling up in her eyes. It was impossible. Lu Chen could not be dead. Surely there was some mistake, but Sharon insisted that if she doubted him, she could go to the city morgue for a death certificate. Devastated, she immediately bolted from the apartment. He quickly locked the door and faced his worried friend. Asking if they did the right thing, Lu Chen quietly replied that at the hospital he had naively hoped that radiation therapy would make him normal again, but now he remembered the truth of what actually happened. He was not even sure if he was alive. He did not want to give Zaya false hope just to tear it away. Despair was much better. It would be easier for her this way, and certainly far less painful. Sharon was losing his mind, getting more and more confused by his friend. Sharon demanded a full, immediate explanation of what happened last night. Lu Chen sighed, explaining that he was actually buried alive. The previous afternoon, he went to meet Zaya, expecting a friendly hangout. He never expected to be meeting with the high-ranking guild vice president. This gorgeous, wealthy vice president handed him some rare gear and invited him to her new studio. There, she confessed her feelings for Lu Chen openly, but he rejected her. See, Lu Chen had a slow reaction time, a 3-second delay, and refused to let her waste her precious time on him. Still, she insisted on driving him home, but on the way, they got into a terrible crash. Her fierce rival for the vice presidency realized he was going to lose, so he set a deadly trap. The gang was heavily armed. To save her, Lu Chen blew up the gas tank. Using the massive explosion as cover, he carried her out of the hot zone. Zaire had suffered a mild concussion and was completely knocked out. Lu Chen quickly tossed her onto a passing tractor to get her to safety. He stayed behind to draw the gangsters away from her, but once they realized their target had escaped, they unleashed their absolute rage on Lu Chen. They beat the young man within an inch of his life, assuming he was dead. After venting their anger, the thugs dragged his body out to a burial mound. This desolate graveyard sat in the northern part of the city. There, Lu Chen was thrown in a pit and buried alive, but he survived. He had a stubborn will to live, even in that dark grave. Fortunately, fate spared him as a sudden, heavy downpour began to fall. The torrential rain became his ultimate salvation. It thoroughly soaked the heavy dirt, loosening the soil until Lu Chen could finally claw his way back to the surface. Under the ground, he wandered like a zombie. No memories remained. Slowly, the intense pain began to fade away as he walked. He woke up inside his lobby, completely healed of any injuries. Only his shredded clothes remained, hinting at the wild ordeal he survived. A giant virus must have infected his body under the grave, giving him incredible strength. Or maybe he contracted a terrible zombie disease while buried. Lu Chen asked his best friend Xin for his honest thoughts. Am I even alive or already dead? Xin looked incredibly worried. He explained that the mysterious burial mound of chaos held too many dark secrets. They needed to go there. Lu Chen immediately agreed, wanting real answers. Honestly, you cannot blame him for wanting to uncover the real truth here. But the very second he tried to stand up, extreme weakness completely overcame him. Xin told him to rest and eat first while he went out. Xin promised he would not go to the burial mound alone. Instead, he had to visit the hospital regarding the forged death certificate of Lu Chen. Plus, Dr. Du wanted the gaming helmet brought over immediately. Xin entered the office of his father, carrying the boxed helmet. He was shocked to find a crowd of elderly professors waiting inside. Meanwhile, Lu Chen sat entirely alone in his apartment, grabbing a pen to calculate his budget. His gaming income was completely gone, leaving him broke. He needed to earn some serious money now to support his retired father. While writing down these expenses, he suddenly heard the front door click open. It was his friend Xin, who had finally returned to the apartment. Lu Chen walked out and stared in absolute shock at the hallway. Xin stood there completely surrounded by a massive pile of suitcases. Without even asking, the guy casually announced he was moving in. Lu Chen objected immediately, pointing out there was only one bed. Sheen brushed it off, pointing out the living room sofa was perfectly comfortable. Lu Chen joked that he apparently required a full-time personal caregiver now. Sheen just laughed, proving he is the ultimate ride-or-die friend. The real truth was simpler. Sheen wanted to put his friend at ease. He assured Lu Chen that he was not dying anytime soon. Then he showed him a folder containing the medical test results. The health report confirmed that the vital signs of Lu Chen were completely normal. Sheen admitted that he could not believe the results at first. But the top professors ran comparative tests to double-check. There was zero room for doubt. Sheen carefully set the helmet back down. He mentioned that sequencing this giant virus was an absolute massive project. It was so huge that his father had to call in elite, outside medical experts. Soon, legendary medical masters from all over joined the research team. A world-class research force was quickly assembled to analyze the situation. With one call, these medical giants completely locked down the entire area. The burial mound of chaos instantly became a heavily guarded military zone. Within just half a day, the brilliant professors uncovered the deep secret. Right under the burial mound of chaos lies an ancient network of tombs. The tomb was traced back to the end of the Han Dynasty, it seemed somehow connected to Yagwan, though the exact details would require further excavations. Many strange relics had already been uncovered, but the secrets remained buried. Suddenly, cadaver fluid began leaking from the newly discovered ancient tombs. Tests revealed that this fluid contained a virus, with DNA matching the one inside. Lu Chen's own body. It turned out the boy carried a prehistoric viral strain. Jason explained that the entire medical discovery had now been officially documented. The virus harvested from Lu Chen's frozen corpse was even named after him. The young man actually liked the name and immediately began reviewing the reports. While he studied, Jason took advantage of the moment to unpack and get comfortable. He fully intended to make himself right at home in the apartment. Lu Chen wanted to understand why the files only listed basic viral traits. There were no detailed explanations, but these top professors were busy. They probably had not had enough time to write a complete report in one day. Once their research wrapped up, the documentation would definitely be expanded. Right now, the only confirmed trait was the virus's incredible regenerative ability. It constantly worked to repair Lu Chen's cells, making him stronger. While it stabilized his physical condition, it also slowed his blood flow. This caused a mild intoxication, decreased his heart rate, and strained his organs. These severe side effects were the major downside of his infection. Lu Chen was honestly surprised that the doctors had not tried to lock him up. In truth, the professors desperately wanted to keep him under 24-hour surveillance. But Dr. Du insisted they needed to respect Lu Chen's personal freedom and opinions. Still, they had uncovered something massive, so a basic study was necessary. If he was not careful, he might end up as a lab rat later. For now, Lu Chen felt fine, as the virus had already saved him 3 times. The cell regeneration was the only reason he had returned from the dead. The virus's unique DNA also helped him avoid becoming a helpless lab rat. Even better, the delay in his neural impulses had decreased, which was incredible. Now Lu Chen's reaction speed was near normal. Jason was absolutely thrilled for him. He leaped up, grabbed a gaming helmet, and urged Lu Chen to log in right away. He wanted his friend to log in and test his new speed inside the virtual world. If the virus repaired body cells, it should logically fix brain nerves too. Jason explained that his father, Dr. Du, had built something special into the helmet. A built-in system was ready, and they really needed to test it out. Lu Chen's new helmet would emit targeted radiation to suppress the dangerous virus. This completely eliminated the need for boring daily visits to the local clinic. Beside the helmet, the doctors provided a smart bracelet to monitor his health. It served as a vital monitor, reading Lu Chen's conditions in real time. This streamed directly to the hospital. However, Lu Chen still needed to undergo a complete physical examination every week for the full picture. Lu Chen put the bracelet on his wrist, and a red line immediately lit up around the perimeter of the device as the young man watched in total surprise. The bracelet began emitting gentle energy waves, exactly how it was designed. Jason silently watched his best friend with deep concern, realizing that something felt entirely wrong. An ambulance stood parked right outside Lu Chen's apartment building. Dr. Du demonstrated how to toggle the bracelet, warning them against another shock. That red line in shock could not happen again. Shazan felt utterly ashamed. He had forgotten the basic steps to set up the device properly. And because of his carelessness, this whole disaster had happened. Shazan burst into tears. Lu Chen quickly defended his friend, arguing that he had worked tirelessly all day. Dr. Du said he would explain things simply to his son back home. But for now, he wanted to personally guide Lu Chen on how the device worked. It tracks vital signs in real time. A red line warns of heart issues, which triggers automatic first aid. A blue alert indicates lung problems, which prompts a shot of adrenaline. Meanwhile, green alerts point to blood issues, triggered by a virus. Strangely, Lu Chen's biological readings differed from normal people. Shazan adjusted the settings before handing over the band. That red line fired a sharp shock to kickstart heart activity. Dr. Du urged him not to panic. He was fully prepared to reach Lu Chen within 30 minutes if needed. If the young man ever left the city limits, his vitals required a strict pre-check. Lu Chen realized his freedom was now strictly confined to the city limits. Major compromise on the part of his medical team. Finally, the young men walked the doctor out to his car, waving goodbye with promises to stay in touch. If any issues popped up, Lu Chen mentioned the newly calibrated helmet system. The doctor modified the X-ray and he wanted to test it. Shazan asked for his game ID to add him online. Lu Chen revealed he had changed his handle, only to find his friend had done the exact same. They decided to reveal their new names together. Broken spear sinking in the sand sounded incredibly heavy. Next to unparalleled master, Shazan truly believed he deserved that epic title. No one was going to argue with that. Lu Chen urged him to hurry up and download the client so they could jump online together. Lu Chen watched his buddy walk off, promising himself he would guide him through the game, showing him the ropes and turning him into a genuine, unparalleled master. Now watch. Lu Chen eagerly slips his helmet on, desperate to check his stats. With the gear booted up, the newly modified X-ray system hummed to life. Everything seemed perfect. Broken spear sinking in the sand was officially back online. He claimed his brand new green jungle blade, finding himself suddenly spawned right inside a nest of giant green mantises. He had no idea how he spawned here. Perhaps his login coordinates were bound to the weapon. Lu Chen decided to test the blade's power on a nearby tree. The result was absolutely stunning. This mantis den was swarming with vicious beasts, ready to shred anything in their path. They crawled through the narrow tunnels, led by an enormous bloodthirsty mantis. Lu Chen quickly realized his new Blackstone weapon was incredibly sharp. A single casual strike sliced a massive trunk clean in two. Armed with this, he could fight with total confidence. Lu Chen watched the beasts, wondering how his blade would perform against their thick shells. Right on cue, several massive insects closed in on him. The timing was perfect, no sense in holding back. Lu Chen immediately unleashed a devastating critical strike, completely destroying the target. This legendary weapon made combat feel entirely effortless. Suddenly, Lu Chen spun around and spotted the mantis was practically right up against him, having crept up quietly from behind. It prepared to strike, but Lu Chen swung first with all his might. The monster's jaw barely cracked. Lu Chen, however, remained completely unharmed. He kept swinging his sword, slicing through enemies in a long, tedious grind. The companion skeleton turned to the beasts, knowing they just didn't get it. It signaled the mantis to swarm him all at once, and they readily agreed. These bugs were pretty strong, though nowhere near the level of Lu Chen. For a brief second, the young man actually felt a spark of fear. This massive crowd rushed him all at once, but why delay the inevitable? Better to deal with this pack quickly, wipe them out together. Once these creatures were dead, the quest would wrap up in minutes. With the fight over, Lu Chen paused to pull up his stats. He felt pretty good, even though he was still weaker than before his illness. Then out of nowhere, a strange voice suddenly called out his name. Calling him the broken spear drowning in sand, Lu Chen wondered who it was. The speaker was the undead judge, the strongest of their kind, summoned by contract. His true power was a mystery, and Lu Chen hoped he wouldn't cause trouble. The mighty judge claimed he had successfully located the immortal player. Unfurling a massive scroll, the dark entity began to read aloud. He declared the court in session, waving his brush to write down words. Honestly, anyone would wonder what kind of crazy situation he just stepped into. Soon the judge finished his sketch and handed the paper over to him. It was a wanted poster targeting the broken spear stuck in the sand. The bounty promised a reward of 250 coins for his head. Put up by a player named Dragon Slayer, anyone could claim the reward. Lu Chen was absolutely furious when he realized what was happening. Dragon Slayer wanted him driven out of the game, but they would see who quit first. Lu Chen tore the wanted poster to shreds. Right then, system alerts confirmed his quest was finally complete. Having reached level 10, he could return to the starter village for a class change. Just then, a friend request popped up from the unrivaled master. Shuren immediately messaged him, asking why everyone was suddenly hunting him down again. Shuren grew deeply concerned when Lu Chen told him no. Now, anyone seeing that bounty would view him as easy prey. Countless players were eager for his head, though Lu Chen remained unfazed. Shuren urged him to check the global chat immediately to see the chaos. Opening the chat, Lu Chen saw exactly what his friend meant. The entire server was actively hunting him down, prompting Shuren to ask what now. Lu Chen stayed calm, let them come, he would welcome them with open arms. After all, he spent the past year being hunted around the clock anyway. Surviving constant threats had simply become his daily routine. Annoying, sure, but he occasionally loved messing with them. Whenever combat grew boring, he would play dead or act like a mob. He even used alternate accounts to infiltrate enemy guilds and boss lairs. Shuren listened in awe, finally realizing just how crazy his friend was. Just how brutally difficult his fate had been. Over the past year, Lu Chen had mastered the painful art of shedding blood and tears, and now he was ready to show his results. Lu Chen snapped a photo and sent it to his friend, the unrivaled master player. Asking him to spread it to the entire community, he needed everyone to know that Lu Chen was active in the Forest of Morning Light, drawing players in while he completed his class change. He pulled his hood low over his face and even crafted some camouflage out of nearby leaves. For a pro, this was basic stuff. Camouflage was absolutely crucial. Right on cue, every online player received an urgent system notification, featuring a photo and the exact coordinates of their target. Now the hunt was on. They realized the target was hiding in the Forest of Morning Light and rushed straight there to collect their reward, but as they ran past a giant boulder, it stood up and started walking. His top-tier camouflage technique had completely fooled them. Once Lu Chen made it past the wasteland, he would find the hidden cemetery that the chief mage of the starting village had mentioned, right outside the city of Fubin was the Hanbin Cemetery, home to the legendary immortal swordsman. Shuren delivering the letter meant his novice skeleton would be accepted by the disciples. This dark zone belonged entirely to night spirits. If a regular human faction player dared to enter, they were instantly flagged as a hostile enemy. But Lu Chen ran straight inside, knowing his new physical form changed everything. Things were bound to play out quite differently for an undead like him. Ever since the Dragon Lord realized Lu Chen was a skeleton, guards were stationed to protect the graveyard. Now he just had to slip through the canyon. Lu Chen decided to scout the area first and count his potential enemies. Perched high on a rocky peak, he looked down. If the numbers were low, he could take them alone. If not, he would need to cause some chaos and sneak past. The Hanbin Cemetery seemed like a typical abandoned graveyard. Just graves, bones, and massive black crows. An archer named All-Seeing scanned the perimeter and reported that the coast was clear. Standing guard, Night Sea Dragon muttered that they were still waiting there, wondering why 4 elite players had to camp out for a single skeleton. One teammate joked that their employer, the Dragon Slayer, was being way too generous and wasting serious cash on this. Meanwhile, Mini Mountain Tide just sat quietly, treating this like a routine job. Suddenly, All-Seeing spotted some movement, quickly warning the party that their target had arrived. The group finally stirred and prepared themselves for an immediate battle. Lu Chen walked calmly into the graveyard, silently counting the players waiting for him. Just 4 targets in total, the perfect chance to wipe them all out. The hostile players turned toward the skeleton, telling him to just accept his fate and stop wasting their precious time. Lu Chen noted that only their archer posed any real threat from a distance, so he prepared to close the gap quickly. He asked them if they wanted to talk first, but they scoffed at the idea. Talk? No way. After all, he did not negotiate when he stole their boss and slaughtered their leader. Now the players prepared to attack. While waiting for the undead to step closer, Lu Chen remarked that their guild must be rich. These guys were powerful, meaning a tiny skeleton like him should just run away. Maybe they would show mercy and let him pass, but they had other plans. Giving him a class change, no way, they had a job to do. They had to wipe out the undead once and for all. The archer drew her bow. Ready to fire at any second, Luchin just sighed, saying killing him would take too long. The players refused to let him go. This creature had insulted and humiliated their guild. Luchin just shrugged, maybe he did offend someone. He acted a bit too cocky. The swordsman noted that if the skeleton made it to the graveyard in one piece, it proved he had some skills. But compared to their squad, he still paled in comparison. Their guild had elite players ready to clash with powerhouse groups like Shadow of the Candle. Luchin kept talking, slowly closing the distance. He trembled as he walked, playing the part of a terrified victim. When they mentioned Shadow of the Candle, the skeleton couldn't help but laugh. He mocked them, claiming they stood absolutely zero chance against such a guild. They were ready to tear him apart. They moved in, completely surrounding the skeleton. Just as they closed the gap, Luchin sat down, tired of their boring chatter. It was time to show these fools their own sheer ignorance. The archer snapped, calling him too cocky, and fired an arrow point blank. And get this, absolutely nothing happened to his body. They gaped in pure shock. Luchin suddenly struck, dealing massive critical damage. He mocked the front row archer, calling their coordination a joke. The group finally realized this monster was on a completely different level. Luchin called them idiots for just standing there while the enemy closed in. They had been standing in a daze. Now, reality was hitting them hard. The swordsman quickly rallied his team, shouting at them to stay calm. It was 3 against 1. A simple skeleton could never change classes here. They quickly surrounded the undead from every possible angle. Everyone lunged simultaneously, confident this monster had no way to defend himself. But Luchin dodged effortlessly, landing quick strikes and mocking their lack of support. The female swordswoman leaped high, activating her deadly assassin blade. She raised the weapon high, aiming to crush the skeleton with one blow. Luchin saw right through the amateur ambush. This was almost too easy. They lunged together, aiming for one final blow. Luchin tried to raise his shield to block, but his timing was slightly off. Yet he noticed something incredible. His reaction speed was actually getting faster. He needed to back off, but a massive axe suddenly caught his sword. The weapon was ripped away, landing right in the hands of his enemies. They smiled, thinking it was over, but watch how he completely flips the script. Bare fists would have to do. In just a few days, he would be unstoppable. But first, he needed to finish these fools off and secure his class rotation. The players slowly realized this entire battle was turning into a complete nightmare. This skeleton was a monster, far stronger than any mob they had ever faced. Feeling completely desperate, the tank activated Earth's Wrath to boost his attack. But before he could even charge, a devastating blow cut him down. One brutal, incredibly heavy strike deals colossal critical damage, dropping the enemy tank completely dead. Heavy and completely immobile, the enemy swordsman freezes in total, helpless, horrified shock. His tank is completely shattered. He is next. He desperately begs to negotiate, but Luchin completely refuses. He drives his sharp steel blade straight through his opponent's head, showing zero mercy. No pointless chatter. The entire rapid response unit is completely wiped out. But the peace will not last. The rest of the Mad Dragon Guild will arrive soon. Better to finish the job quickly. Nearby, the fallen swordsman slowly respawns. He shivers, realizing how close he came to absolute, permanent death. Suddenly, Luchin stands right behind the guy, watching him. He calmly asks the trembling player how he managed to respawn right where he died. Luchin suspects the guy is hiding some kind of rare resurrection potion under his gear. The player stammers that high-level fighters respawn right at the coordinates of their death. This means once Luchin hits level 15, he will have to be even more careful. It would be an absolute nightmare if greedy players set up camp right over his dead body. The resurrected player begs for permission to leave, claiming he has explained every single detail. Luchin laughs, asking why this incredibly arrogant punk suddenly became so timid and scared. He was bragging earlier, but now the pathetic player is just throwing a massive tantrum. He whines that their entire group of 4 lost. Just then, his screen flashes. He suddenly receives an incoming guild challenge from the powerful head of the Dragon Slayer Guild. The kid wants to ignore it, but the terrifying undead demands he quickly accept the incoming call. Luchin taps the screen with his long, creepy finger. The guild leader immediately barks orders, saying he has their location. He orders his terrified assistant to keep the undead busy and stall him. Luchin personally cuts in with a cold laugh. He tells the leader that the scouts waiting at the cemetery are very persistent. Just like their leader, the dragon slayer freezes in total shock. He suddenly realizes he is speaking directly to his archenemy with the massive bounty. Luchin confirms his identity and calmly delivers the bad news. He explains that he has already taken care of every single player waiting for him there. Now he is perfectly ready to wait at the cemetery for the guild leader to arrive. The leader is furious, but Luchin keeps mocking him, absolutely brutal. He provokes the boss, calling him weak before making a final threat. He promises to slaughter this trembling player, once again, right in front of everyone watching. The terrified player begs his leader for help, terrified of losing a level. Dying again will ruin his progress, so the guild leader screams to stop. But his frantic warnings are completely useless, and the phone call suddenly cuts off as he strikes. The survivor is dead. The shocked guild leader and his friends freeze. They cannot believe the cold-blooded execution they just witnessed on the screen. It is clear that once again, the ultimate decision is made to slaughter the arrogant undead. The leader takes his elite squad to the cemetery, sending others to spawn points. Meanwhile, Luchin perches high up on a massive tree branch, quietly waiting. He keeps a close eye on the graveyard, waiting for his killers to arrive. Suddenly, a surprise attack flashes through the air, and a spear pierces him. With the undead pinned, the furious dragon lord immediately orders his archers to open fire. The mage unleashed continuous fire, turning the tree into a charred, blackened stick. Explosions erupted all around as flames raged, making any escape absolutely impossible. The dragon lord grinned, deeply pleased and certain this blast would settle the score. He was ready to crush the undead who dared provoke his guild until everything changed. Suddenly, notifications flashed. Every human player inside the cemetery was now a target. They were officially marked as public enemies by the dreaded Night Spirits Patrol Squad. The Dragon Lord stared at the screen in pure shock, completely blindsided. He had no idea this patrol even existed. Just then, a booming voice echoed. The voice barked that they dared trespass on their territory and strike their commander. Worse yet, they had ruined the precious outfit given by the patrolman's brother, Skeel. Panic set in as they realized it was a setup, leaving them facing total annihilation. There was only bloody atonement and endless respawns ahead. Their end was close. Being marked at maximum threat level meant certain death, leaving no room for escape. They wanted to fight back, but raw panic completely shattered their defenses. The patrol leader declared that every marked target would be wiped out. With a wave of his hand, he began raising the dead to join the slaughter. Terrified, the Dragon Lord bolted, running for his life while recording the horrific scene. He did not dare look behind him. Nearby, an immense wave of skeletal soldiers emerged. The relentless undead army began butchering the trapped players with absolute fury. Their singular, bloody mission was to purge every living human from these graveyard grounds. The captain commanded his skeletal horde to slaughter everyone while he personally charged ahead. His target was the Dragon Lord, who was desperately trying to call in backup. Hearing about incoming human reinforcements only made the cruel undead captain grin wider. More humans showing up simply meant more fresh bodies for them to tear apart. The furious leader felt that crushing just a handful of players would never satisfy him. The graveyard truly turned into a meat grinder as the undead ripped the players apart. Skeletons bludgeoned them with heavy bones and tore their digital flesh to shreds. No one was left breathing. The captain commanded his forces to bleed them repeatedly. It would drain their levels down to 14 before finally kicking them out. Meanwhile, Luchin watched from behind a gravestone, wondering how he pulled off this master stroke. Let us rewind. He was absolutely thrilled. A while back, Luchin had rushed over to the starting town. He tracked down a local merchant, looking for outfits identical to his own gear. After purchasing 10 matching sets, he quickly made his way back to the graveyard. He secured a meeting with the legendary captain of the Night Spirits Patrol Squad. Luchin immediately began buttering him up, claiming the captain was his absolute hero. He spun a sob story, saying he came from a distant, humble village. But that village was famous for premium tailoring, and he brought a special gift. Flattered, the captain instantly took a liking to this clever little skeleton. He gladly put on the stylish clothes, standing tall and feeling incredibly proud. Captain Fat boasted about his elite status as a member of the Night Spirits. They were proud of being the most repulsive Decaridan faction in existence. Luchin then asked if he could sketch the captain's majestic, imposing figure. He claimed he wanted to preserve this legendary moment forever, easily gaining approval. Luchin carefully guided the heavy skeleton captain onto a sturdy tree branch. He set up a grand pose, strictly telling him to hold perfectly still. As a little skeleton, Lu Chen hoped that, after their crushing defeat, the Dragon Guild would finally slow down, but the complete opposite happened. Bounties and deadly kill orders from the Dragon Slayer kept pouring in. The target list grew longer, the gold rewards skyrocketed, and it was clear that a massive wave of players would soon hunt down our undead protagonist. But Lu Chen actually loved this. The guild was squandering a fortune just to send elite players right to him. Zheji Chencha was thrilled. This was his perfect chance to level up, knowing these were crucial steps on his journey to the top. Lu Chen navigated the dark cemetery. For hours, finally, he reached the hidden location he was looking for. Deep within the freezing cold frost cemetery, he finally found himself standing. Right next to a massive stone cross, our skeletal protagonist realized that he had found the death swordsman, Surin, whom the archmage mentioned. As Lu Chen drew closer, a cold, echoing voice suddenly asked him why he chose this dark path. Lu Chen answered that he wanted a class change. Hearing this, the brutal death swordsman shouted "Die!" and instantly swung his heavy blade at the little skeleton. Lu Chen tensed up, knowing he had to act. He quickly pulled out the recommendation letter from the novice village's archmage. Surin snatched the parchment and began reading it. He had not heard from his old friend Nightvan in ages. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. A legendary warrior this strong could easily end him. Surin finished reading the letter and scoffed, noting that the archmage had praised the little skeleton highly. He liked the undead's cunning spirit and decided to accept him as his direct disciple, but there was a catch. To become a death swordsman, one must possess a cold, unyielding soul. Lu Chen was thrilled his class change was approved. With a nod, Surin placed his skeletal hand on Lu Chen's head, chanting the ancient words of power. The spell called upon the slumbering Lord of Death to awaken and rise, unleashing absolute ruin upon the world while unlocking the player's hidden power. As the dark energy flared, Lu Chen waited with bated breath for the system notification. He held his breath as the prompt flashed on screen. He had successfully unlocked his brand new class talent. This passive skill allowed him to deal 5% extra physical damage with every single strike he landed. At max level, this would scale up to 50% bonus damage. Surin praised his apprentice, highly impressed by his terrifying latent potential. To awaken such a pure force of death was truly unheard of. Surin officially confirmed Lu Chen's status as a true death swordsman. He granted him the ultimate executioner authority to hunt down restless spirits. Across the kingdoms, suddenly the weapon in Lu Chen's hands surged. With overwhelming dark energy, now moving like a phantom of the night, he could unleash devastating strikes. Lu Chen was absolutely ecstatic with this. He had taken this class change trial incredibly seriously, and it paid off. Armed with the ultimate power of a spectral executioner, our hero completed his dark initiation. Finally free to move, he asked his master about any new hidden skills before opening up his upgraded status panel. He finally achieved the status of Death Swordsman, gaining attribute points, reputation, and even luck points. He realized that he now possessed truly terrifying power. The only downside was that he still looked exactly like a bony skeleton. Obviously, he wanted to be a handsome guy. Surin reassured his student, saying a long journey lay ahead of him and that being a skeleton was the perfect foundation for their entire race. They have incredibly strong bones and regenerate health quickly. Surin then handed him 3 growth skill books. Lu Chen was absolutely thrilled and wanted to study them all immediately, but suddenly Surin started acting like a greedy merchant. He claimed these books were priceless treasures, but considering their close friendship, he was willing to sell them at a special discount. Now our skeleton actually had some cash. He had completed quests and beaten bosses. But he really hated the idea of paying for lessons. After all, he was the guy's direct apprentice and expected a freebie, but Surin was dead serious. He said this was already a massive discount, so he shouldn't be too greedy. He just needed to pay up and get moving. Lu Chen literally tore that gold from his own chest. Surin, the death swordsman, repeated that. These manuals were highly valuable, and he was practically selling them at a loss. Of course, this felt like an absolute scam, but hey, those are just the rules of the game. The moment Lu Chen got some privacy, he popped open the skill manuals and started absorbing the data. He unlocked basic swordsmanship, the undead grip, punishing blade, and several other highly useful combat abilities. Lu Chen noticed a huge change. Previously, his skills dealt flat bonus damage, but now they scaled proportionally. That meant an insane late-game boost. Eager to test this out, Lu Chen asked Surin for a quest, knowing that the fastest way to level up his new abilities was through live combat. But Surin was just staring happily at his pile of coins, completely ignoring the eager skeleton. He did not feel like holding his hand through training today. He casually tossed a couple of quest scrolls at the young undead, telling him to clear the quest, he needed to destroy the traitorous skeletons siding with humans and bring back some order. His objective was the skeleton phalanx quest. To finish it, he had to hunt 50 skeleton soldiers and gather 10 phalanx bones. The young undead set off toward his destination with plenty of energy. Before long, he reached the necropolis, filled with blood-stained graves and wandering bones. Over there, one of the skeleton soldiers was actually playing with a dog. Teasing the pup with a bone, the monster heard someone coming but had zero time to react. A single critical strike instantly shattered his frame. A single critical hit completely shattered him. Lu Chen realized his strength was truly monstrous now. He moved on, scanning the area for more targets, but before Lu Chen could take another step, a strange noise echoed through the graveyard, a magical energy began swirling right above the pile of bones he had just destroyed. Soon, this dark light condensed into a sphere and shot straight toward the players. Sword, he tried to shake the weird thing off, but the energy jumped onto his arm and began crawling up Lu Chen's body. He felt a strange, chilling sensation rushing through his bones, and it did not feel good. He was suddenly lifted into the air. Judging by the strange sensation, something started to seep deep into his body. A few moments later, everything was fully absorbed, and Lu Chen felt amazing. The player had actually absorbed a soul spark, which Lu Chen examined with interest. He wanted to dig up information on its form, feeling pretty damn good. Lu Chen then touched the fallen skeleton's body to extract another soul spark. He really needed to figure out what kind of extra treasures this skill could grant. Looking around, the player also snatched a torn piece of cloth from the bones. After analyzing the dirty fabric, it turned out to be completely useless. There was absolutely nothing he could do with a ragged scrap like this. This tattered cloth was worthless garbage, and next time, Lu Chen would just ignore it. For now, he needed to hunt down some much more valuable skeletons. Before long, Lu Chen found himself chasing down the very last target. Taking out this final skeleton would completely wrap up his active quest. He honestly wanted to tell these brainless piles of bones to stop running. There was no point playing tag, but this enemy was actually quite different. It was way more interesting because it didn't just stand there and take hits. The monster could actually hold its own, spinning into a deadly whirlwind blade. Fighting a beast like this was perfect for leveling up, so Lu Chen analyzed it. He realized the skeleton was using some surprisingly complex, high-level skills. Even so, the monster had too many blind spots to mount a real defense. With one final strike, he finished it, quest complete, right on schedule. Every single skeleton soldier and phalanx on the list had been cleared out. Having reached level 11, Lu Chen headed straight back to the cemetery for his reward. He had kept all those scraps of torn fabric from the battle, hoping for use. And guess what? He actually managed to trade those useless rags away. He got a small magic stone in return. It wasn't much, sure. It was barely useful, but better than nothing. Soon, Lu Chen started walking. He trekked deep into the city of the dead, feeling the heavy, cold atmosphere. This eerie place was the ancient burial site of the giant Chingu. Massive tombstones towered all around him, clearly built for a race of giants. As Lu Chen moved quietly through the dark streets, he saw something shocking. A colossal foot was blocking his path. Lu Chen froze on the spot. Unsure of his next move, he looked up. Standing right there was a monster. The towering skeleton of a Chingu loomed over him, wearing a thick sheepskin coat. It held a massive stone club, forcing Lu Chen to tilt his head all the way back. He stared at its towering height, guessing this probably was not a boss encounter. Suddenly, the giant's eyes flashed, asking where this little skeleton came from. Daring to trespass here, Lu Chen did not waste any time talking. He leaped high into the air, aiming straight for the massive skull of the giant. He landed a single critical blow, making the giant Chingu scream and crash down, dead. Instantly, sparks of the giant's soul flew directly into Lu Chen. It felt very strange. Somehow, this massive giant died much faster and easier than a regular skeleton soldier. Lu Chen checked the info and realized these giants had very low combat power. They only excelled when working together as a team in large groups. Lu Chen repeated this to himself, but before he could even speak a word, suddenly a spear flies right at him. Lucian barely dodges, realizing he has just stirred up a total hornet's nest by taking down one of these massive Chingu giants. Huge, lumbering beasts are already charging in from every single direction. Their only goal is to crush this tiny skeleton into dust. Lucian can handle them, sure, but there are just way too many. They are so absolutely massive that they keep constantly tripping over each other. Honestly, Lucian is pretty impressed by their sheer, brute power. But raw strength is not enough, and these slow beasts are still too weak. He handles them with ease, jumping right onto their giant heads and shoulders, leaving them completely helpless as they beat each other up. Realizing they are hurting themselves, the giants finally band together to punish this cheeky little skeleton, preparing a massive, coordinated strike. They swing every weapon they have, but Lucian quickly realizes this fight is going to be endless if he just keeps playing defense. Their numbers are not dropping at all, and they are completely mindless. Lucian needs to pull off something crazy to break this infinite loop. That is exactly when he spots a massive, towering tombstone standing nearby. He dashes around the base, slicing a deep notch with his sword. Then our favorite skeleton delivers a heavy kick to the stone pillar and knocks it right off its pedestal, freezing the giants in shock. The gigantic slabs of rock come crashing down directly onto the graves. The heavy stone pins the giants to the dirt, trapping them completely. Seeing this disaster, one of the leaders screams for a full retreat. But wait, the entire atmosphere suddenly turns heavy and suffocating. Lucian instantly knows that the area boss is finally waking up. Sure enough, the remaining giants bow their massive heads in pure terror as their Dark Lord approaches from the shadows, still out of sight. The boss steps onto the battlefield and points a single massive finger to lift the stone slab, effortlessly freeing his trapped subordinates. He demands to know why this insolent intruder is harming his people. With no answer from Lucian, the Lord orders his giants to capture him. Lucian quickly realizes that he has absolutely zero chance of breaking through this tight encirclement as the undead giants glare down at our tiny hero. They mock him, declaring that this tiny worm is about to die. This monster is Lord Qingya, and his level is completely hidden. The system screen flashes a warning, "Get out of here right now." That is great advice, but the system does not say how to escape. When you are already completely cornered, Lucian knows he is in absolute deep trouble, and running away is no longer an option. So he decides to fight to the bitter end, launching a flurry of rapid sword strikes, but his weapon just bounces off harmlessly. His legendary blade cannot even scratch the bone, and it seems Lord Qingyu has placed a powerful protective spell on his army. The Dark Lord towers over everyone, radiating a massive, crushing aura. These giants are nothing but puppets, ready to tear Lucian apart. He realized this monster's sheer power was staggering. Right now, he was pretty weak. Just as helpless as the other skeletons, Lu Chen watched closely as the Lord lifted the tombstones, restoring order to the necropolis. Lu Chen believed that he was facing the elite leaders of Hanbin's cemetery. He wondered how to outsmart these massive giants who relied entirely on brute strength and size. Qingya was an incredibly powerful lord, but Lu Chen had to find a way to deal with them. Stepping forward, Lu Chen boldly addressed the giant leader. Mocking him, he claimed the boss was only threatening people with a broken stone and was actually nothing special. Qingya stared, totally confused by the small skeleton. Where was this going? But he knew he had to prove his ultimate power. This insolent little skeleton had to be crushed for his absolute audacity. Qingya hoisted the massive tombstone, ready to crush him into dust. It looked like certain death. There was absolutely no escape for Lu Chen. He seemed completely doomed, but wait, this was all part of the plan. As the massive flying tombstone hurtled toward him, he calmly readied his blade. Tapping it with his sword, he redirected the force with a sly smile. He waved goodbye as the dumbfounded Chingu giants watched their target escape. Clinging to the massive flying monument, Lu Chen soared far into the sky. Lord Qingye was left behind in the silent necropolis, completely humiliated. Eventually, one of the stupid giants snapped out of his shock. He roared at the others to stop standing around and chase the runaway. In an instant, the entire pack of lumbering giants rushed after him. When they finally tracked down the stone slab, they found a note. It was a polite thank you message from Lu Chen, beautifully carved. The craftsmanship was actually pretty decent, making Lord Qingye suspect. That he was ruling over absolute idiots, and this just proved it. It was painfully obvious that none of these giant blockheads could catch him. The subordinates finally realized they had completely messed up yet again. They stopped staring at the stone and swore they would hunt him down. They promised to track and kill him. Meanwhile, Lu Chen returned to base. He safely brought back all the requested quest trophies he was supposed to gather. Specifically, these were the skeleton bones requested by the death swordsman Soren. The mentor thanked him for the success and handed over the rewards. A massive wave of experience points flooded in for completing the quest. He instantly reached level 12, boosting all his core stats dramatically. Not going to lie, getting another piece of Blackstone gear is a huge win. He was now just a few steps away from completing the entire set. While he still could not face the Lord of the Undead directly, he could now raise stronger skeletons to boost his power even further. Soren then asked if his apprentice ran into the elite Chingu skeletons. Lu Chen honestly admitted that he barely escaped that nightmare alive. Soren nodded, saying his next mission would be ideal for him. The Lord of the Undead was currently assembling a massive army. They planned to attack Hanbin. Lu Chen had to cull their ranks. This meant hunting down Chingu skeletons and shattering their vanguard defenses. Fight the skeletons, hold back the undead guards, and buy time for Soren. All to help him defeat Lord Qingye, Lu Chen analyzed the brutal quest. The difficulty was insane, though the rewards would definitely be worth the struggle. This run was on a completely different level than his last quest. But Soren reminded him that true power is always forged in extreme danger. Besides, as long as the undead lord had not absorbed the soul spark, Lu Chen was safe. Naturally, he wanted to know about this spark. Soren explained that the spark represents the very life force of the undead. The night spirits are divided into 4 elite clans, ruling over all others. While the undead are the most common, the orcs possess unmatched strength. They can shatter anything, while dark elves rule the peak of magic. They dominate magic, controlling every battle from a safe distance. Finally, the Ghost Clan remains completely immune to any physical weapons. So the massive undead army actually seemed like the weakest of the bunch. However, Soren revealed that only the undead can absorb those soul sparks. It allows them to achieve limitless evolution and gain terrifying power. Limitless growth, Lu Chen was definitely hooked. He asked what happens to anyone who actually absorbs one. Soren warned that they would be banished straight into the deep abyss. But that is their destiny. You either consume others or get consumed yourself. From lowly soldiers to generals, lords, and kings, they can all eventually ascend to a level matching the gods. Every feast of souls brings them closer to absolute, godlike power. Soren added that the reigning undead lord commands all night spirits. He rules from a massive throne, protected by countless elite guards. He is the ultimate ruler, and his name is Ashura. Ashura represents the endless path of growth that brings glory to their kind. Soren admitted his own golden days were long gone, but hope remained. His brilliant young apprentice still had a shot at reaching the top. With those inspiring words, the master sent him off to face his destiny. He carried their future. Lu Chen loved leveling up. His next step was clear, farming those elite Chingu skeletons. The guards were heavily patrolling the borders of the burial ground. They were fully alert, backed by a sharp-eyed messenger bird acting as a scout. Suddenly, the scout bird screeched and pointed upward, but the guards ignored it. No intruder could possibly scale those sheer cliffs, making the warning seem ridiculous. They dismissed it. Meanwhile, Lu Chen lay hidden right under their noses. Masked by the sand atop the stone slab, he remained perfectly undetected. Safe for now, he silently observed the enemy movements below. 8 distinct patrols guarded the area, each containing 5 skeleton warriors. Every group also had a scout bird that he needed to eliminate first. If he did not take it down instantly, the alarm would sound. Even worse, different patrol squads crossed paths every single 10 minutes. The moment he strikes, he will be racing against a deadly clock. One tiny mistake would ruin everything, but he refused to back down. Without wasting a single second, he unleashed his first strike, activating the countdown. None of the Qing skeletons had time to warn their nearby allies. Their scout bird was instantly shredded. Lu Chen was easily tearing through the remaining undead. But suddenly one skeleton actually started complaining, claiming this kind of skill was unfair. To him, that logic was trash. Lu Chen activated his punishing blade. With a few swift, brutal slashes, he wiped out the entire enemy patrol. Speed was everything. He had to stop them from sharing intel with each other. Plus, securing that valuable soul spark was a top priority for his mission. Unfortunately, not every monster dropped one, and the drop rates were absolute trash. The clock was ticking, 2 minutes down, and he had only cleared one group. At this pace, the next reinforcement wave would arrive in just 7 minutes. Wondering if he could speed things up, he decided to test his limits immediately. His little experiment worked beautifully. Soon, all 8 patrol teams were completely wiped out. Their broken bones littered the necropolis. Only a single patrol group managed to survive. Lucky for them, they took a detour and never crossed paths with him. But now these survivors were terrified and hesitated to report the disaster. The previous skeleton who escaped on a tombstone had already deeply angered their master. If the emperor found out, he would lose all faith in them. So they agreed to keep quiet and hide the truth from him. Instead, they quietly doubled the patrols, tripled their forces, and added more carrier birds. They also expanded the search area. Meanwhile, Lu Chen kept a close eye on his stats. There was still plenty of work left to do with the Qing skeletons nearby. The quest was far from finished, meaning he had to venture much deeper. Lu Chen estimated that finishing this quest would finally push him to rank 15. Naturally, he wanted to see where he currently stood on the global leaderboard. Pulling up the local rankings, he saw a familiar name occupying the top spot. It was Orion, the legendary undead knight, who was a complete leveling maniac in town. Scrolling down, Lu Chen found his old alias Broken Spear, sitting at rank 125. Though he used to easily stay in the top 100, he had dropped. He was determined to reclaim his rightful spot at the very top of the ranks. Before he could even plan his next move, he noticed Orion himself heading his way. The top player approached him calmly, holding a mysterious glowing scroll in his hand. Seriously, this guy looked like a walking raid boss. With his highly upgraded abilities, he looked more like a literal demon than a player. Orion wanted the bounty on Broken Spear to claim the legendary Dragon Lord's reward. Drawing his sword, Lu Chen warned him that this bounty wouldn't be easily taken. Orion grinned, replying that it wouldn't be any fun if it were easy. Now an epic showdown between these two titans was about to begin. Orion suddenly hurled his heavy spear, aiming to impale Lu Chen in one shot. But Lu Chen sidestepped instantly, narrowly avoiding the devastating projectile. He counterattacked quickly, landing a small hit that chipped away at the champion's health. Even though the damage was tiny, wounding the top ranker felt incredibly satisfying. Lu Chen realized Orion had slightly slower reaction times, but his defense was absolute iron. That was likely the main perk of choosing the heavy, undead knight class. Orion launched another crushing strike, admitting that his opponent was pretty impressive. Lu Chen bided his time, waiting to clash blades with his opponent. He successfully knocked the weapon away, taking Orion's spear completely out of play. He told Orion not to hesitate, since he was at the very top. Now it was Orion's turn to attack, but Lu Chen easily handled it. To him, the blows were incredibly slow. Then, a sudden pain hit. A savage headache completely paralyzed his body, leaving him totally frozen. With his mind blank, he barely avoided the next strike. His ruined reaction time forced Lu Chen to crouch down low. He tried to catch his breath, totally baffled by what occurred. His head felt like it would explode, and right then, Orion lunged forward. Orion closed in to deliver an unstoppable blow, leaving Lu Chen zero time. With no time to dodge, he barely raised his sword to block. But Orion completely overpowered him, sending the sword flying from his grip. The weapon spun away to the side, and though Lu Chen tried to reclaim it. But his opponent blocked him, stopping his advance with a heavy kick. His weapon lay discarded in the sand, and his health was dangerously low. Meanwhile, Orion was totally untouched. Talk about a true nightmare scenario. Right on cue, Orion's deadly spear closed in directly on his head. Lu Chen braced for the inevitable, knowing his opponent was not going to miss. The force sent him flying back, crashing violently into old gravestones. The stone markers shattered, and Orion confidently declared that the fight was over. Lu Chen sat among the broken stones, crossing his arms casually. He was totally baffled as to how he'd blocked that final blow. Orion saw he was still breathing, which actually suited his plans perfectly. Now he could record the final execution to show off to his fans. The recording drone deployed, as Orion noted that only registered kills counted anyway. Though Orion was glad he survived, Lu Chen completely ignored him. Instead, he was waving his arms, practicing strange skill combinations in the air. Orion stared in absolute confusion, unable to fathom what he was doing. Lu Chen began shouting with pure joy, looking incredibly strange. It turned out his reflex response had evolved and shortened even further. Now down to mere hundredths of a second, he was absolutely thrilled. Orion was the perfect test subject to calibrate his new reflexes. To Orion, this unarmed opponent was just a puppy acting highly disrespectful. Lu Chen calmly boasted that he only needed 2 fingers to defeat him. This deeply wounded the pride of the top player, who resolved to punish him. That arrogant upstart had to learn to respect the truly strong. Thrusting his spear forward, Orion watched as Lu Chen stood completely frozen. Lu Chen stared directly at the blade, calmly calculating the perfect trajectory. Waiting for the perfect millisecond, he reached out and flicked the spear. Mocking his opponent, he remarked that Orion was far too slow. The metal weapon literally bent into a spiral upon contacting his finger. Orion stared in absolute disbelief, unable to process what had happened. Parrying an elite strike with 1 finger was supposed to be impossible. Furious, Orion launched a rapid, continuous flurry of spear strikes. Fingertip parries, every single high-speed strike, effortlessly stopped. This proves Orion's rapid onslaught was completely useless. The warrior barks that his rival can only block basic thrusts, but he stands 0 chance against a spinning spear. Lu Chen almost laughs. That whirling weapon is painfully slow, parrying it is a joke. Orion freezes. He cannot comprehend why his deadly spear just slid straight through his opponent without leaving a single scratch. Lu Chen flashes forward with blinding speed, closing the distance to drive his knee straight into his face. Mocking him that this is no time to be daydreaming, caught off guard, Orion takes a brutal barrage of body blows, his defenses completely shattered. Lu Chen cuts off his desperate counterattack, swatting the spear aside with cold precision. With a final disarming strike, he sends the weapon clattering across the stone floor. Defenseless and panting, Orion can only watch as Lu Chen calmly paces toward. His dropped blade unleashes a basic slash and whispers that it is over. In a panic, Orion triggers a last-second barrier, his entire frame instantly covered in thick, spectral phantom armor. Lu Chen notes that this defensive barrier is remarkably solid, backstepping to plan his next strike. To make things worse, Orion draws a backup weapon, refusing to yield. He hurls another spear, this time coated in roaring flames. A deafening blast rocks the ancient tomb. Lu Chen receives a sudden system notification. The opponent's ghostly defense rating is dropping fast. Soon, Orion will be completely vulnerable. Orion smiles, convinced he is about to crush this arrogant skeleton. But breaking through requires absolute force, and Lu Chen is already closing the gap with a relentless offensive, giving the warrior no room to breathe. Orion is paralyzed with fear. He just unleashed his ultimate fire strike, yet his target stands completely unscathed. Honestly, that is just pure insanity. He coldly tells Orion that he asks far too many questions, driving his blade straight through the spectral barrier to draw blood. The elite player stares at his critical health bar in pure dread. Lu Chen registers the exact same weakness, with his own defenses completely untouched. It is the ultimate moment to execute his foe. In a flash, Orion's head is cleanly severed from his shoulders. Lu Chen silently admits that this was his toughest battle yet, wishing they did not have to fight. He quickly opens the system interface to locate the dead player. He cannot afford any surprise counterattack or a sudden flank from behind. The screen confirms Orion has disconnected, millions of miles away in his dark apartment. The elite gamer named Gun stares at his monitor in total disbelief. Desperate for answers, he pulls up the match recording captured by his drone. Even slowed down to a crawl, the sheer speed makes no sense. He replays the clip on loop, trying to unravel the mystery. Gun analyzes the footage frame by frame, his mind completely blown. The skeleton's slender frame had dodged his strikes with impossible micro-movements, swaying back just enough to let the spearhead pass before returning to stance. The absolute speed of that execution is terrifying, Gun finally realizes. Only the strongest masters could pull off a feat like that. This player was not about to miss his chance. He immediately logged back into the game, determined to become his disciple. Leon wandered through the Shenman burial grounds, but he could not find anyone. It seemed like Broken Spear had either logged off or gone on some secret quest. But none of that mattered. Leon was fully prepared to dig the guy out of the dirt. Meanwhile, Luchin was sitting right on top of a massive gravestone, letting out a sudden sneeze. It felt like a cold, but legend says a sneeze means someone is talking about you. And in his case, someone was definitely gossiping about him with some serious intensity. Nearby, Chingu skeletons patrolled the area, grumbling loudly about their terrible luck. Some jerk had dared to attack them, forcing them to work on their day off. They figured it had to be a total coward who only struck from the shadows. A pathetic, lonely loser who did not even have a partner to back him up. Luchin listened to their trash talk for a second, silently calling them mindless idiots. Then, without warning, he leaped down and launched a devastating surprise attack. Dropping from the high tombstone, his blade sliced through everything in his path. He landed firmly on the shattered remains of a skeleton he had just cleaved in two. Luchin mocked them. "Who is the lonely dog now? Because I am about to end you all." The monsters finally recognized the lethal threat standing right in front of them. This was the very skeleton that Lord Qingye was so desperate to hunt down. Panic set in. The captain ordered them to release the messenger birds immediately. They needed backup while the remaining troops swarmed the rogue skeleton. Luchin watched them, thinking how convenient their little communication system actually was. But he did not have long to admire it. A squad of massive giants surrounded him. The giant slammed his heavy stone club down with pure bone-shattering force. But get this, the target did not even flinch. The blow seemed to pass right through empty air. The skeleton captain thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. It made absolutely no sense. Every single one of his soldiers had swung their weapons. Yet somehow this tiny, fragile skeleton had effortlessly slipped past every single blow. Absolute panic was rapidly setting in among the massive giants. They had thrown everything they had at him, and now they could only pray for help. Luchin, however, was highly amused. In fact, he wanted those reinforcements to show up. He openly admitted he was looking forward to their arrival just as much as they were. He genuinely hoped the rest of the army would show up soon. To keep them from getting bored, he kept dancing around their massive clubs. But a sudden thought crossed his mind. What would he do after slaughtering them all? Right then, a messenger bird reached the outer borders of the Chingu burial grounds. The bird delivered a frantic warning. Their sixth squad in the northeast was under attack. The urgent message spread like wildfire through the ranks of the skeleton army. Command immediately ordered all available forces to march straight toward the northeast. The guard captain screamed at his men to move faster and block any escape route. He felt confident that their overwhelming numbers would easily crush the intruder. But mid-stride, an icy, unnatural sensation suddenly gripped the back of his neck. He barely managed to look back at his soldiers before everything fell apart. In his final moments, he witnessed the shattered bones of his comrades flying everywhere. Pieces of his allies rained down, and he died without ever seeing his killer. He kept moving fast, his incredible speed leaving nothing but a blur. Suddenly, a giant skeleton blocks his path, claiming they lost their quickness. But speed does not matter. He wants them all destroyed anyway. This arrogance outrages the captain. His forces were supposed to have this. He was told the intruder remained on the eastern side. Lu Chen just smiles. His opponent was simply too slow. That delay allowed our young hero to easily clear the area. Blue soul fire flares up. Lu Chen readies his attack. No more talking. This patrol chief must join his men. The giant tries to crush him, but gets absolutely nothing. Moments later, the massive skeleton leader Chingu finally falls. Lu Chen collects the required items from the fallen foes. The system warmly congratulates him on defeating the Chingu horde. He is now directed toward the graveyard for his next reward. Soon his sluggish reaction times will finally be a distant memory. Back in Henbin, he eagerly opens his menu to check everything. He really wants those bracers before searching for a local blacksmith. His spear is cracked, but suddenly, loud weeping cuts through. He turns around. A solemn funeral procession is passing by. Skeletons march forward, carrying a wooden coffin. The leading skeleton slowly mourns, explaining the tragedy to anyone listening. Their beloved brother Shaku was only 500 years old when he died. He was beheaded at a young age, prompting Lu Chen to listen closely. He quickly realizes they are talking about that headless patrolman from earlier. This sounds like a perfect side quest, and he absolutely cannot skip it. He spots Captain Fact, the guard he previously helped out with clothes. The captain reports that their patrol suffered heavy losses. Their top scout Shaku was brutally ambushed by a wild ironback bear. Only a headless corpse remained. The city is now vulnerable. Lu Chen vows that this cowardly, silent beast will pay for this. He promises to hunt the monster down and retrieve Shaku's head. Captain Fact is thrilled. Finally, someone has their back. The dangerous task of retrieving his brother's head is now in Lu Chen's hands. He formally accepts the quest and opens the system to check details. It is a timed mission, meaning he needs to set out immediately. But first, he must repair his cracked spear before the hunt. The captain points him toward a forge 500 meters east. The Forge of Death looks incredibly impressive and dangerous. Only absolute masters could craft weapons in this place. Lu Chen steps inside, but stops dead in his tracks. Standing at the anvil is none other than the old village elder himself. The old man smiles, boasting that he has quite a few secret skills. He notes that he hasn't seen this broken spear buried in the sand for ages. The elder asks exactly why the young man has brought it here today. Lu Chen explains the spear requires immense strength to repair. He worried the blacksmith was too old, but the elder scoffed at his doubts. To him, this greenhorn was just a rookie who didn't know a thing, but now, time to show off his true power, he threw off his heavy cloak. Underneath was a surprisingly ripped, muscular frame, ready to forge some serious weapons. There was absolutely nothing to worry about anymore, and Lu Chen just had to hand over the job. First, the dull weapon went straight into the roaring hot furnace to heat up. Next, they laid it flat on the anvil, hammering it into the perfect shape. Lu Chen watched the master work and applauded in sheer excitement. After quenching the metal to harden it, the weapon was finally finished. Lu Chen was thrilled because the sword looked way better than before. The blacksmith covered up again, casually mentioning he was actually a top-tier master. When the young man asked for the price, it was surprisingly cheap. Just one single silver coin did the trick. Now he had a proper weapon. He was finally ready to hunt down that ironback bear with time to spare. Lu Chen set off down the Hanbin Trail, a highly contested, dangerous path. Both factions fought here, so he walked right down the center for safety. It gave him the best view, which was crucial for spotting his target. Supposedly, the ironback bear was nesting somewhere deep inside the nearby pine forest. But Lu Chen had absolutely no clue how to lure the giant beast out. He tried shouting and even singing, but nothing seemed to work at first. The giant beast was sound asleep and had zero interest in waking up. It had just snacked on some skeletons and looked absolutely massive up close. Lu Chen snuck right up, knowing he had to provoke it before time expired. The dozing beast barely opened an eye, instantly spotting its next potential meal. But honestly, a tiny human was barely worth the effort right now. It just kept on napping, completely ignoring the threat standing right there. Fined by Lu Chen, he decided to just slay the monster while it was sleeping. Drawing his freshly forged sword, he leaped high, aiming straight for its neck. But this creature wasn't just massive, it was incredibly smart. It purposely let him land the hit. Lu Chen struck the bear's head directly. But his blade just bounced off the thick iron hide with zero effect. Weight, zero damage. He had to quickly shake it off and find a new plan. Normal slashes weren't going to cut it. Lu Chen backed off to think. This clumsy beast couldn't have possibly assassinated the scout shocker in secret. There had to be another killer out there pulling the strings. But right now, the giant bear was finally waking up to fight back. The real battle was starting, and Lu Chen was running dangerously low on time. Heavy armor or not, every beast has to have a weak spot. As the massive predator charged forward, Lu Chen kept his eyes wide open. He spotted it, the soft, unprotected belly of the oncoming giant. That area had no iron plating at all, leaving it completely exposed. Sliding underneath, Lu Chen delivered a clean slash right through the soft flesh. It wasn't a lethal blow, but it certainly made the monster furious. The wound ripped wide open, exposing the soft, vulnerable flesh underneath. Victory was finally within reach. He had found his path to win. Luchin thought he had him, but then the unexpected happened. Luchin had never seen this. The bear somersaulted to protect its belly. Luchin barely evaded the strike. This monster was definitely no pushover. He raised his sword again, preparing to block the beast's next move. Hoping to force the bear to stop spinning, Luchin leaped high. He wanted it to expose its soft underside, but the beast kept spinning. The rotation was both offense and defense. He needed a brand new plan. Refusing to stay in a deadlock, Luchin leaped onto the bear's back. When the monster reared up to throw him off, the young man jumped. He aimed straight for its exposed stomach, but this bear was incredibly strong. It swiped with a massive claw, but Luchin dodged. This was his moment. He launched a fierce counterattack, landing multiple heavy hits. He targeted the soft ears and muzzle, giving the beast no breathing room. But the bear instantly counterattacked, forcing Luchin to quickly back off. He waited for another opening, but the smart predator kept itself covered. It jumped high and slammed down hard, shattering the ground around them. Luchin quickly circled around, aiming a deep stab straight at its spine. He jammed his sword right between the heavy iron plates, a perfect strike. Talk about major damage. The boss's health bar was now completely flashing red. Even with a severed spine, this stubborn beast somehow stood right back up. Luchin scoffed, telling the giant monster it was too dumb to know when to quit. He delivered a final critical blow, piercing its eye straight into the brain. A system notification popped up, confirming his victory over the iron-back bear. He could finally enter the beginner village, now that he reached level 15. A massive pile of rare loot flooded his inventory, and Luchin was thrilled. He immediately equipped his new leather pants, which boosted his overall agility. He also received a scout cloak to use as a perfect disguise. Now he could slip out of Hanland completely undetected. Luchin set off. Returning to the city, he reported his success straight to the captain. Captain Fact was busy playing a game with his friend, swordsman Shuren. These two had been close allies for centuries. Luchin stepped forward. He handed over the younger brother's skull and gave Shuren the skeletal fingers. Luchin secured his quest rewards, watching his experience bar shoot up once more. To complete his set, he just needed boots and some proper arm guards. Now he had new gloves and the mysterious Qing Wang fan to examine. Unsure of its function, he turned to Master Shuren for some advice. It was specialized gear for advisors, and unfortunately, he could not exchange it. He decided to visit the floating ice bridge market to find a buyer. Luchin slipped on his new disguise mask before entering the crowded area. No one suspected a thing, as he traded his extra gear for boots. He also pocketed some extra silver coins, feeling highly satisfied with his haul. But just as he prepared to leave, things suddenly went sideways. A hostile thug named Unshakable Mad Dragon lunged forward, identifying him instantly. The attacker laughed, saying Broken Spear speed was indeed as fast as rumored. Luchin easily blocked the incoming strike, trying his best to defuse the situation. Luchin acts confused, playing dumb as if the man has made some kind of mistake. But in reality, Luchin knew exactly who this attacker was. It was Unwavering, a known member of the infamous Mad Dragon Guild. Somehow the brute had managed to see right through his mask. He claimed that Luchin's unique blade gave his identity away instantly. Unwavering then shouted to the crowd, offering 50,000 for the target. He promised the guild would guarantee payment, which Luchin called a dirty trick. But the thug did not care, believing that the end justified the means. Hearing this, greedy warriors in the market immediately stood up to join in. Everyone wanted a piece of the bounty. The attacker smirked, feeling confident. With the crowd on his side, taking down Luchin seemed incredibly easy. Drawing his weapons, he got ready. Luchin was in serious trouble. Money-hungry players began surrounding him from all sides, locking him in. Even if he beat Unwavering, more hunters were lined up to fight. Luchin calmly asked the thug why he was so eager to kill. He drew his sword, taking a solid stance as the tense standoff began. But Luchin was way too smart to fight them all. He bolted toward the cliff. The guild thug chased him, but Unwavering quickly realized it was a trap. Stopping the chase, he immediately contacted his guild associates to report the situation. He warned them that Broken Spear was likely heading to Hanban to escape. But the main response team was busy dealing with a massive crisis. Second Lieutenant Fancy had just raided their main headquarters. Because of this, every single combat unit was sent to hunt her down. Honestly, just when things seemed quiet, Fancy had to stir up more chaos. Unwavering decided he would just handle Broken Spear on his own instead. Meanwhile, Lu Chen hid in the dense forest, hoping to reach safety. If he could just cross these woods, he would reach the safe zone. But suddenly, his relentless pursuer stepped right out in front of him. Lu Chen shoved Unwavering back, asking why he was clinging to him like a leech. The thug spat back that Lu Chen was a threat to their reputation. He had to die, but before they continued, Lu Chen noticed his opponent's eyes. The man was preparing a skill. Lu Chen had to act fast. He unleashed a quick flurry of strikes to disrupt his spellcasting. There is no telling how this fight would have ended if Lu Chen hadn't paused. He lowered his blade, suddenly spotting a third figure lurking nearby. Standing right behind Unwavering was Orion, accompanied by a massive predatory wolf. Lu Chen stared at the newcomer, finding his gear oddly familiar. With the green outfit and sword, he looked exactly like Broken Spear. Orion prepared to strike, shouting that it had been a long time. Now Lu Chen had to defend against another enemy, but he reacted instantly. He instantly sliced the wolf in half, prompting Orion to yell in frustration. Orion screamed that he missed him terribly before leaping forward to attack. Lu Chen sidestepped, dryly pointing out that he had not missed him back. The impact sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere as Lu Chen dodged. Watching them fight, Unwavering smirked, preparing to exploit their bitter rivalry. Unshakable turned to Orion, suggesting they team up to eliminate Broken Spear together. Orion refused. He wanted to handle this solo, treating it as a matter of pride. Unshakable did not get why Orion refused, considering they were enemies, but he soon found himself instantly knocked out by Orion, the world's #1 player, declared that in a clash of top rivals, a third party especially. Slovak was totally unnecessary. Before dying, Unshakable Mad Dragon swore he would never forgive Orion. Orion had no clue who this guy even was or how he dared to threaten the world's top player, with the annoying third wheel finally out. They could finally get right back to their main battle. Lu Chen noted that nobody wanted to cross Orion, who quickly noticed that Broken Spear had already hit level 15. Orion respected his opponent, guessing that Broken Spear had grown much stronger. Lu Chen noted Orion's speed had increased, meaning a single slip-up would cost him the match. He closed in on his opponent instantly, stopping him from counterattacking with that long spear. Orion was completely stunned. Helplessly, he took a heavy sword blow, then a second strike landed. Lu Chen pierced Orion straight through, leaving him absolutely zero chance. Orion was rapidly bleeding out health, but he felt incredibly thrilled, amazed by his opponent's insane speed. The top-ranked player could not understand why his attacks were failing. After all, he had dumped every single stat point into agility, but it did nothing. Lu Chen closed in once more, and Orion realized he was finished. Lu Chen swung his blade, cleanly decapitating Orion and slicing him apart like a block of soft tofu. Seriously, talk about an absolute shutdown. Revived again, that respawn was too fast, Lu Chen thought. Orion wanted to keep fighting, bracing himself for another round. But instead, Orion simply praised how quickly Lu Chen had sliced him up. Previously, Orion turned to the player, demanding to know if his real name sat at the bottom of the Hall of Fame list. Lu Chen realized he was likely exposed but played along, joking that killing Orion again might secure his spot. There, Orion explained that his opponent's technique was lightning fast, the dodging, stepping back, and instant recovery. It strongly reminded him of Candle Shadow, the only guy who moved like that. Lu Chen denied it, insisting that legendary player had not been mentioned anywhere recently. Besides, his name was not even on the Hall of Fame anymore. Hearing this, Orion snapped out of his daze, swearing he would not lose to an unknown Broken Spear, and that they had to fight again right now. Lu Chen looked closely at Orion's gear, and old memories began resurfacing. Backstage at the arena long ago, he had wondered who would actually reach the finals. Most players bet heavily on Candle Shadow, high level, packed with artifact gear and immense power, yet some believed he was just some rookie from another game, low level, carrying nothing but a magic sword. Even if that kid made it to the finals, he could never defeat Candle Shadow. Yet when that duel ended, everyone congratulated Lu Chen on his shocking victory. Over Candle's shadow, the legendary god of combat, Lu Chen told Orion that nothing is impossible and that a high level is never the only deciding factor in battle. Orion saw his opponent was getting deadly serious. Realizing he would likely lose and die again, Lu Chen calmly stated that leveling. Grinding monsters for levels felt totally pointless. Players just get so high they become completely invincible, but without the balls to fight your equals, you might as well give up right now. Hearing this made Orion absolutely furious. He had no idea why. This guy claimed he lacked spine. Lu Chen calmly laid out his logic while Orion kept screaming that it was all lies and that things were totally different. Lu Chen just shrugged, walking away to leave a raging Orion all by himself. Orion screamed at his back, claiming he only lost because he was feeling pretty sick today. Deep down, though, he had zero intention of ever quitting, even if he had to crawl through hell. He was absolutely going to crush Broken Spear. Lu Chen was honestly impressed by this guy's stubbornness and said he would look forward to that day. For now, Orion should probably head home and review his gameplay video. Orion actually logged out, desperately trying to convince himself that his cheap second-hand gear was the only reason he lost, now that he was offline. He decided to check the fight recording. Maybe his equipment really was glitched. He sat down to study the footage frame by frame, analyzing every movement, and suddenly realized he had been a complete idiot. After finishing off the last monster, he only had about a third of his health left, yet he still went ahead and right back to challenge Broken Spear. Sure, he had gained some extra agility points, but that was nowhere near enough to catch up to his opponent. He needed defense instead. Orion kept replaying the battle recording over and over again, and the more he watched, the more he felt like he was looking at a complete monster. He walked up to his whiteboard and started mapping out every single stat. Absolutely nothing could be missed. He meticulously wrote down every piece of data on Broken Spear, tracking his level, strengths, and unique fighting style. His aggressive style had some good moments, but there were still too many flaws. He needed to focus heavily on solid defense and patient counterattacks. Pretty soon, Broken Spear was bound to slip up. Orion was incredibly proud of this new plan. He would fight using this master plan. After all, sooner or later, his target would taste total defeat at Orion's hands. Meanwhile, over in the residential district of Hanbin, there was an idol and burial ground, apparently resting inside. Those coffins helped tired warriors recover quickly. Lu Chen showed up at the tombs, yawning deeply and completely exhausted. The poor guy had not slept a wink all night and his body was shutting down. He climbed straight into a coffin to get some rest, but the very second he got comfortable, a hostile player appeared right above him wielding a spear. It was Orion screaming for Broken Spear to stop running. Lu Chen muttered that Orion must be either crazy or sick to make this much noise while smashing sacred coffins. Orion declared that he spent the entire night studying their fight videos to find a weakness. Now he was absolutely certain of his victory. Lu Chen could only chuckle at this guy. Did this fool really believe some footage made him invincible? Orion was already charging forward, gripping his weapon tightly, but Lu Chen had a little surprise of his own waiting. The entire battle was over in a flash. Orion lay completely defeated, while Lu Chen calmly sat on the coffin lid. Sipping on a health potion, he noticed Orion had actually adapted his defense, but still ended up dead. Moments later, Orion resurrected nearby. This time Orion was pretty happy because he lasted longer, still holding on to hope for their next battle. After that, Orion just kept dying and resurrecting, completely stuck in a loop. Rising once more, and Lu Chen had absolutely no idea what was wrong with this crazy player. Lu Chen was seriously annoyed with Orion, since fighting him had become incredibly boring. I mean, who wouldn't want to smack Orion on the head to snap him out of it? After another resurrection, Lu Chen flatly stated he is not some free sparring partner. If the #1 player wants to train, it would be interesting to see his price, to see how much he is willing to pay. Finally free, Lu Chen headed out. Heading to the Thorn Cemetery in Necropolis, he finally met his friend. He asked Cheyenne why he was still stuck at level 10. He told him to be more proactive, instead of just sitting around like a slow snail. Giving Cheyenne some money for new gear, he asked him to gather info in return. Specifically, info on the floating ice city, all while fighting. He did not stop grinding, and easily took down another skeleton soldier right there. But a spiked bone effect triggered, dealing 8 damage to him. What a cheap trick! Grabbing his spear with both hands, he unleashed a forbidden technique. As a direct result, his level rose to 20 as he crushed yet another enemy. The young man immediately checked the city rankings. He quickly realized the floating ice city was going to be incredibly difficult. Even at level 20, he could not crack the top 10 rankings. Ahead of him were Fancy and other dominant players, occupying those coveted top spots. He really needed to prepare thoroughly for this. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his stomach, literally twisting him in half with agony. Shaking violently, the system warned him that his hunger level had dropped to 0. Extremely weakened, he needed to eat something right away to survive. Lu Chen collapsed. He had not even thought about food since the game started. The warning flashed again. Danger, status critically low, body extremely weakened. If he did nothing, he would become the first player to literally starve to death. He lacked the strength to get up or even log out of the game. Desperate, Lu Chen began tearing up wild grass and chewing it. It tasted absolutely disgusting, but it barely raised his hunger meter a tiny bit. Suddenly, a soft voice asked what a guy like him was doing out here. Lu Chen quickly threw his mask back on and spun around to see her. It was a little girl named Xin Jehen, wearing pink and carrying a small basket. Clearly an NPC, she slowly approached the weakened player, waiting for his response. Since Lu Chen remained completely silent, the girl naturally assumed he was just hungry. She reached into her basket, pulled out a fresh oatmeal bar, and gently held it out. Lu Chen did not refuse. Thanking her, he slipped off his mask and ate it. Instantly, his hunger level returned to normal, and a surge of wild power flooded him. He leaped straight toward the nearest tree, snapping it completely in half with one hit. The little girl giggled, happy to see exactly how much strength her bread had provided. Lu Chen wanted to pay her, but she refused, saying it was not worth much. Sitting down beside her, he asked if there was any way he could help her. She explained that her mother was sick and required white mushrooms for her treatment. Lu Chen told her those specific white mushrooms only grow near the frozen region of ice. That dangerous hill is crawling with spirits if she goes out there alone. Her entire quest is as good as failed, though she is terrified. She is completely brave for her beloved mother. Still, it will take an entire month of gathering rare mushrooms for her recovery. Lu Chen realizes this is a long-term quest, but the ultimate reward should be massive. He praises the girl for her incredible bravery, offering to trade a shiny silver coin for monthly bread. Once they strike a deal, she departs, leaving Lu Chen alone to contemplate his new high-reward quest. To stay perfectly on track, he immediately starts drafting a quick to-do list. Quests: restocking medicine, getting weapons, and farming experience to level up. He decides to stock up on gear first, but before he can move, a volley of arrows suddenly targets him, raising a protective shield. He wants to quickly identify the cowardly sniper shooting so boldly from afar. Soon, Orion spots a thug from the Mad Dragon Guild. Honestly, these arrogant guys never learn their lesson. This sudden ambush doesn't bother Orion at all, prompting him to instantly test out his new skills on these annoying guild members. A tank steps forward, raising his heavy shield, while the archers let another volley fly at Orion. The arrows deal some damage, but meanwhile, Lu Chen completes his next quest. He earns reputation points, black stone bracers, and a truly massive chunk of experience. Seeing this progress, the death swordsman Surin praises his brilliant apprentice. Lu Chen is now fully geared up, having finished 2 of the 3 tasks. They can finally hunt down the skeleton lord, Emperor Qingye himself. Sir raises his dark blade and activates his magic, summoning his powerful allies. From all directions, friends and skeletal warriors join this dangerous upcoming raid. Lu Chen is ready to march. He is fascinated by Surin's incredible summoning magic. Spotting the eager look on his student's face, Surin promises to teach him the skill later. Soon, the expedition arrives at the Necropolis City Cemetery, and the fierce battle begins. Undead enemies fight valiantly, but Lu Chen pushes forward, demanding to see their leader, Emperor Qingye, right on cue amid the chaos. The skeleton emperor appears with his personal guard. He surveys the intruders, standing inside the necropolis, ordering his army to slaughter the unwelcome guests. The clash is absolutely brutal. Nobody backs down as the emperor joins the fight, realizing he is outnumbered by these incredibly tough armored warriors. Emperor Qingye knows that summoning more undead minions is completely pointless. To win, he must cut down their leader, but who is it? That remains a mystery. Pressing forward, the furious emperor launches an attack at Surin, the Death Swordmaster, but Surin anticipates the strike and effortlessly parries his blade. The emperor seethes. How is he still alive? Surin replies that he is ready to put an end to Emperor Qingya right now. As the battle rages, Lu Chen uses stealth to sneak behind them, and honestly, his timing is absolute perfection. Suddenly, he bursts from the ground, launching a direct strike at Emperor Qingya. The emperor realizes the battle is lost, all because of these relentless skeletons. Lu Chen quickly activates his own summon of the dead, sending fresh hordes of undead into the fray. Emperor Qingya realizes an undead creature just materialized right in front of him, and the entire situation was deteriorating fast. Nobody knew how that basic skeleton had managed this summon. To do so, it first had to devour her entirely. A plan quickly formed in Lu Chen's mind. What is he planning? He faced the fallen lord. Ready to surrender, the lord just spat back. You foolish kids understand nothing of what your master wanted. Right then, a sudden strike crushed his throat. Kaonya collapsed to his knees, choking on blood, unable to utter another word. Shuren looked at his student. What are you waiting for? Lu Chen did not hesitate. He swiftly executed the bleeding Kaonya, instantly claiming some incredible loot. He gained 3 whole levels, scored rare magic stones, and grabbed a massive haul. To wield his new bronze weapon, he still needed to climb another 2 levels. But that was a minor detail. Suddenly, every soul spark he earned surged into his physical frame. The sheer volume was almost too much for Lu Chen. But Shuren insisted, I am old, they are useless to me, take them. Absorb them now or this valuable sulfur will fade. Lu Chen looked down. He had absorbed a massive amount of fire, yet his body remained mere bones. Despite his grand ambition of becoming an undead general, Shuren sighed softly. This is the tragic curse of our kind. Undead swordsmen are marked souls. Ancient ancestors stole their power, leaving the Suras cursed with zero hope. An undead swordsman can never advance. This bitter truth crushed Lu Chen. They were forever stuck in place. Shuren admitted he hid this reality. The path ahead was simply too long, brutal, and entirely without direction. He had long since abandoned his own hope, but saw something in Lu Chen. The young player had the resolve of a true warrior, without a doubt. Meanwhile, elite members of the Mad Dragon Guild pushed their brutal fight against the formidable Orion, who seemed practically immortal on this battlefield. Without that pesky archer backing them up, the swordsman would have fallen. The enemy spearman mocked Orion, shouting that his loud mouth would shut. Permanently, Orion quickly raised a brilliant magical shield to absorb the upcoming strike. He braced for the heavy impact, confident in his absolute defense. Yet the defense failed completely. His shield shattered, letting the spear pierce. Somewhere deep in the wild jungle, Lu Chen rested to study the rankings. Checking the board for Ice City, he noticed his name was climbing fast. He secured a spot in the top 10, even surpassing the wild Orion. It was odd because they had planned to train, but Orion vanished. Lu Chen remembered asking him what he would pay for those lessons. Orion was a total fanatic, promising to give up literally everything he had. He seemed dead serious yesterday and was scheduled for their official match today. Yet he was late and not a single text was getting answered. Lu Chen saw Orion was online but completely silent, highly suspicious. Digging into the forums, he uncovered some wild drama. The gossip was absolutely crazy. The Mad Dragon Guild had trapped Orion, plotting a massive public execution. They even posted the exact coordinates. As night fell, the squad gathered. Ready to strike, the ruthless guild leader noted Orion was heavily damaged. But his spirit remained unbroken, proving why he held a top spot. 10 players surrounded him. They offered a spot in their guild to spare his life. But he just flipped them off, making his choice pretty clear. He preferred death. Instantly, the enemy spearman lunged with a deadly strike. It was a killing blow, but right then, a massive explosion erupted. The blast tore right between Orion and the Mad Dragon Guild players. As the smoke cleared, the enemies stared down at the fresh crater. Standing in the crater, Broken Spear stepped in front of Orion. He demanded to know how these insolent fools dared lay a hand on his people. The Mad Dragon Guild players froze, instantly recognizing the powerful warrior. But they quickly shook it off, thinking Broken Spear had just delivered himself to them. In Unwavering's mind, this saved him the trouble of tracking the guy down. Now he could easily take out both targets right here and now. He aimed to send both players to their graves. Broken Spear just laughed. "If I were alone, you might stand a chance," he said mockingly. But today, he wanted to show off the raw power of a necromancer. While distracting the enemies, Broken Spear quietly slipped Orion some healing potions. He raised his sword, summoning a massive celestial bone dragon into the sky. The enemies looked up in terror, but when they looked back down, they were gone. They had escaped. Orion wanted to turn and fight, hating the retreat. He warned they would be running forever, but Broken Spear told him to trust him. Behind them, the mad Dragon Guild wizards gave chase, launching blazing fireballs. The leaders ordered everyone to use every spell and weapon to stop them. "Rain down arrows and magic, don't let them escape." Luchin noticed something strange. Guild members seemed to have endless stamina and unlimited mana reserves. Ryan glanced back, completely shocked by the sheer amount of magic flying at them. The intense pursuit dragged on, deadly spells exploding right at their heels. Relying on their massive mana pools, the pursuers quickly closed the gap. They yelled for them to prepare to die, but Broken Spear just laughed. There was nowhere left to run, and honestly no need to anymore. Luchin grinned. He waited for the perfect moment before commanding his undead patrol to rise. Unwavering suddenly realized they had walked straight into a deadly trap. Captain Fack appeared. He led a squad of skeletons, having received Broken Spear's urgent warning. Some insolent fools had dared to launch an attack near their territory. Before Unwavering could even speak, Broken Spear ordered the undead to attack. "Go get those arrogant bastards," he immediately barked out his tactical commands. He positioned the spearmen behind Orion and sent Captain Fack after the ranged attackers. Luchin kept Unwavering for himself, fully intending to crush the leader personally. The undead patrol was absolutely thrilled to finally have some action. They were ready to slaughter everyone. Suddenly, Unwavering lost all his confidence. He stopped fighting back, screaming for help while desperately trying to flee. Orion faced the enemy spearmen one-on-one, knowing his foe was vulnerable. Without archers and shield-bearers, the enemy stood no chance. Orion struck him down. "I warned you this was coming," he said. Suddenly, Unwavering leaped from behind. He aimed a cheap shot at Orion's back, but Broken Spear parried it. With the threat blocked, Broken Spear reminded Orion to quickly heal up health, and he gladly accepted another bottle of healing potion. Orion thanked his partner, thinking this was the main advantage of team battles. Suddenly, a Dragon Guild warrior crept up behind Broken Spear looking to strike. Luchin was busy fighting a mad dragon. Right then, ignoring the player completely, but managed to draw his sword. And say, a weakling like you does not decide who lives or dies. Soon the entire Dragon Guild squad was wiped out, and Captain Falk was already celebrating, but out of nowhere his head was clean severed and ended up in the hands of the blonde traveler, Fancy. Luchin was shocked she had killed Falk in a single instant. The ringmaster, Kalchik, was practically pleased. If Fancy had joined, then Orion was doomed. Orion said that Kalchik was finished either way, while Kalchik kept begging the girl to help. Orion wondered why this so-called ringmaster could not fight on his own instead of constantly crying for help, but as Fancy rushed in to the rescue, she lunged forward, and with a lightning-fast swing of her sharp blade severed Kalchik's head too. Luchin watched her terrifying display and realized Orion was her next target. He quickly rushed toward Fancy to save his partner, but before he could move, Fancy's sword pierced through Broken Spear, impaling him instantly and leaving almost every combatant dead. The lethal girl cleared the zone alone and walked away. Broken Spear realized she only won so easily because everyone's strength and mana were completely depleted. If they gave up now, Fancy would take all the loot. They had to resurrect immediately and chase her down before she escaped. And sure enough, Orion and Broken Spear respawned and immediately went on the offensive, relentlessly attacking her. A massive explosion erupted right where Fancy stood. Using the thick cover of fire and smoke, Fancy prepared to defend herself. Facing a tense 2-on-1 battle, Broken Spear lunged with a strike. The hit landed, draining her health and mana, but just a split second later, Fancy retaliated so fast the boys could barely react. It was not a fatal blow, but it definitely hurt. Broken Spear muttered that she was pretty dangerous. Next, Orion moved in to strike, but the girl quickly conjured a shield. Still, some damage got through. Broken Spear did not hesitate and readied his next move. Right then, Fancy ran her blade straight through Orion, calling him far too arrogant. Broken Spear instantly slashed at her, and the girl, unable to block, collapsed from the impact. Absolutely unreal. The top-ranked player, Fancy, was defeated. Naturally, the guys wondered what she looked like in real life. Probably just as gorgeous, but Broken Spear warned they had to escape before the nearby dragons and undead woke up to start a massive slaughter. They abandoned the loot, turned tail, and vanished like ghosts. Later on, Luchin met the friendly non-player character who brought him out bread and noticed she looked troubled. She sadly explained that a wounded elder was nearby and needed desperate help. Luchin promised to handle it and told her not to worry. She smiled, deeply touched by his kindness, but just as she thanked him, a sudden system notification. Even though a new mission prompt had not appeared, he decided to check the area out anyway. Deep in the wild jungle, Lucien suddenly heard loud cries of someone cursing a pack of bears. The old man screamed so loudly, he didn't sound close to death at all. This noisy victim was a hunter. Lucien approached carefully, asking if he was doing all right. The hunter gasped in terror at the skeleton, shouting for him to stay back. Lucien instantly froze. He had completely forgotten to put on his mask. This mistake would probably cost him the bonus quest, which was incredibly frustrating. Determined to save the mission, he knew he had to win the man over. Lucien dropped to his knees and began to sob, leaving the hunter utterly confused. He cried that he was once a normal warrior until a monster skeleton bit him. Even in this hideous form, he insisted he would rather eat grass than hurt anyone. Amazingly, the hunter fell for the act and stopped fearing the undead skeleton. He praised Lucien as a good boy with a real conscience, skeleton or not. With the tension gone, the old man shared his troubles as the sole local hunter. He had ventured out to gather food, only to be swarmed by wild beasts. Massive bears had been relentlessly hunting him through the thick woods for days. Lucien told him to stay calm because this skeleton was going to save him. Overjoyed, the hunter promised to teach Lucien his legendary hunting and cooking methods. He boasted that nobody in the entire region handled a bow or a kitchen better. Lucien eagerly shook his hand, thrilled to acquire two highly useful skills. With these rare abilities secured, Lucien raised his blade to check his stats. He had already reached level 25, outfitted with a fresh weapon and dark cloak. His system screen flashed to confirm that his quest rewards were officially boosted. The player known as the Broken Spear had completed an epic mission. He pocketed 80,000 gold coins, leaving him absolutely stunned by the massive payout. Just then, Shan messaged him to explain that their operation required serious upgrades. He was outraged had he not just handed over silver coins. Shan calmly replied that the local market prices in the city were absurd. Even basic food like apple puree was expensive, not to mention top-tier weapons. At those rates, they would be completely broke. Lucien pulled up the prices. A single jar of apple puree cost a shocking 4 silver coins. Over at the Mad Dragon Guild headquarters, their angry leader was throwing a fit. 2 random assassins had crushed his elite squad, leaving them completely humiliated. Kulchik tried to soothe him, raising the bounty for capturing the Broken Spear. Even if the target survived, the sheer chaos would draw him out eventually. The guild master smirked, let greedy bounty hunters hunt down that annoying loner. Their faction had bigger priorities, and chasing one rogue was a waste of time. Instead, they needed a plan for Fancy, who had clearly crossed the line. Although no official hit was out on her yet, revenge was definitely coming. The leader muttered that the arrogant girl would soon play right into his hands. Down in Hanbin Square, merchants were busy peddling gems and rare artifacts. Lucien quickly set up shop, selling delicious apple puree at absolute rock-bottom prices. He also listed high-quality bear skins harvested from his wild forest adventure. His newly acquired merchant skills were already turning a massive, unexpected profit. Such cheap prices instantly caught everyone's eye, drawing a massive crowd to his stall, offering discounts to wholesale buyers, prompting many players to quickly take advantage of the epic deal and quickly snatch up tons of sweet apple puree. It seemed minor. But by the end of the day, Broken Spear had pocketed a solid 400 coins. He was counting his earnings when a new buyer showed interest in a bear hide. The customer was a ranger swordsman named Tyrant, and Lucien honestly admitted the pelt was second-rate, asking for only 2 silver coins. He did this even though he secretly hoped to get close to a player from such a powerful family. Lucien then showed Tyrant a much higher quality hide, perfect for crafting 2 or 3 Sets of durable armor. The ranger carefully inspected the pelts and felt thoroughly satisfied. The rarity of this high-level bear hide was obvious, and he wanted to buy them all. Luchin thanked him, quietly thinking about how casually people throw cash at items they could easily hunt themselves. But get this, Tyrant suddenly dropped a massive bombshell, stating that with an 80,000 coin bounty on his head, walking the market was pure arrogance. The ranger locked eyes with him and noted that he was finally caught. Luchin immediately gripped his hilt, but Tyrant laughed, telling him not to worry. He was merely impressed by his sheer power. Luchin immediately began packing up his goods, declaring the shop closed and leaving nothing else to say. But the swordsman tried to calm him down, urging him not to leave since they just finished their first transaction. Tyrant noticed the high-quality applesauce alongside his other stock, and now wanted to order 1,000 chicken and rice dishes, asking Luchin to name his price. The young merchant paused, realizing this gig could bring in serious gold. Naturally, he could never walk away from such a lucrative deal. Luchin decided he would craft a maximum of 100 servings at the base rate of 30 coins. The elite ranger did not even hesitate, accepting the price instantly despite it being far above normal market rates, and immediately offered a hefty down payment to seal the contract. Later, deep in the wild jungle, Orion and Broken Spear were sparring, having missed their previous session due to the troublesome Mad Dragon gang. Suddenly, Orion spotted a clear opening and lunged forward, but Broken Spear easily outsmarted him, summoning a terrifying undead bear while noting that battlefield openings are actually deadly traps. Honestly, that is a brutal lesson. He had to stay calm and choose the absolute best option, even in an emergency, looking straight into the hollow eyes of the monstrous undead bear. Orion was unsure which action was correct, quickly conjuring a protective shield to deflect the massive bear's deadly claws. Luchin quietly watched the clash from the sidelines. Impressed, Orion reacted fast, instantly swapping his active skills to optimize his defensive perimeter. The summoned beast was actually a skeleton from a previous hunt, reanimated to serve him. As a summoner levels up, his creations look far more formidable. Orion wished he could conjure bone warriors of his own, but it was impossible since his knight class lacked the unique necromancy powers that far surpassed typical physical classes. The young knight admitted he had never seen such remarkably strong summons before, wondering where else they might be hidden. Luchin calmly replied that besides himself and the lethal death swordsman Zurin, no one else possessed them. Orion suddenly tried to strike Broken Spear, but the giant beast instantly threw its body forward to shield its master. Luchin had drained a massive amount of mana for the summon, yet he remained standing. With both now capable of attacking, Orion had to face two opponents at once. Just like that, the training match ended, leaving Orion sprawled on the ground. He lost again, with a bounty on his head. First place felt miles away. It was obvious that Broken Spear belonged among the absolute best of the best. The guy was flawless, teaching Orion how to manage his skills and tactics. He showed him how to assess enemies and make every single move count. Right then, a tiny bird landed on his hand. He finally understood. Through constant losses, Orion had grown stronger. Now he needed a real test. Over in the Blackwater Swamp, a group of players battled a massive armored turtle. The clash was bloody and brutal, with the front lines barely holding the line. Their leader urged everyone to push through, claiming the giant beast was weakening. No damage, the beast barely cared, its armor deflecting every single strike. Suddenly, Orion appeared right beside the monster, ready to test his limits. He decided to use the turtle as his personal target practice. The surrounding players gaped in shock, thinking some random upstart was stealing their kill. Then someone recognized Orion as the powerhouse who had wiped out elite squads. Back off, he warned them that Orion was extremely dangerous. Orion finally noticed the gatherers, realizing he had walked into a crowded spot. The local guild captain stepped forward, trying to assert his authority. He warned Orion not to interfere, but Orion just laughed in his face. Honestly, you have to laugh. The clueless captain had no idea what was coming. Orion calmly explained that the boss's sudden frenzy was targeted right at their leader. Before the clueless guild members could even process the threat, chaos erupted. They fell instantly. Orion realized dealing with elite squads was getting easier. It was undeniable, he had become much stronger than before. Meanwhile, the market of the floating ice city was as bustling as ever. Shan was completely stunned when Luchin offered him a job running a shop. Since taxes for the undead were absurdly high, having Shan manage it saved gold. It was a brilliant loophole, keeping their hard-earned profits safe from the system. Even better, Luchin possessed both hunting and cooking skills to supply the store. Gather, craft, and sell, he could handle the entire business cycle. Reports showed that their rival Mangan was losing power and short on staff. Once renovated, the store would remain under Shan's control. Customers from Menyun were even promised special discounts to build loyalty. Shan promised to handle all the heavy lifting and transportation himself. But when he asked for extra renovation funds, Luchin got immediately annoyed. Shan was already geared up with Luchin's gold and still wanted more. Instead of cash, Luchin tossed him a blackstone axe as a temporary tool. He promised a better upgrade soon, which was enough to keep Shan happy. Over in the city of Hanbin, the undead forces were being absolutely slaughtered. Luchin investigated and quickly realized Orion was the only player capable of this. In the global chat, Orion warned Luchin to leave the area immediately. A massive bloodbath was brewing on Ice Hill, and things were about to get ugly. There she was, Fancy materialized on a nearby cliff, looking menacing. Before Luchin could even speak, she immediately lunged forward with a deadly strike. Luchin barely manages to throw up a quick block. Why is she doing this? She is ranked number 1, yet she conspired with the Mad Dragon Guild, but Fancy dismisses his question completely. Their fight rages on with terrifying force. By this time, Orion has revived and is watching this brutal duel unfold. It is an epic clash. Luchin suddenly summons an undead beast. A massive skeletal bear creeps up on Fancy from her blind spot. The undead beast attacks. She leaps back to avoid the sudden strike. She never expected this summoned creature to have a higher level than its master. Now both Luchin and his undead bear charge at Fancy together. Fancy is not intimidated. She actually finds the dark creature quite interesting. She slashes with her sword. The skeletal bear reacts instantly at the last moment. It shields Luchin, taking the brunt of her devastating radiation attack. It hits hard. Luchin's defenses drop by 25% instantly. The bear literally burns to ash before their eyes from the high radiation. It is incredibly powerful. Fancy declares that now it is Luchin's turn to die. Their deadly battle continues. The girl quickly activates an Ice Storm skill card. The clash shifts. Players from the Dragon Guild watch the action from cover. They are shocked. Fancy Hang possesses some skills that are absolutely insane. She leaps high into the air, unleashing a brutal hail of ice shards. The shards strike Luchin, instantly draining his entire mana pool. Orion watches with intense interest. He knows these skill cards are devastating. But this is too brutal. Luchin quickly activates his counter effect. A massive force field erupts around him, clashing head-on with the freezing rain. Holding another skill card between his teeth, he prepares his next big move. The impact is huge. The Dragon Guild onlookers barely stay on their feet. They realize this pair possesses some seriously powerful and terrifying skills. The fight continues, but it is slowly turning into a complete stalemate. Both are equally matched. Luchin uses a card to block the storm. He engulfs everything in intense flames and demands that she surrender. But Fancy only grows stronger. Suddenly, she begins fighting with both hands. Luchin barely dodges in time, realizing he must use his fire mantle again. His evasion speed is slightly delayed, making his defense far from perfect. Fancy is genuinely surprised. He managed to dodge her direct strike. Luchin activates another card. This time it is the Insatiable Wolf card. It boosts his speed. The Dragon Guild spectators watch in total disbelief. He is effortlessly dodging her attacks. Where did they get such incredible skills? It is almost comical now. Both players are completely out of mana. They literally start shoving each other, refusing to give an inch. Suddenly, blood spurts from Fancy's stomach as Luchin nearly loses his head. The brutal pace of this battle threatens to kill both of them. Orion watches closely. The system simply will not let either of them lose. He must intervene. This is a real fight with both giving everything. Orion can only dream of reaching this insane level of strength. The opponents die and resurrect over and over in this endless cycle. The Dragon Guild leader says they are completely obsessed with destroying each other. After dying and reviving repeatedly, Luchin makes a proposal to Fancy. He suggests they stop fighting before they both lose too many levels. Neither of them wants that. After a brief pause, she reconsiders. She agrees to a truce, but right then Orion yells for everyone to look. Luchin immediately realizes the scent of blood drew those rats in. Just then the Dragon Guild leader shows up, telling them to stay calm. He praises their amazing battle and invites his buddies to enjoy the show. Fancy points her camera, declaring that the Dragon Slayer arrived just in time. Broken Spear was successfully taken down, with her video recording ready. She demands her reward, but the very moment the girl stops speaking, a massive explosion obliterates her recording drone out of nowhere. Fancy is absolutely furious. She never expected such a cheap, dirty play. The Dragon Lord shrugs it off, claiming his hand just slipped from nervousness. Nobody got hurt, right? It was only a cheap recording device after all. He fake apologizes, offering to pay her back, but in reality the Dragon Guild is targeting both the Broken Spear and Fancy hang herself. Did she think she could cross them and get away with it? Now. She is on their hit list too, Fancy says, quickly realizing she should have finished off the Dragon Lord back when he wanted to team up. She screams curses at him, but then a private notification pops up. It is a message from Broken Spear, complaining that she is shifting blame onto everyone else after he invited her to join forces, soon Orion. Fancy and Broken Spear start arguing, but they quickly turn their anger to the Dragon Guild, threatening to expose their dirty deeds to the public. The leader just laughs, mocking them. Who would ever believe Orion anyway? He is a complete lunatic, slaughtering rivals and monsters alike for cash. Since the video evidence is gone, the Dragon Guild can easily erase them. He orders his elite squad to send these three straight to the afterlife. In an instant, the entire battlefield is swallowed by raging fire. The commander wants this recorded to post on their official website. They want the whole world to see what happens when you mess with them. But wait, the trio suddenly tears right through the wall of flames. They are geared up and ready to fight back. The guild leader remains smug. He thinks their struggle is totally futile. Broken Spear draws his execution blade. Fancy charges up her beam attacks, while Orion unleashes his crazy combat moves. Together, the three block every incoming strike and push forward. They are aiming straight for the leader, seeing his defense line crumble. The boss unleashes a massive fire spike, now all three of them want to personally crush this annoying insect. Luchin makes his move, swiftly sliding past the guild leader to strike from behind. The boss spots him, screaming at his squad to cover their rear. But Orion lunges directly at the leader. Talk about losing focus. Orion laughs, mentioning the feast of chicken and rice Liu Chen gave him. With that massive energy boost, he can keep his phantom armor active all day. His stamina is unlimited, and Orion is absolutely sure that the dragon only required long-range backing. Meanwhile, Fancy and Liu Chen were ready. They were already busy behind the enemy lines, striking the mad dragon players. They dropped dead, one by one, unable to comprehend what hit them. How could such low-level opponents wipe them out with such absolute ease? Orion kept the enemy leader pinned down, forcing him to watch his comrades fall. Suddenly, in sheer desperation, the guild leader lunged and grabbed Orion's spear. Orion instantly realized his dropped level had severely weakened his defensive stats. Seizing the opportunity, the enemy boss launched a heavy counterattack of his own. He desperately wanted to break free from Orion and aid his dying squad. The leader roared at his remaining men that no help was coming today. They needed to attack and destroy these insolent fools. Fancy sensed the danger. Seeing the escalating combat, she suggested they consider retreating immediately. But Liu Chen insisted they had no reason to run because they were a team. He was fully committed now, and they could count on him to deliver. These fiercely independent loners were finally uniting in this desperate battle. Orion stepped up. He cast his solid protective barrier over his new allies. This shield gave them a brief moment to breathe and prepare their counter. The enemies had clearly depleted their main offensive moves, signaling a brief lull. This was the golden opportunity they needed to seize and strike back hard. The hostile guild leader sneered at Orion, mocking his completely broken spear. But right then, a female warrior lunged forward, claiming to be his ultimate nemesis. Meanwhile, Liu Chen charged completely alone into the crowd of enemy players. The opposing players laughed, assuming he was just a brainless fool seeking death. But the moment they surrounded him, Liu Chen unleashed a hidden trick. Watch closely, his Firewolf Plan skill card completely changes the game here. The enemy players certainly did not expect a card this dangerous. Searing flames instantly consumed the area, turning ordinary players into ashes. Realizing they had walked into a trap, the desperate guild leader panicked. To survive, he had to activate his magic horn with triple strike skill card. This weapon delivered multiple hits, with each subsequent strike multiplying the critical damage. Just then, the warrior with the broken spear suddenly appeared. He took the full force of the guild leader's strike, but managed a defense. Using his sword, he braced himself. The boss was poised to land a critical hit. But Orion threw himself into the line of fire, shielding his ally. The shield took a massive blow to his mana, but he survived. Ryan proudly declared that he was the living shield for this small squad. He vowed that no teammate would die, not while he still drew breath. Striking with a broken spear looked absurd, but Orion kept pushing forward. This was a team effort, and even weak damage could create an opening. His main goal was simply to keep the enemy leader distracted and busy. While the leader was fully distracted, Fancy materialized right behind him. Silently, she swung her blade and cleanly severed his head from his shoulders. With their leader down, the remaining guild members lay dead on the battlefield. Knowing they had to move fast, the team prepared to flee immediately. They needed to escape before the enemy guild players began to respawn. After retreating into the wild jungle, Lu Chen admitted he had taken heavy damage. His level had also plummeted. He needed to log out right away. Lin Xin then asked about his city, and they surprisingly turned out to be neighbors. This prompted the beauty to suggest an offline meeting, and Lu Chen did not mind. He really wanted to see Fancy's true face, having no idea what she looked like. With that settled, they agreed to meet up at the Yin Shan tea house. Arriving a bit early, Lu Chen sat down at a table and waited for her. Soon, a girl approached his table, announcing that Lu Chen's coffee was finally ready. He looked up and instantly recognized her as the most beautiful student in town. She suddenly bowed deeply. The young man was left completely bewildered. He could not tell if she was just being formal or plotting something. Lin Xin blushed deeply as she offered her most sincere apologies for her actions. She admitted her past in-game behavior was a mistake driven by the dragons exploiting her. Lu Chen reassured her, noting that rewards of hundreds of thousands are tempting for anyone. Still, he did not understand why she had to kill them so many times. The first kill was strictly for the cash, she quietly explained. Every single kill after that was simply her venting some serious anger. Apparently, she had spent ages preparing for an undead patrol quest the day before. But Lu Chen and Orion led the Dragon Guild in and ruined everything. They completely ruined Fancy's plan right in the middle of her mission. The duo even killed her, leaving her empty-handed on a D-rank quest. Lu Chen pointed out they paid a heavy price too, then asked her purpose. He wanted to know exactly why she had asked him to meet today. Lin Xin revealed her plan to start a guild, inviting them both to join. Together, she believed their trio would easily dominate the top of the rankings. Talk about a brutal rejection, but she just could not accept his choice. They had fought side by side, making an alliance seem like a no-brainer. Lu Chen agreed, but knew her targets went far beyond normal enemies. She honestly confessed her real goal was to crush the strongest top players. Fighting the Mad Dragons was just a start, she aimed much higher. She wanted to bring down Tyrant's sword and the legendary Broken Spear. Intrigued by her sheer charm and bold ambition, Lu Chen finally agreed. Later, Shishin helped him carry boxes, asking if Fancy had impressed him. Having found a perfect location, they were now setting up their studio. Lu Chen had always wanted to do this, but previously lacked the rent. However, taking down the League of Mad Dragons had finally paid off. He earned a massive profit, allowing him to easily afford the space. The new workspace was actually quite impressive, with plenty of room. It featured bright, spacious rooms, prompting Shishin to ask about recruitment. Shishin immediately suggested they invite Fancy, hoping to bring her in. He argued that having the stunning Lin Xin around would be amazing. Lu Chen quickly told his friend to keep his wild expectations grounded. He could not just recruit someone like her when she had other plans. Shishin sighed, realizing they might end up hiring some complete novice instead. He really did not want to work with weaklings or complete beginners. Nobody knew who Lu Chen would pick, but when they heard that Orion was the one, everyone was shocked since he was a top 10 killer. On the Celestial list, he ranked second only to Lu Chen himself in total awards. Lu Chen told his worried friend to relax. For now, they just needed some rest. They would plan their next move tonight. Soon after, Lu Chen headed out. He reached the cold Hanbing mass burial site and lay inside a coffin to recover. While checking his stats, a message popped up from Orion inviting him to Ice Hill. Apparently, a huge opportunity was waiting. Lu Chen knew Orion was a rare beast. Even if his raw power fell a bit short, the guy was still elite. He could easily wipe out thousands of normal players on his own. Arriving at Ice Hill, Orion greeted Lu Chen while showing off a brand new spear. Lu Chen looked at him, casually asking if he had ever considered joining a guild. He explained he was starting a private studio and wanted Orion on the team. The headquarters sat in a great neighborhood with easy travel access. It offered private rooms, free meals, and an endless supply of top gaming resources. Orion loved the sound of that, but pointed out he was a top celestial ranking player. Countless massive guilds were desperate to sign him. Why choose a small startup? Why join Lu Chen instead? The master's answer was incredibly simple. Because Orion wanted to be number one, and Lu Chen's training could make it happen. Under his personal guidance, that dream would become a reality. The offer hit home. Orion quickly agreed to sign up, secretly plotting his ultimate revenge. He was certain that one day he would surpass and crush Lu Chen completely. A few days later, Lu Chen and Du Shisen waited at the train station. Gongsun Gu waved, warning them not to call him a little devil anymore. Du Shisen was thrilled to have such a cool ally and tried to hug him. Lu Chen watched them, amused by the strange lineup of his brand new guild. Their first powerhouse recruit was literally a guy who wanted to destroy him in-game. Talk about strange fortunes. Gongsun Gu then casually addressed Du Shisen as Brother B. The proud warrior absolutely hated that nickname and instantly snapped at him. A noisy fight broke out as they argued over their ridiculous pet names. Lu Chen smiled at the chaos, confident his team would be legendary. After grabbing a quick bite, the group finally headed over to the studio. Their workspace was still pretty messy, with unpacked cardboard boxes scattered across the floor. Lu Chen tried to show Gongsun Gu his room, but something else caught his eye. The young man froze, his eyes locking onto a specific gaming helmet nearby. It was the exclusive Hall of Fame gear belonging to Lu Chen himself. Realization hit him hard. His seemingly average friend, Broken Spear, was a literal legend. Lu Chen admitted it but shrugged it off. He hated dwelling on those days. He tried to forget that time because his final days there had been plagued by massive scandals. Du Shisen chimed in, stepping up to defend his best friend's honor. He proudly held the championship trophy, considering it a badge of true honor. Gongsun Gu smiled, admitting that despite his respect, his real idol was different. His heart belonged to an absolute legend known to everyone as the Great God. That genius had famously crushed King Park at the national arena. He kept talking, closely watching the hilarious expressions of his new teammates. He was finally able to put the whole puzzle together, then his eyes fell on a photograph framed on the table, which immediately confirmed his deepest suspicion. It turned out that Broken Spear was the very same boy who completely defeated Great Pack. They could reconnect now, leaving Gungun absolutely thrilled by the news. He shook his boss's hand and admitted he knew how hard deleting that old account was. But today they were partners, ready to give it everything. To make their shared dream of revenge a reality, Lu Chen admitted he did have a dream. But simple payback was never it. He wanted what every player wanted. To conquer the floating ice city, dominate Country Z, and compete with the planet's absolute best. His ultimate goal was indeed becoming number one on the planet, which is precisely why Lu Chen proposed naming their guild Blood Mercenaries, since both he and Orion were deeply tied to that color. In the beginning, their resources were extremely tight, meaning they would have to accept various in-game bounties to earn necessary cash. Gungun absolutely loved the name, saying it perfectly captured brutal battlefield slaughter, war, and legendary glory. Shusen also supported the new Blood Mercenaries name. From this moment on, this headquarters would officially be known as Legendary Blood Mercenaries Studio, and they firmly sealed the entire deal with a solid handshake. Afterward, they designed a logo featuring a skull painted in blood on a red background, along with two crossed flags forming a grim mark. Once the whole studio was set up, Lu Chen announced they needed to start with initial planning, but Shusen immediately demanded that they immediately begin by taking over the local ice house and recruiting beautiful women. Gungun proposed defeating the mad dragons and invading their leader's stronghold. Hearing this, Luchin quietly listened to his excited partners before completely redirecting their focus. He pointed out that generating massive profit had to be their absolute primary goal from day one. Luchin laid out the massive expenses: 6 months of rent, computers, and gear. The final cost was truly staggering, completely draining every single coin Luchin had saved so far. Seriously, they only had enough funds left for a single week of cheap groceries. Gungun offered to convert his in-game rewards into real cash to help out. So Luchin headed out to grind and upgrade his character while the others gathered valuable loot. They would sell everything they could find to generate immediate capital. While Luchin was actively grinding his next level, Shusen pinged him with some incredibly heavy news. The Mad Dragons had changed the dungeon entry rules to block everyone. Now aspiring new players could only join whichever specific faction successfully cleared the targeted dungeon first. Even worse, simply participating in each dungeon run now cost players 40 silver coins. Slaying another goblin nearby, Luchin was determined to chase down absolutely every penny. He eagerly accepted absolutely any paying job available, from cooking and crafting to completing high-tier boss bounties. Soon, Luchin read that a prominent player known as Tyrant Sword had reached level 30, becoming the first in the city to do so. Without that grueling clash against Fancy, Broken Spear would likely be standing at that same level. Talk about bad timing, right? But he desperately needed immediate cash. So the warrior headed directly to Cold Wind Canyon, where the golden Scaled Python King was waiting. It was impossible to read the beast's level, but gathering rare green peppers in this highly dangerous territory made his entire quest extremely risky. To start, Luchin decided to test the boss and landed a quick critical strike. He strikes to test the waters, and surprisingly, his critical hit actually deals some real damage. Maybe things are not as bad as they first seemed, Luchin tells himself. But right then, the boss retaliates with a sudden strike, stripping away his health. Luchin realizes this massive serpent is incredibly dangerous. This beast is dangerous, so he has to stay sharp. Just then, the Python King exhales a toxic green cloud right toward him. It is deadly poison. Anyone caught inside rapidly loses their health. With the toxic venom eating away at him, he has to end this python fast. Creeping closer unnoticed, Luchin strikes the giant python straight in the throat. The snake clamps its mouth shut. The toxic mist suddenly stops. It is in absolute agony. You can see the pain in its eyes. Before the creature can spew any more poison, Luchin leaps high into the air. He rains down blows on the Python King, making the thrashing boss writhe in agony. But he refuses to back down, planting his feet on its back and driving his blade deep. This hard-won victory pushes Broken Spear all the way to level 31. He actually grabbed the #1 spot in the city rankings. Talk about epic. Luchin checks the new gear and decides to keep the rare skill book for himself. As for the rest of the items, they will bring a pretty penny back in town. Throwing away the Python King's corpse would be a total waste of good materials. It is a powerhouse, making it the perfect upgrade to replace his undead black bear. Necromancer summons the Python King's skeletal form, swapping out his old undead wild bear. Now he commands a massive, terrifying, and insanely powerful new minion. With his business concluded, Broken Spear heads out to meet his contact. He travels to the Icy Hill Cross to find his master, the Death Swordsman Surin. Surin promises that for just 5 gold coins, he can upgrade his student's class specialization. Plus, he will throw in 3 powerful skill books as a bonus. Luchin is genuinely shocked that the whole process is this quick and easy. Master Surin calmly takes the coins, announcing that by the authority of Queen Sophia, he is officially promoting Luchin to the prestigious rank of Senior Necromancer Fencer. The young swordsman cannot shake the feeling that there must be a catch. Everything went way too smoothly, and his power does not feel any different. Still, he decides to let it go and not overthink the situation. After all, he trusts that Master Surin would never actively deceive him. Along with his shiny new rank, he automatically unlocks a batch of skills. His mentor sends him off to test his combat prowess in the field. Overjoyed like a kid with a new toy, Luchin runs off to test his power. Watching the boy run off, the Death Swordsman Surin narrows his eyes. He wants to harvest the boy's soul, and honestly, that is incredibly chilling. Deep in the Weeping Canyon stands the seemingly invincible Knight of Decay. As the local area boss, his offensive and defensive stats are absolutely legendary. Fancy is already gearing up to charge in, leaving Broken Spear to cover her. Luchin tells his partner to relax since they do not need to stress. The quest payout is pretty low anyway, so there is no point overworking themselves. Ignoring the warning, Fancy leaps from her ambush and strikes the Knight of Decay. The massive, towering opponent simply raises his giant sword to block her path, and immediately parried the girl's attack, but Fancy used every bit of her skill, which completely shocked Broken Spear. He could not grasp how this beauty had unlocked such a high-level mission. This opponent was seriously tough. Difficult, Fancy explained that she had not chosen to fight the Knight of Decay. It was just the required task to change her specialization. Fancy continued the battle, yelling that specialization trials are never easy. They cannot be skipped, requiring players to try incredibly hard. Hearing this, Luchin immediately thought about his own path. It really felt like he had obtained his specialization quite easily. Saren seemed eager to make him stronger, but something felt highly suspicious about it. Right then, the Knight of Decay was hit with a sudden burst of bright light, dropping his defense. Fancy was thrilled. She realized that dark creatures actually struggled against light. The duel was still incredibly tough. Luchin realized it was his moment to step in, suddenly appearing right in front of her, facing the undead king of pythons. This dramatic entrance highly impressed the girl. They decided to team up and crush the Knight of Decay together. The knight was holding his ground surprisingly well, although he was taking heavy damage. He faced a fierce three-sided assault. The summoned Python King unleashed a toxic mist directly at the boss. The Knight of Decay was poisoned, his health bar ticking down. He clashed head-on against Fancy while Luchin slipped behind his back, preparing a lethal strike. Luchin landed a massive critical hit, and Fancy delivered the final blow. Just like that, he fell. Fancy instantly hit level 32 and secured the #1 rank, knocking Broken Spear off the leaderboard. But for his timely assistance, Luchin still earned 2 gold coins, which he desperately needed to stabilize his empty pockets. Fancy mentioned she had more quests paying 3 gold coins an hour. Luchin saw no reason to decline such a lucrative offer. Meanwhile, deep in Boulder Canyon, players were struggling against the Boulder Guardian, a rank D boss. Luchin watched from the shadows, totally stunned. 3 gold coins for a steal, count him in. Stealing a rank D boss from the Mad Dragon Guild, Fancy said she accepted this scouting job because the giant dropped an incredibly rare item. You cannot buy this anywhere. Luchin mentioned he would happily pay more for a top-quality map, but Fancy insisted she would not haggle over costs. The absolute main goal was finishing the quest. Luchin promised to handle it, but the girl warned him to stay alert. The Mad Dragon Guild had assembled a team of elite experts, including the dangerous alchemy book player and Cloud Turner. They had already targeted the boss's critical weakness, its massive stone joints. Luchin realized once again how incredibly powerful having limitless cash could be. Fancy explained that Mad Dragon poured massive funds into recruiting top-tier talent. The intense battle raged on, but things suddenly turned chaotic. The giant stone boss slammed his fist down, sending players flying. Engulfed in absolute rage, the massive boss charged right after them. As it turned out, those joint attacks did not slow him down at all. Luchin and Fancy were hiding right in the path of the fleeing players. Retreating, they desperately tried to escape the boss, though Fancy wanted to attack. But Broken Spear stopped her. Wait until his health hits 2,000. The Dragon Guild leader grinned, seizing this perfect chance to order his entire guild to open fire, all-out attack on the boss. A barrage of skills rained down. His health plunged, yet nothing changed. No transformation, nothing. The guild kept up their relentless assault until Luchin and Fancy suddenly burst out of hiding, charging straight into the fray, only to realize they had actually walked right into an ambush. A trap. Now a massive counterattack was being launched directly at them. Suddenly, the boss collapsed. Players kept landing heavy critical hits, steadily chipping away his health. The Dragon Guild leader laughed in delight. But watch this, they actually thought they trapped him, aiming to kill Lu Chen and Fancy. He ordered Invincible to finish them off. However, the moment the guild members saw the giant undead python, they immediately lost all courage. Fight Broken Spear? No way, not anymore. The young man mocked them, finally using your brains, huh? Setting up an ambush after surviving so many of my raids. Invincible was seething. How was this insolent punk still in one piece? Lu Chen didn't care. He launched his counteroffensive, sending the python forward. It was nearly impossible for the guild to withstand their combined power. The massive beast swept its tail, launching players back while the boss sided with the Dragon Guild and stepped forward to crush the undead python. Fancy volunteered to handle the giant herself, landing a barrage of heavy critical hits on the monster. When the clumsy giant slammed its fist into the dirt, the girl soared gracefully into the air. Unfortunately, the undead python did not survive that devastating smash. Still, Lu Chen and Fancy pressed on steadily, chipping away at the enemy. Invincible ordered his men to focus on the two targets but leave the boss alone. He wanted the final blow. For himself, Fancy declared that she would deliver the critical hit this time. Telling Lu Chen to lock the boss down, the young man leaped straight toward the stone giant's face, preparing his final attack. He deliberately missed his first strike, a clever feint that dealt 0 damage but amplified the next hit's power tenfold. Thanks to this devastating move, Broken Spear leveled up once again, leaving the entire Dragon Guild frozen in jaw-dropping disbelief. Speechless with shock, seriously, look at that, he crushed the giant with a single strike, something that should have been completely impossible to pull off in just a few hits. The players stared in shock, unable to comprehend that massive damage output, but there was no time to think about it now. They needed that rare loot and immediately rushed toward the fallen boss, but Fancy warned them to back off unless they wanted to be completely destroyed. Lu Chen swiftly snatched up all the valuable dropped loot, and now they just had to make a fast escape. The duo dashed through the rising flames, but the guild was not about to let them escape so easily. Furious players launched a barrage of fireballs, vowing to tear the insolent duo to shreds, to lose their pursuers. Lu Chen suggested attacking the surrounding cliffs to slow down their pursuers. It worked like a charm. Huge boulders rained down, stopping them. The danger slowly faded. The air finally cleared. With the chase over, they caught their breath, but Fancy was miserable. She had fought with everything, leaving her with barely any health left. Her weapon was heavily damaged, and her ring remained completely inactive. Worst of all, she had to pay for help, while Lu Chen was thriving. He had snagged a rare beast-faced storm helmet and boosted his stats. While he celebrated, Fancy stared at her Blood Guardian ring, still inert. A massive attack boost, but Lu Chen offered a deal. He proposed waiving his fee in exchange for the ring she couldn't use. A massive mistake. That ring actually held incredible secret value. Its scaling properties made it worth at least 15 valuable gold coins. Lu Chen revealed that he also owned gear with unique growing traits. He showed off his legendary moon blade, making Fancy instantly jealous. Desperate to own it, she offered a trade, but Lu Chen declined. One ring was not enough, as the blade was worth 25 gold. Though she called him a greedy miser, she agreed to pay the difference. They quickly finalized the trade and bid each other farewell. Mercenary life. As long as there is coin, they keep moving. Deep in the ice forest, the giant monkey boss lay dead, but trouble loomed. Players from the hostile Shadow Clan blocked the path, halting progress. A priest named Bright Moon stepped forward, offering to strike a quick deal. Their arrogant leader, Shadow Forest, demanded their rare bronze armor. He offered a measly 2 gold coins, promising to let them leave safely. This disrespectful attempt at robbery instantly enraged the blood mercenaries. They prepared to fight, knowing the bronze gear was worth 20 gold. Shisen stepped in, warning the enemy that they would not be fooled. He declared that the blood mercenaries would never yield to such cheap threats. Backup arrived. Orion stepped into the light to support them. Armed in formidable heavy plate armor, Orion sent shivers through the crowd. He casually joked that for another 50 silver, he would slaughter them. The arrogant Shadow Clan thugs refused to play along with negotiations. Instead, they threatened to slaughter everyone and loot their corpses. Shadow Forest lost his patience, ordering his squad to charge. A high-level player lunged at Shisen, targeting him as the weakest link. It seemed like wiping out the blood mercenaries would be extremely simple. Shisen struggled to raise his massive 2-handed axe as chaos erupted. Orion rushed to cover Shisen, but Shadow Forest intercepted him with an attack. The ruthless enemy leader unleashed a dangerous strike, threatening to overwhelm him. Game over, but then a sudden presence made everyone freeze. Lu Chen arrived on the scene, making a grand entrance as the boss. He warned the guild that harming his friends meant an instant death sentence. With blinding speed, he lunged forward, giving them no time to react. Watching him move, Fancy recalled the first time she witnessed his power. He materialized right in front of her, shielding her body with his own while warning them. Touch his partner, instant death. She watched in awe as Broken Spear fought. She realized his style perfectly mirrored Lu Chen. Then, Broken Spear unleashed a massive strike. The blow completely missed, dealing 0 damage, which instantly gave his foes a false confidence. They laughed. They assumed this fight was just an empty, pathetic show. And then, knowing his victory was set, Broken Spear unleashed his next blow. This strike was exponentially stronger. Absolutely nobody could survive a direct hit like that. Terrified, Shadow Forest immediately pulled back, screaming for his entire squad to retreat. He could not comprehend such absurd damage. Meanwhile, Lu Chen noticed. The enemies fled like cowards. He quickly told his crew they should also fall back. Leave the area. Over in Blue Sky Canyon, a player named Violet Mark sat on a rock checking out the rankings. Suddenly, an urgent ping arrived from Shadow Forest, warning him to avoid Broken Spear. But seriously, who did not know him? He was legendary, sitting comfortably in the top 3 of the entire Celestial rankings. Violet Mark kept talking with his friends, but the warnings just kept rolling in. Literally everyone told him to fear Broken Spear. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was heading out with his companions when a girl shouted to stop him. He was in a massive rush. Without turning around, he asked what else the beauty wanted this time. The girl quickly thanked Broken Spear for the rescue, admitting she knew his rank. Since he was a top 3 powerhouse, she wondered if he wanted to join the Ancient Swordsman Guild. Instantly, memories flooded back. He remembered listening to her speak about their massive, wealthy parent organization. He recognized Manhwa immediately, but he had no interest in partnering with her. He flatly told her that he was already running his own crew, called the Blood Mercenaries, but if she ever needed help with a quest, they were always open for hire, especially when the reward came from a beauty. With that, the team bid farewell to the lovely Manhwa and walked away. Before she could even utter another word, you see, Lu Chen had previously played with her faction in his past life, so joining them again was out. Left behind, Manhwa quietly asked her friend if that masked warrior seemed familiar. Lin knew exactly who she meant, remembering how their old leader had fallen into deep, dark despair. For a long time, he was completely broken. When she returns, they must help her. She needs a serious upgrade. With their plan set, the two friends went their separate ways, heavily lost. In thought, both feeling certain they had just spoken to Lu Chen himself. Back at the Icy City Market, Broken Spear tried to purchase a sealed map. But the seller wanted 20 silver coins, a total ripoff since it had absolutely 0. Any drop insurance, which made spending that kind of fortune way too risky. Next up, Lu Chen decided to recruit some battle pets and weighed his options. He had previously owned a mantis, a slime, a fire wolf, and a saber-toothed tiger. Every beast had major pros and cons, but then his eyes landed on the wasp. It boasted 4.5 stars in attack and agility, with solid defensive stats. Lu Chen immediately headed out toward the venomous bee forest, which was absolutely teeming with massive, aggressive insects whose venomous stings caused excruciating pain. In the right hands, though, they would make the ultimate weapon. Lucen activated the card and summoned his new pet, a wasp named No with pretty good stats. He kept it. Immediately, Lucen realized he had made a truly great choice, one that looked at its master with genuine affection. Just then, the god of war and the archer approached Broken Spear, offering to buy the wasp for 5 gold coins. He refused instantly. No way was he selling his pet for that cheap. There was no way his wasp was for sale. The god of war turned to Broken Spear and mockingly remarked he was surprisingly polite for a top 3 ranked player. He pointed out that other elites, like Len, behaved incredibly shamelessly. Lucen quickly realized these two idiots were just mocking him and underestimating his power. The battle was almost over. Those bullies had their health completely drained. Total confusion. They had no idea where the opponent went. Too late, Lucen was already standing directly behind them, cold blade ready. Without hesitation, Lucen plunged his sharp dagger deep into the back of one bully. The blade pierced him clean through. His enraged companion immediately drew his massive sword. A desperate counter, his companion swung his blade, but it was useless. Lucen could not understand how such trash had ever managed to defeat Lin. No mercy, Lucen executed the remaining player without a single regret. The Ancient Swordsman Guild was his sanctuary. No one would ruin it. In ambush, a devastating strike crashed into his back, breaking his focus. The attacker smirked, boasting he would claim the legendary Tyrant's sword. The impact was massive, a brutal hit that sent shockwaves through the area. Lucen was launched through the air like a toy, falling straight into a pit. Down he went, up above. The enemy squad quickly gathered around the pit. One player suggested jumping down to finish off the heavily wounded target. But Tyrant shook his head, warning that the dark cavern was too risky. With only one way out, they decided to wait right there and trap Lucen. A sudden twist, before the squad could ambush him, a nightmare appeared. Zurin, the dread death swordsman, struck them from behind with sheer force. Pure chaos, the players scattered like dust, staring at the monster. This was a necromancer of a completely unknown level. They had no idea what he could do. Meanwhile, Lucen woke up. He slowly stood up in the dark, swearing vengeance on the Tyrant's sword. That backstabbing bastard would pay, but then a loud buzzing filled his ears. Lucen looked around, spotting hundreds of glowing, dangerous wasps in the shadows. He had fallen straight into their main hive. Getting out alive was going to be tough. Survive first, then he would track down and slaughter that tyrant. Wait, his pet. Lucen suddenly remembered the summoning card in his inventory. He summoned the newly acquired creature. Its stats were absolutely off the charts. Absolute Beast. The dark cavern suddenly looked a whole lot brighter now. A free jackpot. Thanks to that foolish ambush, he got an elite pet. He finalized the pet contract, securing a highly reliable and powerful new ally. Using a standard seal card, he decided to test its current combat readiness. The wasp instantly lit up, fully charged and eager to rip things apart. Usually basic cards only gave minor boosts, making high-tier cards a better option. The wild target remained uncaptured, and basic cards were useless. Wasting those two cards was completely pointless, especially since he had a massive backup plan. Lucen kept a top-quality seal card ready. He quickly activated it. These were superior bees, way stronger, but instantly things went entirely sideways. The stubborn pet hid inside a weak ordinary bee, completely ignoring Lucen. Managing them was a nightmare. Honestly, he was already getting super tired of it. Time for a shortcut. Standing dead still, he let the swarm crowd around him. He patiently waited. Spotting the right target, he activated his premium card. Boom, it worked. The beast was fully tamed, possessing high boss-level power. Meet Black Wasp. Lucen decided spending such an elite card was totally worth it. He resolved to thank those mad dragons next time. Talk about a massive win. Checking the stats confirmed everything. His new Black Wasp was an absolute beast. A literal flying death machine. He smirked, imagining how fancy would shake in fear. For now, he ordered his pet upstairs to scout the area. It returned quickly. Only one lone target remained. Lucen immediately formulated a plan. No point in waiting. He decided to go up and finish him off completely alone. Sword in hand, he lunged from the pit with a wild, deafening shout. But wait, standing there was his own teacher, the legendary death swordsman Zurin. Lucen was completely shocked. He asked what his master was doing in this place. Zurin explained that a pack of vicious, hellish windwolves had recently emerged. They were stalking the northern forests of Ice Hill, hunting down the undead. Lucen had to destroy them. Accepting the quest scroll, he felt deeply puzzled. Why would his legendary teacher track him down just for some common wolves? Zurin smiled. He had specifically secured this quest from Captain Fack himself. It was an easy way for Lucen to level up. He could always refuse. But Lucen accepted immediately. He packed his things and headed to the forest. The hunt was a breeze. He easily slaughtered the required number of windwolves. He collected their valuable fangs and fur, ready to sell them for gold. He paused. Why was this quest so incredibly easy, yet yielded so much? There had to be a catch. He decided to turn it in and see. Zurin warmly praised his apprentice for completing the hunt so lightning fast. He handed over the rewards. Along with some gold, Lucen received powerful gear. The new armor granted massive damage boosts against all monster types. Behold the Windwolf Greaves. Lucen examined his awesome new loot carefully. They were incredible. Still, he couldn't grasp why Zurin gave him this task. Zurin told him to stop overthinking things. He simply wanted him to grow stronger. The ultimate goal was for Lucen to become a truly worthy rival. None of this made any sense. Lucen felt completely left in the dark. Zurin had literally scared off their dangerous enemies, yet it felt highly suspicious. It gave him the creeps. Later, over a nice dinner, the team celebrated. Luchin had made plenty of gold, enough to buy food for everyone, he mentioned. He had accepted a new request from Manhwa for 10 gold coins. Sheen worried their cover might blow, but Luchin quickly put his mind at ease. He would act as backup while Orion took the lead. Honestly, he preferred. Staying hidden, he could never reveal his past as a legendary ancient swordsman. The guilt of destroying his old guild still haunted him. Forgiveness was impossible. To protect them in secret, Luchin added that once they finished dinner, they should definitely log into the game because a surprise was waiting for them. Luchin did not want to spoil the surprise and just reminded the group to help clean up the dishes first. Once back in the virtual world, Orion received a top-tier pet card. Shazen held his own premium card, grinning widely. Finally, everyone would witness the sheer power of the Blood Mercenaries. The game's pet system had only just launched, but these elite players had already tamed giant bosses, putting them miles ahead of everyone else. Manhwa soon greeted the guys, admitting she had not realized why a crowd gathered until she saw the Blood Mercenaries arrive. Luchin immediately asked who else would join them on the upcoming quest. Learning that only Manhwa and Leon were coming, he decided it was time to set out. Right away, meanwhile, the other Blood Mercenaries stayed behind in the plaza, showing off their powerful new beasts. Leon, despite being a high-level warrior, lacked a loyal pet of his own and could not help but feel pretty envious. Manhwa mentioned hearing all about his wild battle in the venomous bee forest, though Luchin quietly brushed past the details of what went down. Manhwa thanked him once again for his crucial help in avenging her, recalling how used to pull exhausting all-night guard shifts, but Luchin simply joked back. Thanks, do not put butter on bread. Laughing, she promised an extra coin. Once they cleared the quest, soon the party stepped into the frozen forest to hunt down a boss named Dryad, who possessed just one attack style, throwing deadly wooden spears. Defeating him looked like a breeze, since the giant tree boss could not move a single inch. But just as the fight felt too easy, massive vines snatched Manhwa. Out of nowhere, she screamed in terror, desperately calling for backup. The thick roots completely bound her arms and legs, hoisting her high into the cold air. Trapped and helpless, she could only desperately cry out. None of them knew the boss had a hidden skill, but they had to stop talking and save her. Talk about an absolutely brutal nightmare. Thick roots wrapped their legs, locking everyone in place. Luchin breaks free, slicing through the tight vines, holding Manhwa captive. As she plummets toward the snow, he catches her midair in a safe embrace, but before they can recover, another deadly threat strikes. A massive fire dragon spell erupts. Luchin stares in utter shock. Never expecting such a deadly combination, Luchin quickly shields the girl with his body, taking heavy damage while Manhwa rapidly casts her healing magic. Right at moment, players from the Shadow family arrive. They plan to steal the boss. Just as the main party is completely exhausted, but the giant tree boss is not about to die. Instead, the Dryad aggressively advances to shower everyone with wooden arrows. Luchin steps in front of Manhwa, slicing every incoming projectile with his swift sword. Suddenly, the Shadow family guild leader orders his mages and archers to strike, destroying the boss and killing everyone here. The team is instantly surrounded, but Manhwa quickly restores their vitality. Luchin tells her he will handle the Shadow family assassins himself. Luchin left the boss to his team, utterly stunning the Shadow clan leader. He realized this solo player, Broken Spear, actually planned on taking them all down alone. He expected an easy victory, but Luchin had a completely different opinion. He crushed everyone in his path. Meanwhile, Lin prepared to strike. Suddenly, fireballs came flying his way, warning Lane that things were going wrong. His movement speed began to plummet, and his reaction time slowed. The Shadow Clan realized their magic debuffs were completely ineffective. His entire gear set was made of black iron, rendering their magical efforts useless. A mage named Chanel saw that this opponent was an absolute powerhouse. He had already destroyed several mages, but she believed they still had the advantage. Relying on their massive numbers, she ordered her archers to focus on Broken Spear. She commanded 2 mages to deal with Manhwa, unleashing their fire dragon. Luchin braved the intense firestorm, immediately launching a fierce counterattack. He wanted to eliminate Chanel, but a massive barrage of arrows blocked his path. A A huge squad of enemy archers rained endless projectiles down on him. Individual arrow damage was minor, but several managed to pierce his heavy armor. Just as things were looking bleak, a powerful burst of magic erupted. A holy healing spell took effect, instantly restoring his health bar to full. Mingyue had timed her recovery magic perfectly, showing her high-level healing skills. With his health restored, Broken Spear pressed on through the magical barrage. He advanced towards Chanel, pushing the desperate Shadow Mage to the brink. She realized her team could not stop him and activated her Ice Eagles. Lu Chen pressed forward, despite the freezing damage from the icy shards. He was incredibly fast, instantly dashing clean through the freezing, lethal storm. He appeared right next to Chanel, who barely activated her magic shield. His heavy strike landed instantly, sending her flying and draining her mana. She desperately summoned her fire dragon once more, determined to survive. But out of nowhere, Lin appeared, swinging his spear with lethal force. He cleanly severed her head from her shoulders, finishing the battle quickly. With the mages dead, the battlefield was ablaze, but the remaining players fled. Xin explained that thanks to the help of the beautiful Mingyue, who protected everyone and restored their health, the final boss was defeated. Lu Chen praised his team, saying they had done an amazing job. The bloody mercenaries were not a group anyone should try to mess with. Since only the weak small fry remained, they decided to make a run for it. They cleared the area of troublemakers, and Lane was extremely pleased with the fight. Let me tell you, that battle turned out to be absolutely epic. He mentioned he would contact their guild leader tonight and share the fantastic news. She had always promised that joining the bloody mercenaries meant they would never lose. Listening to his teammates' conversation, Lu Chen suddenly realized something crucial. His former boss from his old guild had finally returned to the game. Meanwhile, Mingyue received a special bonus of some rare vine fiber. Since it was used for making leather armor, she gave it to them. Lu Chen thanked her and immediately prepared to say his quick goodbyes. He was terrified she might recognize him, so he quickly walked away. He wondered why the boss returned to collect the wolf pelt armor. Not to mention the incredible size of her chest. Meanwhile, his guys had already checked the community forums. The situation there was looking bad, very bad. A massive coalition against the blood mercenaries was forming online. Mad dragons, the Shadow family, and the dominating tyrants were targeting them. Lu Chen asked Orion what he thought. They had gathered a lot of enemies, but Orion just replied coldly. If one enemy comes, kill one. If two come, kill them both. They agreed to climb over their enemies' bones to reach the absolute top. Ultimate throne, the true dream of the blood mercenaries, was to rule the floating city and dominate the country of Z to secure their place at the top. They had to keep destroying their rivals over and over again. Lu Chen had searched 9 rookie villages, but still hadn't found her. He was running toward the next village when he suddenly froze in place. Something interesting caught his eye. Lu Chen hid behind a tree, because someone was pacing in the clearing, waiting for Mingyue. Peeking out, he realized she was there. Mingyue had arrived. Right in the middle of the woods, a player named Waterride appeared. The girls rushed toward each other. Mingyue grabbed Eva's hands. Saying she had been waiting, Mingyue gestured to Eva's sword, remarking that the girl was finally ready to use it. Eva explained that Lu Chen always called it the best weapon in the game. It was highly versatile and perfect for piercing through heavy defenses. Even as a knight class, she chose the sword, Mingyue told her. Not to cling to the past, because Lu Chen was gone now. They had to move forward. Eva quietly agreed with her friend, but insisted they should never completely forget about Lu Chen. She promised to stay loyal until the end, feeling his gaze nearby. Lu Chen stood hidden, desperately wanting to greet his boss. Mingyue grabbed Eva's hand, promising that she and Lin would help her level up since Eva was still at level 0. Later, walking through the frozen city market, Lu Chen heard that pets were selling at insane prices, yet eager buyers were clearing them out. The stock was disappearing fast. Lu Chen wondered how to help. His boss, Eva, was incredibly weak and desperately needed to level up. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed him. A girl pressed against Lu Chen and asked where he was going. He struggled to break free, protesting that public hugging was inappropriate, but she refused to let go. Fancy held him tight, complaining that annoying flies were buzzing around her. Now that is what I call a perfect setup for Lu Chen to take advantage. He grabbed the opportunity, pulling the girl tightly against his chest. wrapping his arms around her waist and declaring he was down for anything. Just then an outraged player stormed into the square, shouting that he could not understand how Fancy could choose such a creature. Fancy pointed at the undead guy, explaining that he had clung to her like a band-aid. Maybe the guy is just a weirdo, but now he is getting way too bold. He actually starts getting handsy, so Fancy breaks free and starts yelling. She tells him to stop bothering her, calling his pathetic jealousy incredibly annoying. In response, the guy hands her a golden pet card, urging her to take his gift. It is a greedy wolf bought for 100,000 gold, with high health stats. Perfect for leveling up, but Fancy just laughs and calls the beast trash. She has something much better to show him, pulling out a rare card of her own. She summons her powerful flaming blade, instantly stunning everyone nearby in the market. Fancy brags that her weapon is on another level, with stats that are completely unmatched. She tells him to scram with his little wolf cub. Lu Chen cannot help but laugh. The sheer absurdity makes Lu Chen laugh, so the player demands his pet. Lu Chen has zero interest in showing off. But since they are practically begging, he decides to show off his real ace. He brings out a massive dark wasp named Fancy, whose stats dwarf every other beast. The crowd gasps at its sheer power, but the real Fancy is absolutely furious. She cannot believe that Lu Chen actually named a giant bug after her. The onlookers are completely baffled, wondering where he got such a legendary creature. They suspect he cheated, but Lu Chen calmly explains there is no trick. He got this powerful wasp using a rare card stolen from the Mad Dragons. Even Fancy's incredible flaming blade came from that exact same type of card. This shocking news hits the leader of the Mad Dragons Guild like a physical blow. Since PvP is strictly banned inside Ice City, violators face a permanent ban. Lu Chen has zero desire to start a physical fight with their leader. Instead, he chooses to utterly humiliate the man in front of a massive crowd. The furious guild leader claims their card was stolen and demands to buy the wasp. Lu Chen smirked and replied that he would gladly part with it for a price. Specifically 100 million gold, announcing the flat rate to the entire crowd. He is happy to sell to anyone who can actually afford his premium price tag. If they do not have the cash, they can simply turn around and walk away. The guild leader storms off in a massive rage, completely defeated by Lu Chen again. Once they are alone, Fancy turns on Lu Chen, practically vibrating with pure anger. She demands to know why he did this, prompting him to promise a name change. After changing the name, Lu Chen wanders into the forest, staying alert. He knows the Mad Dragons are growing too strong to be ignored. They cannot be allowed to dominate this region, but then a group appears. They suddenly run into a suspicious squad, including a priest and a dangerous ghost. The strangers quickly split up, but Lu Chen instantly senses their malicious intent. He prepares for an ambush, drawing his blade to face the coming threat. The ambushers are completely shocked that their stealthy approach was ruined so easily. Lu Chen points out their strange formation to Fancy, explaining their tactical mistake. Their healers are in front, while the combat knights remain hidden in the back. It is a deliberate setup, designed to execute a sudden, deadly backstab. Thanks to Lu Chen's incredible awareness, they are fully prepared when the fight begins. Weapons clash as a chaotic battle erupts in the dense forest. Lu Chen strikes first, effortlessly disarming the enemy player in a single sweep. Hands, the swordsman, scrambled to reach Broken's spear, but he was out of reach. Still, he managed a quick hit. Suddenly, dragon magic erupted, and even the mighty Lu Chen had to admit the attack was powerful. The Violet Ghost launched a Z-shaped attack, but it failed completely. Against the undead, Lu Chen swung his blade just a couple of times, but now every single enemy was hurt, forcing their healers to restore them. Lu Chen realized those annoying healers were a massive headache. He needed to target them first to stop their constant, annoying healing. But soon the enemies were fully recovered, ready to attack Broken. Spear in a brutal 5-on-1 fight, with Lu Chen wounded, they thought. He had no way to heal, there was absolutely nothing to fear from him. They just had to kill him, but watch closely, because everything changes in a split second. Their heads were suddenly severed from their shoulders. Fancy, who had been hiding in the shadows, made her explosive entrance. Meanwhile, Lu Chen summoned his powerful King Bee, sending him straight to quickly deal with the ranged attackers. Fancy barely noticed how the Violet Ghost got so incredibly close, she could not understand it. But she was ready to back up Lu Chen and crush him. Meanwhile, the king bee was relentlessly stinging the enemy players. Dealing massive damage with heavy strikes, an enemy spearman waited for his chance, unleashing a deadly flame strike on the pet. Before the strike landed, Lu Chen leaped in, parrying the spear with his own sword, loudly declaring that nobody would ever hurt his beloved king bee. The spearman thought the attack had missed, but he was wrong. The next hit completely deleted his health bar. The violet ghost was absolutely horrified. One single swing had just killed 2 enemy players instantly. The battle was over. The players lay defeated on the ground. The violet ghost admitted he never expected such terrifying power. He had only wanted to defeat Lu Chen to finally avenge Chanel. Lu Chen said he finally understood why this guy had attacked him. After all, he was a friend of the recently defeated mage Chanel. The violet ghost continued to provoke his opponent, proudly demanding that broken spear dismiss his pet and fight him in a fair duel. Lu Chen laughed and happily dismissed the bee to show his weakness. The violet ghost immediately tried to go for a surprise lethal strike, hoping to pierce Lu Chen, but he easily dodged it. He mocked his opponent, calling him pretty strong but far too slow. With that, he unleashed his favorite technique. First came a feint. Then a devastating follow-up strike landed. The violet ghost barely had time to realize his bronze weapon was shattered. He was completely helpless. Suddenly, Lu Chen held his cold blade straight to the guy's throat. But he stopped short. The violet ghost stared in utter shock. Not understanding why he was spared, Broken Spear simply slung his heavy sword over his shoulder and called out to Fancy to move on. They had wasted enough time already. The violet ghost watched them leave. He couldn't help but think about the massive powerhouse Chanel had just crossed. Ghost Valley was incredibly dark and creepy, with human skulls littered everywhere. A notification popped up, congratulating her. She successfully sealed the green skeleton. It was a weak but promising pet. As Fancy strolled forward while waving her card, a hidden enemy suddenly struck. A massive blood skeleton lunged to grab her, but a broken spear shut it down. The boss fell instantly, and system victory notifications flooded their screens. Quest complete, they cleared the Scarlet Diffusion Zone and scored a level up. But wait, before they could even celebrate or sort their brand new loot, they noticed the blood skeleton was desperately trying to make a run for it. Lu Chen rushed to intercept the beast, while Fancy moved to block off the exit. Lu Chen easily caught up to the retreating monster and slapped a sealing card on it. Boom, another message confirmed a successful capture. The level 1 blood skeleton was officially theirs to keep as an elite combat pet. Lu Chen grinned, immediately calculating how much gold this rare pet would fetch in the market. He was ready to make a fortune, but Fancy had some even bigger news. This was no ordinary item. Get ready for the legendary order of the hero. It only drops from ultra-powerful bosses that are level 60 and above. Getting one lets players establish an official guild with massive stat boosts and perks. This token would elevate any group of players to absolute top-tier status. Since they were only level 40, taking on a level 60 boss was impossible. Plus, nobody even had a clue where to find those high-level monsters. However, rumors said the system authorities were preparing to hand them out as rewards. They wanted to motivate top players to clear the land, so Fancy invited Lu Chen. She wanted him in her guild to hunt for the token, but Lu Chen got suspicious. He figured she was just finding a sneaky way to recruit him into her ranks. She quickly denied it, reminding him that he had already founded a legendary guild before. Back then, he used his token to found the legendary Ancient Sword and Dream Guild. Naturally, he wanted to secure another heroic order this time around too. Working together just made sense, even if they did not officially merge their groups. They could still grind as allies and both walk away with incredible rewards. Lu Chen agreed that fighting side by side for a massive goal sounded like an epic plan. With their plan set, Fancy asked if there were any more raids scheduled for today. Lu Chen shook his head, confirming their hunting schedule was completely clear for now. She logged off, promising to meet him in 30 minutes outside the university gate. She wanted to treat him to dinner and told him to dress up nice. Soon, Lu Chen was standing by the campus entrance, anxiously checking his phone under a guard's gaze. The guard immediately assumed this kid was just another desperate hopeful waiting for Lin Xin. Honestly, you can't blame the guard for thinking this kid stood zero chance. Every single one of them fancied themselves the hero who would win her heart. But then, right on cue, the gorgeous Lin Xin arrived in stunning, elegant clothes. She ran right up to Lu Chen, apologizing with a smile for making him wait. The security guard stood there, completely jaw-dropped and utterly speechless. Lu Chen tried to be practical and call a taxi, but she just laughed it off. Suddenly, a massive, ultra-luxurious Bentley pulled up right in front of them. Just seeing this insane ride left Lu Chen completely and utterly speechless. They hopped in. Lu Chen sat there, totally unable to process the reality of this. Was this really the same cheapskate who pinched pennies over tiny in-game purchases? Yet here she was in a Bentley, and that driver, pure nightmare fuel. He kept glaring at the poor guy through the mirror, practically burning holes in him. Finally, the creepy driver looked back and demanded that she introduce her young friend. Lu Chen got a weird vibe. Was this pushy older man actually her father? Who else would ask such invasive questions? But Lin Xin immediately shut it down. She coldly told him he was just a gamer, no introductions needed. Then she made it brutally clear that her personal life was her business alone. She chose her own friends, period. Right then, she demanded he stop the car. Let them out right now. Realizing he went too far, the driver backed off. He claimed to respect her space, but warned her to protect herself. When they finally arrived and stepped out, Lu Chen froze in absolute shock. They were standing right in the middle of the city's wealthiest, most elite district. Only top-tier restaurants here, but Lin Xin was determined to eat at this exact spot. Lu Chen could only follow her inside, stepping into an incredibly fancy establishment. Staff lined up on both sides, bowing deeply to welcome them, pure elite status. Lu Chen's mind raced, thinking about the expensive food, the ride, and that driver. Was this a dream? He had to ask her about that weird chauffeur. Who exactly was that guy, and what was his connection to Lin Xin? The girl just shrugged it off, promising to explain everything when the time came. She remained totally calm, treating this luxury restaurant like a regular diner. Their waiter politely mentioned a big birthday party nearby. That explained the crowd, but assured them they would not be disturbed at all. Hearing this, Lu Chen started feeling a bit awkward about showing up empty-handed. Stumbling into a birthday without a gift felt wrong, but Lin Xin was prepared. Instead of worrying, she slid a sleek box across the table, smiling warmly. She had actually got him a present. Curiously, the young man popped it open. Inside sat a customized smartphone, glittering with real diamonds and solid gold casing. She casually noted it was a tad heavy because of the gold, but whatever. He would get used to it. Honestly, Lu Chen secretly found the device super tacky. If it had not cost her a fortune, he would never carry such garbage. Right then, some rich guys from the birthday party spotted them sitting together. They looked shocked. Why was Lin Xin dining with some random, plain guy? She was here for Leroy, a rich guy who was totally obsessed with her. He was basically a stalker. Speak of the devil, Leroy approached their table. He smirked, claiming he never expected to see Lin Xin at his celebration. The arrogant jerk threw his arm over her shoulder, asking about his expensive gift. But Lin Xin quickly shrugged him off, stating she was only here for dinner. She was dining with her friend. Instantly, Leroy aimed a lethal glare at Lu Chen. Suddenly, Leroy gasped, pointing in utter rage at the phone on the table. The exact luxury phone he had gifted her was now in this stranger's hands. She coldly told him she hated tacky trash and she could give it away. Lu Chen just smiled, realizing he was about to watch some incredible drama. He did not really need the phone and could sell it later, but right now he had to play along, so he casually declared that he had no interest in using the device. But since it was a gift from Lin Xin, she was totally free to do whatever she wanted with it. Hearing this made Leroy's blood boil. Completely losing his cool, he lunged straight at the young man with his fists. Lu Chen blocked the blow instantly, leaving only the table dishes. Completely shattered, Leroy started screaming that he had never invited this guy to his birthday party, so they needed to leave, but Lin Xin argued that Leroy himself had told her she could bring a +1, and that guest was Lu Chen. Just then, another girl dining nearby froze. Hearing the name Lu Chen made her jump up from her table, rush over, and eagerly ask if he was truly that Chen. The girl introduced herself as Yaelin, a student from the electronics department. But more importantly, she was a long-time admirer of the legendary gamer, Knight Chen. Yaelin babbled about seeing him play live, absolutely thrilled to finally meet her idol. She asked if they could take a picture, and as Yaelin snapped her photos, Lu Chen realized things were looking bad, while Lin Xin stood there, completely shocked. To learn his secret identity, Leroy, on the other hand, had absolutely no clue who Night Chen even was, but by now, the entire restaurant had noticed the commotion. Excitement surged through the room as patrons rushed over to catch a glimpse of this mysterious legend. The girls were instantly captivated by his handsome face and begged for photos. One of Leroy's friends quietly approached the birthday boy, asking how he was holding up. But Leroy did not care. He demanded to know everything about this mysterious stranger. It turned out that Night Chen was actually the incredibly powerful president of the gaming club. He was a true legend, and Leroy could not stand the humiliation. He glared at Lu Chen, shouting that this absolute nobody had dared to steal his spotlight, take his phone, and hit on his girl on his own birthday. So Leroy wanted him dead. Hearing this, Lin Xin was utterly furious that Leroy dared to call her his girlfriend. She declared she chose her own path, prompting Leroy to order his crowd of brutal thugs to surround the young couple. Lu Chen stepped forward, shielding the girl with his body. He told her to find a way to escape safely while he dealt with these thugs. Then the fight erupted. Thugs charged in, but Lu Chen knocked several of them out cold incredibly fast. Only a few managed to put up a decent fight. Still, Lu Chen fought back, amazed by his own incredible power. The doctors had previously mentioned that his virus enhanced his physical abilities, but seeing it in action like this was simply mind-blowing. No matter how they attacked, every strike was parried with ease. He eventually scattered them and stood tall with his fists tightly clenched. Leroy realized his men had failed. Desperate to win, he grabbed a heavy wine bottle and snuck up behind the young man, but Lu Chen did not just have incredible strength, but also stunning reflexes. He easily dodged, making the hand holding the bottle fly through the air. Lu Chen noted that his body had reacted incredibly quickly, even before his brain had time to send the signal. Leroy froze in pure shock while Lin Xin jumped up and kicked the heavy bottle straight out of his hands. Before Leroy could recover, she grabbed Lu Chen by the arm and dragged him along, demanding to know why he was standing there instead of running away. She admitted she could not run away and leave him behind. Left completely on their own, the young crew rushed out of the restaurant. A pack of angry thugs chased after them, desperate for payback on Leroy's behalf. But Lin Chen soon began to slow down, having twisted her ankle running in high heels. She cried out that Leroy wouldn't dare hurt her, so Lu Chen should just leave her. But Lu Chen wasn't about to listen to that kind of nonsense. He effortlessly scooped the beauty into his arms and bolted, holding her close. Running out of options, the furious thugs didn't know what else to do. They grabbed chairs, plates, and bottles, hurling them at the fleeing couple. Luckily, the pair managed to lose them and finally made it to safety. Now catching their breath in a quiet park, they had run 3 whole blocks. Lin Chen sighed about those pests, glad Lu Chen had taught Leroy's gang a lesson. Hopefully they'd leave her alone now, but Lu Chen felt totally played. This beauty had tricked him in real life, just like she did in the game. Not only did he miss dinner, but he almost got taken out by flying plates. Lin Chen quickly apologized, though she teased that he brought plenty of chaos himself. She pointed out that his reputation had already caused her endless headaches. Looking at him, Lin Chen finally revealed her identity as the gaming club president. She complained about how miserable her life became after the legendary Night Chen vanished. Ever since Lu Chen defeated Park, elite players kept showing up to challenge her. Being a complete rookie back then, she ended up getting constantly thrashed. She suffered countless defeats, which drove her to uncover the mystery behind Night Chen. She wanted to find this mysterious Night Chen, but he was a ghost. He had wiped all traces of his existence, leaving behind not even a single photo. Lu Chen knew that if his face were out there, enemies would hunt him down. Too many people wanted payback, but he still felt bad for her troubles. Feeling genuinely guilty, he offered a sincere apology for causing her so much grief. To make amends, he decided to treat her to a quiet dinner. Some simple rice noodles would serve as compensation for their ruined restaurant plans. Later at the mercenary studio, they spent the whole evening dealing with injuries. Applying ointment, Du Chuenshen bragged that his special medicine could heal any scratch. But as he worked, Du Chuenshen noticed something bizarre about Lu Chen's back. There wasn't a single mark on him, despite Lu Chen's earlier complaints. He had insisted he was nearly beaten to death by flying restaurant debris. Lu Chen checked the mirror himself and saw his skin was completely flawless. Yet the intense pain he felt was very real. Needing answers, he acted. He suddenly grabbed a knife and sliced his own forearm, drawing fresh blood. Du Chuenshin watched in absolute horror, terrified that his friend was losing his mind. But a moment later, he gasped as the deep cut miraculously closed up. The flesh knitted back together seamlessly, proving how powerful the virus truly was. Du Chuenshin pointed out that while his regular checkups always came back normal, this rapid regeneration was far from normal, and they needed real medical tests. He insisted on a hospital visit, but Lu Chen quickly redirected the conversation. He asked how his friend's current mercenary mission was going, offering some help. Knowing how to distract him, the tactic worked perfectly on Du Chuenshin. He immediately fell for the bait, completely forgetting about the urgent hospital checkup. Hospital claiming he had a job for his friend. Meanwhile, things were getting pretty chaotic at the market in the icy city of Vagda. Prices for the red pill had more than doubled in just a few days, leaving buyers absolutely outraged. Broken Spear was also in shock. The vendors snapped back that nobody was forcing them to buy the red pill or food, adding that if Broken Spear had an issue, he could just walk away and keep out of their business. Suddenly, Luchin got a system notification that his bloody skull item had successfully sold for 1,000 coins. This was incredible news. The funds arrived right on time, allowing him to buy 50 bottles of the red pill. Every major guild was frantically stocking up on supplies. Apparently, they had heard about the hero order and wanted to prepare to make a massive, quick profit. Luchin opened up the team chat and noticed that a player named Leroy had just joined. He wondered how Shuren had managed to recruit both that weirdo and the beautiful Ming Yui. Meeting up near the Valley of Darkness, Leroy immediately tried recruiting Ming Yui into his guild, offering her 10 gold coins an hour. Leroy then greeted Broken Spear, who arrived to earn 100 gold coins. Meanwhile, Ming Yui mentioned she was also there to make some extra pocket money, offering to serve as the team's healer for just 1 gold coin per hour. Luchin was thrilled to secure a high-level healer so cheaply, but deep down he knew this girl was not after the money. There was definitely some ulterior motive. Here, Leroy looked around and declared that since everyone was present, they should get to work since he was not paying them for nothing. Luchin quietly thought about the guy who expected to climb 5 full levels in 10 hours. Then again, if he had the cash, why not? Ming Yui asked Luchin how much he got for the bloody skull he auctioned off the night before. Luchin told her, but to Ming Yui that was far too expensive. She wanted to buy it for her friend who had just started playing. Luchin realized this was his perfect opportunity. He explained that pets must match a player's class, noting that the blood skull is only ideal for mages and archers, while beginners usually purchase low-tier pets with weak stats. If other classes buy a blood skull, they will just end up weak and unable to show off. Hearing this, Leroy grew incredibly furious, seething with silent rage. Suddenly, Leroy's subordinate happily blurted out that his master owned a blood skull pet. Now everyone knew exactly who the fool was that wasted 1,000 gold coins. Luchin clearly felt nothing but contempt for Leroy, finding his arrogance utterly unbearable. The guy was only level 22, yet he flaunted his wealth and bought whatever he wanted. Suddenly, Luchin caught himself having a dark, murderous thought about his own employer, which was definitely not a good sign. He quickly cut the chat short and told the party it was time to move out on their quest. Deep within the eerie Valley of Ghosts, dangerous blood skulls wandered freely, completely confident in their immense power. Meanwhile, the players prepared an ambush aiming to hunt down these formidable monsters. Ming Yui was highly skeptical, noting that even Luchin's level was over 10 levels below the target monsters. Luchin reassured her that they had nothing to fear, as fighting high-level foes was the absolute fastest way to power up. They stood to gain massive experience. Right after, Broken Spear announced that the raid was officially starting, leaping out of hiding alongside his pet black wasp. The wasp landed its attacks on the bloody skull incredibly well, causing the monster to lose tons of mana. Meanwhile, Luchin unleashed his double strikes. The first one missed, but the second critically struck for nearly 2,000 damage to the bloody skull. Even Broken Spear's close allies were stunned by his raw power. He was carrying the entire fight and clearing bosses completely solo without needing any help. That was when Orion activated his weapon and drove it deep into the red skull, landing a massive critical hit. In retaliation, the beast swung its stone sword at Orion, but he quickly raised a solid defensive shield. Watching closely, Minyu analyzed his moves and saw Just how incredible Orion's skill really was. He absorbed incoming damage and converted it directly into health points. Minyu watched in awe as the blood mercenaries showcased their brilliant tactics. It was like magic, and she wondered if it was worth recruiting them so they could take down the Order of the Hero together. Suddenly, Xiuwen's desperate cries snapped her back to reality. He needed immediate healing, making Minyu realize that even elite squads have their vulnerable moments. While Minyu cast her recovery magic, Broken Spear kept hammering away at the Red Skull. Before long, the entire party was fully restored. Xiuwen was safe, and the rest of the players leveled up, feeling pretty satisfied with how smoothly the hunt had gone. Only Leroy found it boring, since he had barely lifted a finger. Minyu glanced over at the team as they started checking their updated stats. Their current level still was not quite high enough to crack the top 5 rank. Absolutely everyone was grinding hard for the Order of Heroes. Leroy handed over the promised payout for their assistance, but the veterans urged him to return to the safe city immediately. At level 27, this zone was pure suicide, but the arrogant client scoffed, believing there was absolutely no reason to worry, since nobody would ever dare touch him. Talk about instant karma. In the next second, his head flew clean off. Just like that, his entire inventory of silver gear, magic stones, and gold spilled out all over the ground. The attacker was an infamous player named Unwavering, representing the Order of Dragons. He had targeted Leroy specifically to plunder his loot. Luchin was not about to let this ruthless thief escape after murdering their client. Right in front of them, instantly, a fierce battle erupted between the two players. A hail of shurikens flew through the air, slowing down the mercenary vanguard. Reacting fast, Luchin ordered Orion to hunt down the fleeing assassin at all costs. Rob her and keep him pinned. Luchin knew how many legendary items Leroy had on him. Getting injured was a small price to pay to secure even one of those treasures. Luchin commanded Orion to flank the target. Meanwhile, the elite dragon player had already grabbed one of the rarest drops. Something felt seriously wrong about this setup, and they absolutely could not let him escape. Luchin accelerated, cutting off his path from behind, and now the dragon player was cornered, forced into a direct clash. But then he activated some stealth skill that allowed him to completely disappear, slowly fading away right before his pursuer's eyes. Both Luchin and Orion stood there completely dumbfounded. Now they stared at empty space, hearing nothing but the mocking laughter of the arrogant assassin. The mercenaries were completely left in the dark, left wondering if they had just been. They got pulled into another dimension. 0 enemies in sight. Luchin realized they could use the spear to kick up a heavy dust cloud and catch whoever was using an invisibility skill. It was worth a shot. Luchin carefully watched his surroundings while the thick dust swirled, revealing a faint outline of the hidden assassin. Luchin leaped forward, slashing his sword through thin air. He hit nothing, but the mad dragon was utterly shocked he could even pull this off. Chazin was easily the weakest of the blood mercenaries, yet this time he arrived right on cue, stabbing the mad dragon deep in the back. Luchin quickly finished him off, and 3 stolen items suddenly appeared before them. The guys crowded around, staring at the loot that caught the thieves' interest. They had never seen anything quite like this bizarre treasure before. It turned out to be the Cursed Compass, a special tool that reveals the path to bosses over level 60, usable only once every 3 days, most likely. The mad dragons targeted Leroy just to get their hands on this. How Leroy got it remained a complete mystery, but that was completely irrelevant. With this compass, the blood mercenaries could easily target massive bosses to earn the prestigious Order of the Hero. Orion knew this was incredibly valuable and had to be locked in the vault immediately. Meanwhile, Fancy confessed she skipped her scheduled leveling raid just to meet Luchin. If he does not have something major, she joked, I will thrash him. Luchin just smiled, promising to show her something that would blow her mind. Fancy was left completely speechless the second she saw the Cursed Compass. Rumors claimed only 5 of these had ever been created in the game. They lead players to bosses past level 60 in uncharted zones, which all sounded like nothing but a fairy tale until now. Fancy inspected it closely. Asking Luchin where on earth he found it, Luchin told her everything. The mad dragon stole it from Leroy, then Luchin took him down, and just like that, the rare artifact belonged to him now. Fancy was thrilled. And let's be real, with this compass, they held all the cards. They just had to wait for the right moment, but Luchin warned they must stay calm. since high-level bosses were incredibly lethal. In fact, just recently, an entire squad of elite players got completely wiped out by a weaker boss. They began discussing how to handle this since bosses above level 60 were a nightmare, and simply adding more players to the raid failed. Luchin made it clear that every single player joining their squad had to gain at least 5 levels over the next couple of days. After that, Luchin and Fancy would lead the charge against those seemingly invincible bosses. Fancy completely agreed that time was running out. Looking at how fast rival players were advancing, they would fall behind quickly, so they had to push forward without losing momentum. Fancy promised she would personally handle gathering all the mana restoration materials. The team then headed to the Hills of Reflections to grind out quests and level up. Luchin let everyone know he saved a massive pile of gold to upgrade their gear so they could purchase whatever they needed, most of his wealth. He raised this cash by selling skeleton bones and rare ingredients, meant solely for the studio's growth. Of course, he couldn't just blow all those funds on his own personal needs, especially since Sheen's skills lagged behind the other guys. So he had to find another way out of this mess. Then, news broke about the upcoming joint boss raid. Sheen knew he couldn't let his guild down while everyone was training and leveling up. Lu Chen told them to let Fancy know that very soon she would witness the true power of the blood mercenaries they also needed. To make sure Orion didn't overwork himself, Sheen promised to cut the power to the guy's room to force him to sleep. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had to hurry to gather the necessary ingredients, so he picked a quest that sent him to the Hills of Reflection to slay 100 blood skeleton warriors. For a massive payout, the entire hunt went smoothly, 0 surprises. Any second now, the entire quest was as good as done. His reward for finishing the quest was garlic, the primary ingredient. For cooking level 5 dishes, Lu Chen counted his earned garlic and figured that if he gathered just a bit more, he could start cooking level 5 food. Suddenly, the ground shook violently and the mountains began to crumble. He immediately thought a massive earthquake had hit. When the dust and debris settled, Lu Chen spotted a gargantuan hill guardian, a level 60 silver tier boss. Talk about bad timing. Its stats were completely hidden. He hadn't even used his cursed compass, yet Lu Chen had run into this nightmare completely by accident. Lu Chen quickly checked the chat, but his guildmates were all offline. That was terrible news because Lu Chen knew he had no shot at taking down this beast alone, but tucking tail and running would be too humiliating. So, swallowed by fear, he readied himself for battle despite his terrible low-level armor. If he died, he'd at least test the boss's limits. Lu Chen summoned every ally he had, his undead horde, the Python King and his trusty black wasp pet. A victory here would instantly earn them the coveted order of the hero, but this massive stone beast looked like a living mountain of rock ready to crush anything in its path, and so the chaotic battle kicked off. Lu Chen and his loyal minions charged forward, trying to strike down the Titan, but their attacks did absolutely nothing. The giant's defense was too high, shrugging off their blows like paper. Lu Chen decided to test the boss's hide with his absolute strongest signature move. He launched a massive opening blow, but Lu Chen's attack, which usually deals thousands of damage, did barely anything here. Not even a single scratch, but as the weapon connected, Lu Chen gasped in horror. Instead of his trusted sword, he was holding a shattered hilt. In complete disbelief over his broken blade, Lu Chen fell to the dirt, staring at the ruins of his weapon. He had picked a fight way too early. This boss was out of his league, and the Hill Guardian was just getting started. It brought its colossal stone fist crashing down, but Lu Chen barely managed to summon a protective shield just in time, but that weak barrier wasn't nearly enough to stop the impact. The shockwave left Lu Chen badly battered. He collapsed onto the rocks, completely paralyzed and unable to move. The giant guardian slams his massive paw down right where the player was standing, obliterating the ground completely. Lu Chen barely dives clear as the shadow falls. Solo fighting is absolute suicide. He needs a quick escape route right now. But escaping this behemoth is way easier said than done. He sprints wildly, weaving through the rocky peaks, trying to shake his relentless, massive pursuer. The ancient guardian refuses to back down, staying right on the young player's heels. A massive hand sweeps down, inches from catching him by his cloak. Clearly, this ancient boss hasn't seen players in ages and is enjoying the chase, toying with Lu Chen like a cat playing with a cornered mouse. But wait. Those bloody mercenaries don't have a single mage. Without spells, physical attacks won't scratch this giant. Luchin realizes raw strength is useless here. Ducking behind cover, he moves fast. He downs a recovery potion to patch up his health bar, quickly. Checking the system chat, his usual team is still completely offline. Luckily, a friendly mage is online. He pings her about the level 60 boss. She promises to gather a squad and teleport to him soon. Suddenly, a noise. Luchin peeks out from his rocky hiding spot and freezes in shock. The mountain giant is suddenly taking heavy fire from a massive group of players. It's the Mad Dragons Guild. Their leader claims Luchin stole their magic compass, and they use that tracker to easily find this secret level 60 boss. If his guild secures this kill, they will instantly claim the #1 spot. Dominating the entire region is finally within their grasp, the leader shouts. He promises 10 gold coins to every single member who helps slay it. But the Mountain Guardian is not about to let these weaklings slide. He unleashes an active skill, lightning crackles, tearing through the battlefield. Dozens of players vanish instantly. Luchin watches from his cover, completely stunned.